this is that AI-powered project that will take your resume to the next level by building this full-stack AI career coach called Sensei. With features like user onboarding to generate interactive dashboard displaying in-demand skills and salary trends in your industry, which is updated weekly. An AI resume builder that generates ATS optimized content based on your industry and skills, and it is fully customizable as well. This awesome mock interview feature with role specific questions to prepare for your upcoming interviews, which also displays your performance over time and gives AI generated improvement tips as well. An intelligent cover letter generator that analyzes job descriptions and creates tailored content accordingly, along with this fully responsive and beautiful user interface that we will be building using Next.js and Shadcn UI. So right off the bat, we have this professional and modern looking landing page with this beautiful scroll animation, which I'll teach you how you can implement as well. If you further scroll down, we have the list of features that our app contains, like interview preparation, industry insights, AI-powered career guidance, smart resume creation, and much more. We have all of the statistics related to our app, how our app works, and also some testimonials from our users along with some frequently asked questions right here. So we have included all of the important elements that a modern SaaS website contains and a call to action button at the bottom. And as I always say, a modern landing page like this can play a huge role on if you'll be getting a call back from that HR or that company or not. So let's click on get started. And we are on the login page. Now we can go on and log in with Google or email address and password. So let me just quickly go on and log in with Google. And there we go. We have successfully logged in and it has presented us with this user onboarding page where we can select our industry. So let me select technology and I'm a software developer. Years of experience, let's say 4. Let's select our skills. For example, if I select JavaScript, React, Postgres, Node.js, we can enter some professional bio and click on complete profile. And here we go. We are on industry insights now. This is our dashboard page. And over here, you can see on the top left, we have a user dropdown with options like manage account or sign out. If I click on manage account, we can see more details about our user. We can update our profile over here, like first name, last name, or email addresses, etc. If you go to security, you can see different places where the user is logged in, right? So we have all of these production grade features implemented inside of our app. Let's close this. And over here, you can see there's another drop down which will display all of our AI tools. We will come back to this very soon. But here in the industry insights, you can see it shows us the market outlook based on what we have selected on the user onboarding screen. How fast our industry is growing, how much is the demand or jobs inside of our industry. What are the top skills over here? And it shows different job roles with the minimum, median, and max salary for each and every one of them, right? These are all the top job roles in the industry. And if you further scroll down, it will tell you the key trends that are going on right now in the industry and the recommended skills that you can learn. And all of this data is updated constantly, right? Every single week. You can change it if you want as well. And it will be updated in next 6 days. And to implement this feature, we will be setting up a background job, a cron job, which will be running every single week. And not a lot of tutorial teach you this kind of features. And that is what makes this project different. Now, let's go to this growth tools dropdown and let's select resume builder. And we are on this form right here, right? We can select our email addresses. Let me just select any gibberish over here, some random mobile number. We can enter our LinkedIn URL, our Twitter profile. We can enter professional summary along with the skills as well. Now, when it comes to work experience, let's say you're entering something in the description, right? Let's say worked on an e-commerce website. And now you're stuck. What am I supposed to write further in this, right? Let's say an e-commerce website selling clothes. So you can click on this improve with AI button and notice it will generate a complete description, ATS friendly description with all of the analytics and everything as well, right? Using Gemini AI. And I will show you exactly how you're going to go on and implement a feature like this, so that you can build any type of AI application. We can also enter over here our title, our company, from which date we started, and if it's a current experience, you can click on this, else you can select the end date over here as well. And you can click on add entry button over here and this will be successfully added. And similarly, you can add more experience if you want to add education, if you want to add projects, it supports links and everything as well, right? And after you have built this resume successfully, you can go to this Markdown tab over here and your complete resume will be rendered right over here. So let me just fill this form completely and let me come back. And there we go. I have created my complete resume right over here. Now, obviously you want to download this resume as well, right? So click on this download PDF button And this will allow you to download this resume as a PDF. Let me click on save. And there we go. Our resume is successfully downloaded. Awesome. If you want to save this markdown resume in your database, you can click on this save button over here. And if you want to directly edit this resume, you know how to edit markdown, right? So you can click on edit resume and you can change anything directly over here. And then you can click on show preview and it will be updated over here, and you can click on save button. And to manage all of the forms inside of our app, we will be using React Hook form along with the Zod validation library, so that you are following all of the latest industry standard practices as well. Alright, now let's go on to the interview prep page. And over here, you can see we have the data related to the user's performance over the time. What is their average score? How many questions that they have practiced? What is the latest score? And if you scroll down, you can see all of the latest quizzes that user has attempted. If you click on it, you will see the result for that particular quiz as well, along with the improvement tip as well. So let me just go on and start a new quiz. There we go. It tells us that this will have 10 questions. Let's click on start quiz and it's loading our quiz. It has generated 10 questions using Gemini API. So let me just go on and randomly answer these questions for now. And you can see we have this show explanation button. Like if you're not able to think for any of these questions, if you click on show explanation, it will show you and give you the idea of the right answer. So let me just click on next question and randomly select all of these. And we're on the last question. Let's finish the quiz and we will see the result right over here. So you can see I have scored 20% and it's given me this improvement tip that I need to focus on solidifying my understanding of core JavaScript concept, asynchronous programming, blah, blah, blah. For every single question, it will give you the summary of your answer and the correct answer, and along with the explanation of the correct answer. So these are the enterprise grade features that you see in the big applications, right? And if you go back to the interview preparation, see, it showed me my latest performance, which was 20%. So the chart dipped, and we will be using recharts for rendering all of these charts inside of our application. And you can see inside of our PostgreSQL database, we have all of these data stored, like related to our assignment, our resume. You can see the complete resume stored in the content in the markdown format, the industry insights for every single user, right? So that all of this data is persistent. Now let's check out the AI cover letter builder. So you can see I have already created 2 cover letters over here. If you click on create new, it will ask you the name of the company, enter job title. For the job description, obviously you can copy it from the job portal and stuff like that. But let's say for now, I'm gonna say Node.js and MongoDB required. Right, let's click on generate cover letter, and this should generate a proper cover letter that we can provide to that particular company to apply for that job. So you can see it has given us this empty columns to fill our name, address, phone number, email, and the complete cover letter over here as well. Right, it has mentioned the backend developer position at roadside coder and stuff like that. Amazing. Let's go back to the all cover letters. And also I would like to mention this is not a spoon feeding course. I will also give you some assignments to do as well along with this course, right? Because on this channel, we believe taking action and building projects yourself is what makes you a better developer. So before starting up, let me know in the comments down below from where you're watching this video and what is the best feature that you like about this app. Let's get started. Alright, so open VS Code over here and let's quickly open our terminal and initialize a new Next.js app. So I'm going to say npx create next app at latest, and I'm going to press enter. It's going to ask us to proceed. Yes. What is your project name? Now, if we name our project anything, it will create a new folder over here, but we are already inside of this Sensei folder. I'm going to press dot and press enter. Would you like to use TypeScript? No. Would you like to use ESLint? Yes. Tailwind CSS? Yes, of course. Would you like your code to be inside of SRC? No, we're going to be using app router, right? So yep, that's exactly the next question. Yes, we're going to be using app router. TurboPack, yes, comes from Next.js 15. Would you like to customize import alias? No. And there we go. It is going to be initializing a brand new Next.js app inside this folder right here. There we go. Let's go on and run this. So I'm going to say npm run dev, and it has started a brand new server. Let's click on over here. There we go. Our Next.js app is running. Now, where can we find this code? So if I go back and if I go inside of this app folder right here, we have 2 files. One is layout.js, which basically contains the code that wraps whole of our app. So if you see over here, we have HTML, body, and then the children. And this children is this page.js file. Inside this, you can find the complete code that we just saw. So let's remove everything inside this return right here. And I'm gonna have a div over here which will say subscribe to Roadside Coder, which you should if you haven't yet. So yep, you can see this is what is being rendered over here. Alright, now next what I'll do, I'll go on and install Shadcn UI. So just quickly go to Google and search Shadcn UI. There we go. And Shadcn UI is not a component library. This is basically a beautifully designed components that you can copy and paste inside of your app. So this is basically pre-built components that are built on top of Tailwind CSS that we can fully customize, right? The ones that you can see right here. So let's see how we can install it. If I click on docs over here and click on installation, and by the way, this library is super popular nowadays. Click on Next.js and let's go and use npm. So I'm going to copy it up. And I'm going to go back to my terminal. Let's open a new terminal over here and paste it right here. So npx shadcn at latest init. And it's going to ask us a few questions. Base color, yes, keep it neutral. CSS variables, yes. And it's going to ask us this question, how would you like to proceed? It's because we are using React 19, right? And some libraries are not yet fully compatible with React 19. So we have to choose this use legacy pair depths option so that it works fine with our application. All right. Now next, let's go and install some component over here. So over here, you can see they've given the example of button. So if you go to a button right here, yep, you can see we have different types of components over here, right? So for this button, to install it, we simply have to run npx shadcn at latest add button. So let's just copy and paste it right here. And I'll show you how Shadcn UI helps us. So basically, it will create a components folder inside of our app. But before that, we have to choose legacy pair depths again. So you can see it has created this components folder over here, and it has created this UI folder, which is reserved for the Shadcn UI components. And it has created this button component over here. And you can see this is highly scalable component with multiple different variants and sizes of the button. So we can better see it over here. So if you scroll down, you can see this is a primary button, secondary color, destructive color, outline variant, etc. Right? Similarly, we have ghost and multiple different sizes for this button over here as well. And if you want, you can customize this here and you'll be good to go. So you see how easy it makes our job. So if I, let's just add a BR tag to add a line break, and I'm going to add a button from Shadcn UI. Make sure to import it from this /UI folder only. And I'm going to say hello, and let's save it. And let's go back and check. Yep, you can see, we can see this hello message right here. Now, as you can already see inside of our app, we are using this button in multiple places. We are using this card component. This is also from Shadcn UI. We are using, let's say this accordion component, which is also from Shadcn UI, right? So we're going to be using a bunch of different things inside of our app, bunch of different components from Shadcn UI. So what I'll do, let's just go on and install them one by one. So you can see accordion right here. We just simply have to copy this line up and go back to our terminal and paste it right here. The other things that we will be needing is a badge component button we have already installed. We're going to be needing a alert dialog for, asking user confirmation or canceling some action, right? We have to use the card component, a dialog component for displaying modals. Like in our case, we were displaying result after the quiz is finished, right? A drop down menu input component from Shadcn UI, label for those inputs or, some other places as well. Progress for showing our progress in the dashboard. We would be needing a radio group component, a select component, a sonar component for all of the toasts that you saw on the bottom left side of the screen, the tabs component, and at last text area, right? So press enter and this will successfully install all of these components right here inside this UI folder. Oops, something went wrong. I believe I misspelled something. Oh, I think it was the radio group. So it has to be GROUP. And we will also be fixing this text area right here. And yeah, I think that should do it. Let's press enter. Would you like to proceed? Use legacy pair depths. All right, so you can see it's installing all of these dependencies right inside this UI folder. And it's asking us the button already exists. Let's override it. And yep, there we go. We can see all of our components right here, and we don't need to touch this unless we need to customize it, and we don't need to customize it right now, right? Cool then. Now, out of the box, Shadcn also provides us with the light and dark mode, and as you can see, our app is in complete dark mode, right? So let's implement the dark mode as well. So you can click on over here in this dark mode and click on Next.js, and it's pretty simple. You don't need to understand what's going on over here. So just install this next themes over here. So I'll just copy it up and paste it right here. And it's going to provide us this code, which will be used for, handling our themes. So just copy it up, and inside of the components, we have to create a component called themeprovider.tsx. So I'll say theme-provider.tsx. And in our case, since we're using JSX, we have to say JSX, right? So paste it right here, and let's get rid of these types. We won't be needing them. Yep, this looks good. And after this, we just have to wrap whole of our app using this theme provider object right here, or sorry, theme provider component right here. Right, so I'll just copy it up and go to our layout.js file. As I already told you, this layout.js file is responsible for wrapping whole of our app. So instead of this children, I'm gonna put this theme provider right here, and let's import the theme provider from this /component/theme provider. And I'll put the default theme as dark. And yeah, that is all we need to do to set up Shadcn UI. Great. Let's work more on this layout page over here. So inside of this, let's plan what all the things that will be inside of our app. So we will have a header component. Okay. Then we will have a main component, which will contain all of the children components. So I'll put children inside of it. Then below it, I'm going to have a footer component, right? Let's just create this footer right away. And for this main tag, I'm going to give the class name of minimum height to be screen. And this footer, let's just have a footer component over here. Inside this, I'm going to have a div. Inside that, I'm going to have a paragraph tag, which will say made with love by roadside coder. Let's go back and see. Yep, we can see it right here. And you can see our app is now in the dark mode as well. Great. Let's give it some styling. So if you have not worked with Tailwind CSS, it's pretty similar to Bootstrap. You just have to say class name over here, and you can start giving the class names which are inbuilt in TypeScript, and you can refer to TypeScript's documentation, and I will also show you how you can use it right here. So like for example, if we have to add a background color of muted, and by the way, these colors are predefined in Shadcn UI. So if you go to this globals.css, you can see we have different types of colors that are defined over here. For muted, it's this, muted foreground. You can check more about these in the Shadcn UI's documentation about what these colors are exactly. So I'll say background muted, and / I'll provide the 50 opacity. And I'll say padding vertical, so PY. And if you hover on these styles, you're gonna see we have padding top and padding bottom to be 48 pixels. You can see the exact values, right? Similarly, for our div as well, I'm gonna provide the class name of container. Now, what is a container class? So basically, container provides us with some breakpoints. Like for example, in the smaller screens, we have max width of 640 pixels. In the medium screens or screens less than 768 pixels, we have max width this and different things, right? So this helps make our websites more responsive. So I'll say MX auto so that we can display it at the very middle. Some padding horizontal of 4. Text is going to be in the center, and text gray is going to be 200. Let's see. Yep, this is exactly what we wanted. Amazing. For our header right here, let's just quickly create a header component as well. So I'm going to create a new file called header.jsx, RAFCE, and I'll say header over here. Let's import our header over here. Make sure to import it from /components. Let's see. Yep, we can see the header over here as well. Now, before moving forward, before doing anything else, let's start working on our user authentication. So click the link in the description down below and you will land on Clerk, and this is the most comprehensive user management platform. As you have already seen in my previous videos, I love to use Clerk because it provides us user authentication and user management right out of the box. So let's click on start building for free. And let's go on and log in with Google, and you will see a similar interface. Now here we can add the name of our application. So let's say Sensei. We can choose what are all the authentication types that we are going to be adding inside of our app. Like for example, we can add email, password, we can add Google login as well, or like username, phone number, and bunch of different things. Right? And I'll show you how easy it is to implement inside of our application. So let's just choose both email and Google and click on create application. And we are in. Amazing. And you can see it tells us exactly how we can go on and add Clerk inside of our application. So I've chosen Next.js over here. So all we need to do, npm install add Clerk/Next.js. Okay, I'll copy it up and go back to my terminal and paste it right here. Now, what's next? We are supposed to set up our environment variables so that our app can connect to Clerk. So, okay, let's copy it up. And inside of our app, I'm going to be creating a new .env file. This will contain all of our secret environment variables and which we are not supposed to share with the world, right? And obviously, if you try to use my environment variable, they won't work because I would have deleted them after the video. Okay, after that, we have to create this middleware.js file. Now, what is this file all about? So, this file runs before our application is run, right? So before our application starts, we need to figure out some things like, for example, in this case, user authentication. So you can see it is going to initialize the Clerk before our application is accessed. So I'll copy it up and I'm going to create a new file, middleware.js, and paste it right here, just like this. Then next, we are supposed to wrap our app inside this Clerk provider function. Okay, let's see. So if we go to our layout.js, this whole thing, this whole app is supposed to be wrapped in Clerk provider. So let me just move it to the very bottom and let's import Clerk provider from @clerk/next.js like this. And also, by the way, we don't need both of these fonts right here. So I'm going to remove them and we would be needing the font enter. And let's just add this font right here. So simply you have to do const enter equals, we have to import enter from next/font/Google subsets Latin. So this is basically just for changing the font of our application. If you don't want to keep it, that's fine. You can use some other font. So over here in the body, I'm going to remove this. Let's remove this class name. And over here, simply I'm going to say enter.class name. This is just a one-time configuration. Don't worry about it. We're just adding the fonts inside of our app. And let's just change the title to AI Career Coach, or you can also say Sensei AI Career Coach, and you can add your description according to you, right? All right, now let me show you how easy it is to set up the user authentication using Clerk. So what I'll do over here, you can see we have this example over here. So I'm just gonna quickly copy it up and I'll go to my header.jsx and inside of it, I'm gonna paste it and import all of these things from Clerk. So Clerk/next.js, signed in component, user button component, all of them, right? Now you're gonna notice if I go back to my app, we are getting this warning right here, hydration warning. Oh, so this is actually this happens because like when we add this theme provider inside of our application so you can check the Shadcn UI's documentation as well. They have recommended that you can simply add inside of the HTML this thing, suppress hydration warning, and you won't see this error. So what's going on over here? So basically we're saying that if the user is signed out, then show the sign in button. And if the user is signed in, show the user button. Let's see. You can see we have this sign in button over here or sign in text. If I click on it, what's going to happen? It takes me to a completely separate login page. Amazing. And we didn't even do anything, right? We just took that code from Clerk. And obviously this is highly customizable as well. So if I click on continue with Google, it's going to allow me to sign in and let's see, we are in. You can see we have this user drop down button right out of the box coming from Clerk, right? Click on manage profile. You can see we can update our profile over here as well, update our profile picture. Like for example, if I go back inside this configure tab in Clerk, you can add some options over here. Like for example, I want users to be able to change their name as well, right? So I'll enable this. And now if I go back, I'm going to click on update profile and now I'll be able to change my name right here. Amazing. And you can also go to the security tab to see where you are logged in and you can delete your account as well, right? So yeah, all of these things comes right out of the box from Clerk. Let's go on and properly design our header for our application. So you can see inside of our deployed app, we have this logo right here, right? Sensei AI. So you can get this logo from my GitHub repository. So just click the link in the description down below and you will land on this GitHub repository right here. And if you go to public folder over here, you can find different things. Like for example, this logo that I've kept. Apart from that, I have 3 different types of banners so that all of you building this app don't have same types of banner images inside of your app, right? So I'm gonna go on and download both of these. There we go. I've downloaded them and kept it right here in my public folder. Let's get rid of these SVG files. We won't be needing them, so delete. All right. So right here in the header component, let's above it, I'm gonna change it to header. Inside this, I'm gonna have a nav tag over here, which will contain all of the navigation items of our app. Like for example, first of all, I'm going to add a link tag. So link tag in Next.js basically helps us to navigate between different pages. So this link tag takes a href just like our anchor tag in HTML, right? So this will be, let's say, slash for our homepage. And to add any image inside of Next.js, we use this image tag, which comes from next/image. And the reason for this is this optimizes our images in the server, right? And sends it to our client. So let's say src equals slash logo.png. Let's save this and see. We cannot see anything over here. In fact, we have an error over here that missing required width property. So yep, this takes a width and height property over here as well. And we will also give this the alt tag, that is the description of the image. So let's just say sensei logo and width and height. Let's just give this some class name of height to be 12. So this is basically the resolution of the image, right? And here I'm going to provide the styles like padding vertical to be 1, width is going to be auto, and object to be contained so that it doesn't get deformed. Let's see now. Yep, that is exactly what we wanted. Below this link, let's add some action buttons, right? Like for example, to be able to navigate to our dashboard or industry insights, or the drop down menu displaying all of our AI tools. And you can see, so inside this div, we will display all of those things only if our user is signed in, right? So I'll say signed in, and inside this, I'm going to first display the link tag to our industry insights, right? So I'll have a link tag, which will have a button, which will obviously be coming from Shadcn UI. So make sure to import it from /UI/button. Inside this, we can add an icon over here as well, along with the text. So you don't need to worry about the icons because Shadcn UI contains Lucid React package, which, contains all of the icons. So just say layout dashboard, and you can see we're able to import it from Lucid-React. And let's give this some class name of height to be 4, width to be 4. And below this, I'm going to say industry insights. Let's see how this looks. Oh, of course, we need to give the link tag a href. Let's just call it dashboard. If you want to call it something else, again, that is up to you. Yep, that looks good. We need to obviously style this a little bit more. So what I'll do, I'll go to this header right here. I'm going to say class name, and our header will be fixed on the top, right? And I'll say top to be 0 and width is going to be full. Let's give it some border bottom and some background color to the background from Shadcn UI, right? As already told you, these things are already defined in the globals.css file. You can go and check it out. And I'll keep the opacity to be 80. I'll say backdrop blur to be medium, so that if anything comes behind our header, it is, it has the blurry effect. I'll say z-index to be 50, so that this remains on the top. And I'm going to say it supports backdrop filter, right? And then I'll give it the background of, BG to be background color with the 60 opacity. Let's see how this looks like. Okay, this looks pretty good, and you can see, I think whatever behind this, I think there was a button, right? It went behind this header now. And we'll come back to this to fix it, right? Now for this nav button right here, I'm going to give this some class name to be container. I've already told you what container does. MX auto said everything is in the middle. Padding horizontal to be 4. Height to be 16. And I'm going to give this some display flex so that everything is in one single line. And items to be center so that we vertically align it. And horizontally, I want justify between so that they are on far ends of each other. Let's see. Yep, that is what we wanted. Now, one thing that I want to do over here is make this website responsive out of the box, right? So when this becomes smaller, we don't want to show this whole button right here. So what I'll do, let's just put it into a span tag right here. And over here, I'm going to give this class name of hidden by default. And when it's more than the medium screens, I'll say display to be block. So now you will see if it's less than medium screens, yep, that is exactly what we want to do. Great. Now after this, we're going to be showing a drop down button, which will display all of our growth tools, right? So after this, let's go back to Shadcn UI's documentation. And over here, we have to find the drop down menu component, and we already installed it. So if I click on it, you can see this is how it will look like. Okay, so let's take this code right here. I'm going to copy it up and paste it right here. So let's import them one by one, and make sure to import it from /UI folder and not the Radix UI, right? So sometimes we make this mistake and then it won't work. So let's import all of these separator, and yeah, I think they would have been imported now. Oh, I think I did not import this drop down menu item. Now it would be imported. Yep, if I click on open, yes, we can see the drop down. All right, let's configure it according to us. We would need the 3 items over here, and we won't be needing this separator and the label. Okay, for the trigger here, I'm gonna simply add a button just like we have done right here. So I'll just take this button and paste it over here. Instead of this layout icon, I'm gonna add the stars icon over here. Instead of this industry insights, let's just say growth tools. And below this, let's add an icon for, indicating the chevron down key, indicating a drop down over here. So let's see. Yeah, that is exactly what we wanted. Let's create some gap between both of these. So over here in the div, we would need to give some class names. So I'm going to say display flex and items to be center so that they are vertically in between, and some space X to be 2 so that they have some space between them. And when the screen size is bigger, we will add space X to be 4. Yep, that is what we wanted. All right. So now over here for each and every one of these, I'm going to add a link tag, which will take us to that particular, growth tool, like for example, resume builder, cover letter builder, or, interview preparation page. Again, inside of the link tag, I'm going to have 2 things, one icon and the name of the growth tool. So over here, we're just going to get rid of this class name. Instead of this stars icon, I'm going to say file text icon. So import it from Lucid React, and I'll say build resume. Let's see if I click on it. Oh yeah, of course, this again needs the href tag, which will be /resume, and I'll give this the class name of displayFlex, items to be center, and some gap of 2 between them. So now we should see this. If I click on it, yep, build resume. Similarly, I'm gonna do for both of these as well. So let's just copy it up and paste it right over here, and then we will change it. For the cover letter, I'm gonna add a pen box icon, and for the interview prep page, we're going to add a graduation cap icon. So let's just import both of these. And now let's see. Yep, that is exactly what we want. Let's change the link. So for this one, I'll say AI cover letter. And for this, I'll just simply send it to the interview page. Okay. Now, after this, we need to display our, login button and user button. So let's move this back inside of over here, inside this div. And when the user is signed out, we don't want to show this sign in button. Instead, this will have some children inside of it where we will render the button from Shadcn UI. So I'll say sign in. Also, by the way, we want to differentiate between both of these variants, right? So for my dashboard or this industry insights, let's just say variant to be outline. And let's go back, and yep, that looks much better. And for this thing right here, okay, sign in button, I want this to have the variant of outline as well. So if I go now and try to log out, let's click on sign out over here. You can see just the sign in over here, and growth tool wise it's showing up over here. I think we need to move it inside of this signed in. So I'll just take this signed in from over here and put it right here. Now it should not show up, just the sign in button. Okay. Now for our user button over here, if we quickly go on and sign in again, there we go. We can see it is very small, right? The circle is very small. So we can customize it actually. Over here in the user button, we have a appearance prop. Inside of this, let's just say elements. We can choose the element, and we need to choose the avatar box, which will be width to be 10 and height to be 10. User button pop card is going to be shadow XL, and user preview main identifier is going to be font semi-bold. So you will see this will have some shadow and some font to be semi-bold. Okay. And we can also define when we click on sign out where this page goes, right? So for now, I'm going to keep it / only. If you want to keep it something else, I've kept it right here. Looks like this is deprecated, but don't worry, this will still continue to work. All right. Now let's try to click on this industry insights. We're going to click on it, and this will take us to the / dashboard page. And again, this page does not exist, but still we are logged in right now, right? If we log out, you're going to see it took us to the / page, right? That's fine. But now if I try to go to / dashboard page, it should not allow me to land over here because we are not logged in right now, right? Even though this page does not exist, it should route us to our home page, right? Or maybe our sign in page where we can sign in. So let's add this protection to our app. So I'll go to the middleware.js file, and over here on the top, I'm going to say const is protected route, and we can add the different routes that we want to add over here. So we'll import create route matcher. Inside this, we will give an array, and we can define all of our routes right over here. So our routes will be dashboard, resume, interview, AI cover letter, onboarding, right? All of these. And I've added dot asterisk over here. That means anything that comes after it will also be a private route. Okay, now after it, inside this export default clerk middleware, we're going to be adding a callback, and this will be an asynchronous callback, which will take the auth and the request object, and we will work with these to add the protection to our app. First of all, I'm going to say await auth, and this will give us our logged in user's ID. So const user ID. Then after it, right, that is user is not logged in right now, and is protected route, that is this thing right here, we're going to pass the current route. So I'll pass this request object. If request object does not contain any of these, then we will route them back to the login page, right? So I'll say await auth, and this will give us something which will be redirect to sign in. And we can simply take this, and in the next line, I'm going to say return redirect to sign in. That's it. We're going to call this function, and this will continue to work. This will reroute us back to the sign in page. And then in the end, I'm going to say return next response dot next. That is whatever comes next, we can continue our app after this. And make sure to import it from next/server. Okay, now let's try to do this again. If I try to go to /dashboard, you can see it sent us back to this sign in page. But wait, you might be thinking, what is this URL over here? This is a weird sign-in page, right? I want the sign-in page to be inside of my application and not go to some third-party URL, right? And that is exactly what we will be implementing next. But first, you can see our app is in dark mode, right? And this is light mode. I want this to be in dark mode as well. So what I'll do, I'll go to my layout.js, and in the clerk provider, I'm going to say appearance, and inside this, it takes a base theme, and this will basically be dark. So I think we need to import it or probably install it from some package. Let me just check inside of the clerk. Yep, this is what we want. npm install @clerk/themes. You can find it in the docs, right? So I'm gonna paste it right here, npm install @clerk/themes, and this will install it. And from here we can, get a lot of themes. Like for example, you can see we have different types of themes right here, and this is what I need. All right, so this has finished installing. Let's try to import it. Yep, from @clerk/themes. And now if I go back to my app, looks like it won't work on this page, but it will work on the component when we go on to add this sign-in component inside of our app, right? So, okay, let's try to do that. And how are we going to do that? We have to define the custom sign-in page for our application. And to do that, we have to go to the .env file, and we have to add 4 environment variables over here. Actually, 2 environment variables. Other 2 are going to be for something else. So first one will be next public clerk sign-in URL. This will define the sign-in URL for our app. And the second one will be sign up URL. Sign up, right? Now, what will happen when the user signs in or signs up? So I'll say next public clerk after sign-in URL to be /onboarding, and after sign up URL to be /onboarding as well. All right, now you're going to notice if I go back to my localhost 3000, I'm not dashboard, I mean just the localhost 3000. If I click on sign in button, this will take me to /sign-in, but this page does not exist. So what should we do? Inside of our app, now we are going to be creating a brand new route, right? And don't worry, I'll show you very soon the in-depth ways to create routes inside of our Next.js. But for now, just try to understand what I'm trying to do over here. If I want to create a new route, I have to create a new folder. That's all. If I, let's say, sign-in, this is now a new route inside of our application. Like if I say new file, page.jsx, and this is very important. You have to create a file called page.jsx for it to be recognized as a route. So I'll say page, and let's say sign in, right? Let's see. If I refresh this now, I think this is like behind our header right now. If I just remove my header from over here, let's get rid of this header. Yep, you can see the sign in is behind this header. Let's take care of this as well. We don't want things to be, overlapping our header. So what I'll do over here, I'll create a sign up folder over here as well. So sign dash up. And I want to provide some common styles to both of these. So what will I do? I want to group them somehow, right? And to group them, I'm going to create a new folder called auth. But this won't work, right? This will create a new route, and I don't want to nest another route like auth/signin. So what I'll do, I'll wrap it inside of parenthesis, and this will essentially ignore this folder as a route, right? So if I move both of them inside of it, now this won't be considered as a route right here. And I can provide it a layout.js file. And whatever we write inside of this file will directly affect both of these, right? So I'll say RAFCE, let's say auth layout, and I'll take the children over here and I'll render them right here. So these sign in and sign up will render right over here. And I can now provide some common styles. Like for example, I'll say class name, display flex, justify to be center, and padding top to be 40. Let's check it out. If I go back and refresh this, yep, you can see sign in right over here. Now instead of this sign in, I'm gonna display the clerk's sign in component, right? So if you go to the clerk's documentation, you will find that there's a convention on creating these sign in pages, right? What you have to do, you have to create this sign in route first. Then inside this, you have to create a new folder, which will contain a catch all route. And we will discuss what this catch all route is. Basically, you have to write 2 square brackets inside of it, ... sign dash in. And this is basically an optional route. If you have anything over here, it will catch it. Like for example, if you go back, you can see we have all of these options over here, right? So these are for clerk to be managed. So that's why you have to create this catch all route over here. And let's move this page.jsx inside of it. Move. Now inside this page.jsx, simply all we have to do is to import a sign in component from clerk. That is all. Let's get off this import React. And now let's see. Yep, you can see such a beautiful sign in form right here. And this is right inside of our application. If I go back and try to click on sign in, yep, you can see we are landing on the sign in page. Great. Let's do the same with our sign up page as well. So inside the sign up page, I'm going to get a new folder and I'll add a catch all route for sign dash up. Inside of this, I'm going to add this page.jsx file. So I'll create a new file, page.jsx, paste it. Instead of sign in, I'm going to say sign up, right? Let's remove this sign in over here. And let's see if I click on sign up, it should take me to sign up page. All right, we can, fill up this form and create a new user. All right, great. So we have successfully set up our user authentication. And now let's go on and connect our backend or, set up our database basically. So click the link in the description down below and you will land on Neon. And this is a PostgreSQL database. And you already know how important it is to be knowledgeable working with a PostgreSQL database, right? So I'll tell you everything about how you can get your database set up and also use it alongside with Prisma ORM, which again is a super trending technology nowadays, right? So click on get started and let's log in with Google. And we are in. Now we're going to create our project. So let's name our project Sensei. Database name, we can just keep it empty and click on create project. There we go. We are in. Let's go on and set up our database. So all we need to do, we need to go to this overview tab over here and this roles and databases and click on add role. Let's add role of roadside coder, that I'll be the one managing this database. Create. And then below it, we need to add our database, right? If you want, you can copy this password over here as well. Let's click on add database and let's name the database Sensei. And the owner will be roadside coder. Let's click on create. And yeah, with that, we have created our database successfully. Let's go to our dashboard over here. Let's choose the database and the owner, and we can simply copy this connection string from over here, right? And then go back to your app and inside of .env file, I'm going to create a database underscore URL equals, and I'll assign it right over here. So basically this connection string will enable us to connect our project and to communicate with NeonDB using something called as Prisma ORM, which I'll show you in just a moment. But let's go on and set up this service, which we will be using for managing our background jobs, like, fetching the industry insights every single week. So click the link in the description down below and you will land on Inngest. And click on sign in over here quickly. I'm going to sign in with Google. And there we go. We are in. Let's click on take me to onboarding. And you can see over here, they've given us this command. So just copy it up and go back to your terminal. Just run npm install Inngest first so that it installs the Inngest inside of our application. And then we can run npx ingest/cli at latest dev. Proceed. Yes. There we go. It has successfully ran Inngest on our local machine. And click on this localhost link right here. And there we go. Our Inngest server is running in our local host. Okay, so let me just open the Inngest docs over here real quick. So we have already ran this command right here and we can see our Inngest running. Now we have to create an Inngest client. And to do that, we have to do new Inngest and provide the ID of our app. Okay, so what I'll do, I'll go back and inside this lib folder over here, I'm going to be creating a new file and actually new folder for Inngest. And I'm going to be creating a new file called client.js. And inside this, I'm going to simply paste this code. So I'll just copy it and paste it right here, right? Let's name our app Sensei. And this will also take the name. So I'll just say Sensei, just like that. And this will take more things like, for example, later on, we will go on and configure our credentials for the Gemini API key, right? So yeah, we will come back to this later. Let's go to the docs and see what else. So now we have to set up this /API/ingest route inside of our application. Now, how does ingest actually works? So in Next.js, we have something called as this API folder, right? And inside this, we can, as the name suggests, build our APIs, right? It can be public API, it can be private API. So we have to build a public API for Inngest to connect to our application, right? So you can see, we just have to say /API/ingest. So I'm going to say new folder, ingest. And so that this API works, we have to create a route inside of it, route file. So I'll create a new file, route.js. Inside this route.js file, we have to add this code right here. So just copy it and paste it right over here. And also we're going to remove this because our Inngest client will be coming from @lib/ingest/client. So what is going on over here? So we have created this API with get, post, and put requests, and this serve function, which also comes from ingest/next. And now over here, we can define our functions, which will be running in the background. Let me show you how you can quickly go on and create the function. So over here, they've given this example in the code of a simple hello world function, right? Let me just copy it and explain you how this works. So let's say I'll go inside this ingest folder and create a new file called functions.js and paste it right here. Now, this function takes an ID of hello world and the event of test/hello.world. Now this event right here is something which will trigger this particular function over here, right? So this is very important. Over here, this first object takes more things. Like for example, if you want to add the retries, that is how many times this function will retry before it fails in the background. It also takes things like rate limiting, throttling, ability to batch the events, debouncing, and much more, right? So you can find all of these things in the official Inngest documentation and learn more about it. Okay, so now what we are doing inside of it, we're simply saying that make this function wait for 1 second. And then we will return a message called event.data.email, which will be provided by us, right? So this takes the event and the step. So ingest functions are executed in different steps over here, right? And over here, we just have added a step of sleep. So now if I just take this and where did it go? I'll go back to my route.ts and I can import this right here, right? So import hello world from ingest/functions. And now if I go back to over here in my development server, inside the app, you can see it has all auto-detected it. Inside of the functions, we can see this hello world function and we can manually invoke it from over here, right? Obviously inside of our app, we won't be manually invoking it. And you can see it's asking us for some data if we want to provide, let's say email, and let's say example@gmail.com. Click on invoke function. It will wait for 1 second. And yeah, you can see it has already completed the function and provided us this message, hello, whatever the email was. And you can see we have this wait a minute step run over here, right? We can see the data that we have sent to ingest. Yep, right here, email. So this is a very basic example of an ingest function. Again, we will be coming back to this and build our industry insights function, which will be fetched every single week, right? So let me just get rid of this for now. And we will come back to this very soon. And if you're someone who's preparing for front-end interviews, you can definitely go and check out my front-end interview preparation course. This is the only thing that you will ever need to prepare for your front-end interviews. And not only this, I've covered every single topic of React.js, like React Router DOM, Redux, all of the hooks, class-based component, function-based component React, even the performance optimization, which is asked from senior developers a lot, tons of machine coding questions as well. And obviously, in-depth interview preparation course on JavaScript as well. And not just this, along with this course, you get an active Discord community where you can ask your doubts whenever you get stuck, and we will be there to help you. So click the link in the description down below, because right now we're having the biggest sale of the year for a very limited time. So don't forget to check it out. Or you can also scan this QR code on your screen to go directly to the course page. And now let's go on and build our beautiful landing page right here. As I've already told you, having a beautiful landing page like this plays a huge role on if you'll be getting that call back from your recruiter or not, right? And you can see this looks super professional with all of this, grid background and everything, with all of the FAQs provided over here as well. So cool then. Let's get started. We have already imported this banner.jpg from my GitHub repository, which we will be needing while building our app, right? All right, so I've opened my page.js file over here. Let's remove everything inside of it. And let's see what are all the things that we will be adding inside of it. So first of all, obviously we have a hero section, this hero section right here. Then we will have the features section, the statistics, how it works, what our users say, and obviously frequently asked questions. Okay, so let's first add this background that you can see over here, right? This grid background to our app. So I'll go to my globals.css file, and right on the bottom, I'm going to create a class name called grid-background. Inside this, I'm going to add a position fixed, top to be 0, left to be 0, width and height to be 100% for our page, right? Because this is going to be fixed and will be inside whole of our app. Okay. So to create those lines, I'm going to be adding this background property over here of linear gradient. So basically what we will be doing, we will be creating a line of 1 pixel with the opacity of 10% or 0.1%, right? And it will go from left to right. Similarly, we will create another line or linear gradient, which will go from top to bottom, right? And we will do it with the gap of 50 pixels, right? So I'll say background size to be 50 pixel and 50 pixels. I'll say pointer events to none because we don't want to select it, and z index to be -1. So let's take this grid background and go back to this page.jsx. I'll add a div over here. Let's actually rename this file to page.jsx and give this the class name of grid background, and let's see. Yep, that is exactly what we wanted. Let's add a radial gradient over here, right? If you notice, this is fading on the sides, but it's visible in the middle. So I'll go back to globals.css, and below this, I'm going to say .grid background, and I'll add before pseudo element, and inside of it, let me just quickly get the styles and I'll explain you. So content is nothing. We don't want to display anything. The position is going to be absolute for this gradient. Top 0, left 0, width 100, and height 100%, right? That's like covering the whole page. But we're saying add a radial gradient property of circle and transparent, and it will be 9% opacity, right? So now you will see, yep, just like this. This is exactly what we wanted. And don't stress much about this. In real world, you will most probably be searching in ChatGPT or Google to find a property like this, right? You won't be having to create this from scratch anytime soon. All right, so coming back to this page.jsx, we will first be having the hero section. So right below it, I'll have a hero section component. Now, one thing that you need to understand in Next.js is there are two types of components. A server component and a client component. Like for example, this page, this does not have any flag on the top. So this is a server component. If I were to make this a client component, I would have to add use client. Now, what is the difference between both of these? So a client component can have logic like hooks, right? And which cannot work on our server, right? Which cannot work on our backend. So that's why we have to make them work in our front end, right? That's why they are client component. And the server component are basically those components which generally are rendered on a server and contains the information which is crucial for probably the SEO. Let's create this hero section component over here. So I'll get a new file called hero.jsx, RAFCE, hero section. Okay, let's import it right here, just like this. Now, over here, let's just wrap it in a section tag. And inside this, I'm gonna have a div, which will contain another div, which will have our H1. And we will simply say, your AI career coach for professional success. And this section right here will have class name of width full, some padding top of 36, so right we can see this. And in medium screens, like screens more than medium screens, we're gonna have padding top 48 and padding bottom to be 10. Let's see. Yep, this is what we wanted. Below this H1, we are also going to be having a paragraph tag which will say advance your career with personalized guidance, interview prep, and AI-powered tools for job success. Now, below this div over here, we will display the two buttons for getting started and watching the demo of this. So I'll have a div which will contain a link tag, which will contain a button from Shadcn UI, which will say get, and the link will have the href of /dashboard when we click on get started. Okay. For this button, let's just provide the size of large and class name of padding horizontal to be 8. Let's duplicate this link just like this. And if you have any demo video, you can add the link to it over here. I'm gonna simply add the link to my YouTube channel because that is the place where this tutorial exists. And this button will have the variant of outline. That's all. Let's see. Link is not defined. Okay, let's import link from next/link. And there we go. We can see it. Now, below it, we will add that banner image that we copied from GitHub, right? So below this div right here, I'm gonna have another div, which will contain another div, which will contain the image. And the reason why I'm creating two divs over here is because we will be adding the logic to this image right here. So if you notice, when we scroll down, see, it tilts forward, right? So this is the logic that we would be needing to add, and I'll show you how you can add that as well, right? So, but first of all, inside this image, I'll say src. Let me see if I have imported image from next/image. Yep. So src will be /banner.jpg. I'll provide it the resolution of 1280 to 720 and the alt tag of dashboard preview. Or, instead of that, let's just say banner sensei. Below it, I'm gonna have the class name of rounded large, shadow to be 2xl, and some border with margin horizontal to be auto. And let's just add the priority tag so that it loads first, right? Yeah, like this. All right, now that we have created the basic structure of our app, let's just add some stylings over here. First of all, this div, which contains both of these things, we will add some gap between them. So I'll say space Y to be 6 and text to be center. And for this particular div, I'm gonna say space Y to be 6 and margin horizontal to be auto. Let's see. Yep, that is what we want. Now, for this particular title, we will be adding some gradients and all, if you notice, just like this. And we will be using this gradient throughout our application. So we want to create a custom Tailwind style for this. So what I'll do, I'll go to globals.css. I'll say @layer utilities. And inside this, let's first create a gradient class. So I'll say gradient. Inside this, I'm going to say @apply. And I'm going to apply a background gradient. So I'll say bg gradient, which goes from top to bottom, right? So I'll say gradient to bottom. And we can assign either 2 colors or 3 colors. So I'm going to say from gray 400 via gray 200 to gray 600. If you want, you can remove this from the middle over here as well. But I want 3 different colors over here, right? Now, similarly, we can reuse this class over here. So I'll create a gradient title class over here or style over here. And I'll use the whatever's that we have added over here, gradient, font extra bold, tracking tighter, text transparent, background clip to be text, so that we can show this background and clip it inside of our text, just for our text, some padding bottom and some padding right? So we're just gonna take this gradient title and provide it to this H1. So I'll say class name to be gradient title. And now you will notice, which I don't think you can notice because we need to provide some size over here as well. So let me just add it. So over here, alongside it, I'm going to add text 5xl, font to be bold. In the bigger screen, text is going to be 6xl. In smaller screen, it's 5xl. And in the larger screens, it's going to be 7xl. And in the extra large screen, it will be 8xl. So we can customize every single aspect of our app using Tailwind CSS breakpoints, right? And of course, gradient title. So now if I go back, yep. This looks good. For our paragraph tag right here, let's come to over here and I'm going to say margin horizontal to auto, and max width is going to be 600 pixels so that we can break it down into 2 lines. Text muted to foreground so that it's a little bit lighter. And in the larger screens, I'll say text Excel. Okay, that looks much better. All right, now for both of these buttons right here, let's provide some gap between them. So I'll say for this div, I'll say display flex, justify center and space X to be 4, like that. Now for our image over here, we need to add that logic of so that, this image is tilted and when we scroll down, it's going to come forward and tilt to the normal size. So for this div, I'm going to be providing a custom class called hero image wrapper, some margin top of 5 in the smaller screens, and in the medium screens, it will be margin top of 0. Yep. We will be getting a reference to this div right here so that we can provide that logic. So for that, we will be using a use ref hook. So I'll say use ref and import it from React. And I'll show you what use ref exactly does. And we will take image ref over here. And now you will notice this will give us error because we are using hooks over here, right? So it will tell us to use this use client directive. So yep, let's just add it on the top. I'll add use client and this will continue to work just like this. Okay, so now what will we do with this image ref? We will take this and say ref equals image ref. Now through this image ref variable right here, we will get the access to this div's HTML, right? We can manipulate it and we can do whatever we want. And by the way, by default, we can keep it as null over here. And also let's give this the class name of hero image. Now what will we do? We will first of all take the use effect hook over here, right? Simple use effect hook, which will run when our component is loaded. We need 2 things over here. First of all, the scroll position where we are currently in our window, and the scroll threshold, that is after this has been crossed, we want to tilt it back, right? Tilt the image back. So first of all, to tilt the image back, we first have to tilt it, right? So we have already added these 2 classes, hero image wrapper and hero image. So let's go to our globals.css and add this. So over here, I'm gonna add .hero-image-wrapper. And here I'm gonna add a perspective class with 1000 pixels. So now you will see nothing will happen because we have added this perspective property over here, but we have to rotate it now. So now I'll say .hero-image transform rotate X by 15 degrees and scale is going to be 1. Now let's see. Yeah, you can see now it has been rotated. But if we were not to add this perspective style, notice what will happen. See, it wouldn't work, right? So we have to add this perspective for this transform to work. And when we perform the transform, I want the transition of 0.5 seconds, right? So that it eases out with the transform. And we also need to tell will change to be transform, right? So this provides a rendering hint to the user agent stating what kind of changes the author expect to be performed on an element, right? So we're just adding transform animation. That's why we have added it over here. Now, when we want to put it back to normal, we are going to trigger another class like over here. So I'm going to say scrolled, right? So this will simply have this transform actually. So I'll just duplicate it and I'll put it right here. But instead of 15 degrees, it will be 0 degrees, scale to be 1, and translate Y to be 40 pixels. I want to shift it a little bit, right? That's all we need to do. We just have to add this scrolled class now programmatically. So now in the use effect hook, I'm going to say this. I'll say if scroll position is more than the threshold position, right? We have crossed this 100 pixels of threshold. Then first of all, I'll get reference to this image ref over here. So I'll say on the top over here, const image element equals image ref dot current. Now we have the access to it. So I'll take this image element. I'll say image element dot class list, and I'll add the class of scrolled. And yeah, we need to wrap whole of this code inside of a function. So I'll say handle scroll so that we can, check the scroll position. So I'll add a arrow function over here, wrap this whole thing inside of it. And then after this, I'll say window dot add event listener, and I'll add the scroll event inside of it, which will trigger the handle scroll. So now if I check, if I scroll down, yep, you can see it comes back to normal. Amazing. And also we need to remove the event, right? When the component is unmounted. So I'll say return window.remove event listener scroll handle scroll. And even though it is working, but let's just add the else condition over here as well. Else I'm going to say remove the scroll if the threshold is not less than that. Right. So let's see. Yep. Amazing. This is working flawlessly. Great. So now that we have created our hero section, let's move forward to this features section over here. So I'll go back to my page.jsx, and below this hero section, I'm going to have another section right here for the features. So I'll add a div and a h2 tag, which will say powerful features for your career growth. Okay. Now to render all of these features right here, we would need all of this data, right? And all of this data over here as well. So if you want, you can create your own data, or what you can do, I have added this data inside of my GitHub repo. So inside of this data folder over here, you can find these 4 files: FAQ, features, industries, and testimonials. Make sure to download all these 4 files, right? So let me just do that real quick. All right, I have downloaded them and put them inside of this data folder right here, right? Don't worry about it right now. We're going to be using one by one. So first of all, we would be needing this features, and simply what we're doing over here is we have the icon, title, and description. These 3 are what we will be rendering over here, right? And we will be mapping through this features array. So I'll go to page.jsx, and after this h2, I'm going to have another div which will render my features. So features.map, and we will take each and every feature and the index. And inside this, we will render all of these features inside of a Shadcn UI card. So how do we create a card in Shadcn UI? Let's see. I'm back in this documentation, and over here in the card, yep, this is what we want. So let's just copy this code right here, and I'm going to say return and paste it over here. Okay. We won't be needing this card header, so let me just get rid of it and import this card content, and card footer as well. I don't think we will be needing it. This is all we need. First of all, inside this card content, I'm going to have a div right here, which will render the feature.icon. And I'm also going to be having a h3 tag, which will render the feature.title, and then a paragraph tag, which will render the feature.description. Let's save this and see if we can see anything over here. Features is not defined. Okay, we need to import it just like this from data folder. And if we scroll down, yep, that is what we want. Let's just go on and style it. First of all, for this parent section right here, I'm going to say class name to be width full, padding vertical to be 12. In the bigger screens, padding vertical is going to be 24. And in the larger screens, it's going to be 32. And background is going to be this BG background color from Shadcn UI, right? So let's see. Yep, we have some gap between them. And yeah, it gives us this error. Each child in a list should have a unique key prop. So that is what we have to add over here in the card. I'll say key to be index. Okay. Now for this div right here, I'm going to say class name to be container, margin horizontal to be auto, some padding horizontal to be 4, and in the bigger screens, it will be px to be 6. For this h2, I'm going to say text to be 3xl. Font is going to be bold, and tracking title so that the words are a little bit closer to each other. Text is going to be center, and margin bottom to be 12. So yep, that is what we can see over here. And now for this div, we will be giving a display grid right here, right? So I'll say class name to be display grid. In the smaller screen, the columns will be 1, medium screen, columns will be 2, and larger screens, columns will be 4. We can see all of them, right? So gap is going to be 6 between them, and max width is going to be 6xl. And they will be in the middle, so I'll add margin horizontal to be auto, just like this. Let's just add some styling to each and every card. So for this card right here, I'm gonna say border to be 2. When we hover on it, border is going to be primary color. That is, we can see the border around them. Transition color, so that when we hover on it, we can see the colors transition, and 300 milliseconds is going to be the duration. So if I hover on it, yep, just like this. Now for each and every card content over here, I'm going to be saying padding top to be 6, some text center, display flex and flex to be column so that they are on top to bottom over here, and items to be center horizontally. For this internal div, I'm going to be saying display flex, flex to be column, items to be center, and justify to be center so that you can see everything is in the very middle. Now for each and every one of them, first of all, for the h3 tag, I'm going to be saying The class name is going to be text Excel and font bold and margin bottom to be 2 so that there's some gap between these. And I'll make this paragraph a little bit muted color. So I'll say text muted foreground. So like this. Now we can clearly see them right here. All right, now after it, we want this feature right here, this statistics feature, right? So let's build that section. So over here below this section, you know what, let me just copy this section up from over here and paste it right here. And let me remove these features from here. Let's also get rid of this H2 right here. Instead of BG background, I'm going to say BG muted, muted to be 50 opacity. Padding vertical to be 32. Let's just remove this in the larger screens. I think this should be enough. And over here, inside this div, we can add 4 different stats. Now, when I was building this app, I had written the HTML for it and I forgot to create the separate data for it. So let me just bring this in. It would look something like this. So for each and every div, we're going to have the stat and the subtitle for it, right? Like 50 plus industries covered. We're adding display flex and flex columns so that these are on top to bottom. Item center and justify center so that they are on the middle. And space Y to be 2 so that we have some gap between them, right? And simply for 50 plus, we will have text 4XL and font bold. And this one will be muted. And similarly, we will have 3 more stats over here, which again, if you want, you can create your own or you can copy just like I've written, like 1000 plus interview questions, 95% success rate, 24/7 AI support, right? So let's see. If we scroll down, yep, that is what we want. All right. So after this section, you know what, one thing, but while creating a landing page, I would say the development is the easier part. The main thing is to understand how you can create the design, right? And what are all the elements that you can, separate elements that you can create to build an app like this. So you can use, there are a variety of websites available like Behance and Dribbble, which we can go and take the inspiration of design from, right? Just don't copy it, take some inspiration and add something on your own as well. So below this section, let's just again, so this is going to be pretty similar to this feature section, right? So I'm going to take this section and copy it right here. And on the top, instead of this, we can write how it works. And we can also add a paragraph tag over here, which will say 4 simple steps to accelerate your career growth. And you know what, let's just wrap this whole thing inside of a div so that this is separate from the below section. And let's remove all of this. And I'm going to say margin bottom to be 4. And for this div over here, I'm going to say text to be center, max width to be 3XL, and some margin horizontal to be auto and margin bottom to be 12. So let's see if I go down. Yep, we can see this. We just need to change this thing right here. And let's remove everything inside of over here in this features.map. Instead of this, I'll take the how it works and make sure to import it that we copied inside this data folder over here, right? How it works.js. I'll take each and every item and the index. So I'll take each div over here. And actually, since there are, I think, how many items are there? So there are 4 actually. I think we don't need to change this grid over here. So inside this div, I'm gonna simply render my item.icon and let's see how it looks. If we scroll down, okay, we need to add a key prop as well. So key to be index. And for this div, let's just add a class name of width 16, height 16, rounded to be full. Background color is going to be primary with 10% opacity. Flex and items to be center, justify center. And now if we see, yep, we can see it right here, but we cannot see the icon over here. So what did I do wrong? It should be icon with the capital I. No, I think it should be small I over here. That's better. Now if I see, yep, we can see the icons. Let's get this div, some class name of display flex, flex to be columns, items to be center, text to be center, and space Y to be 4 so that these are in the middle. Yeah, that looks good. Now below this div, I'm going to have the H3 and the paragraph tag as well, which will contain item.title and item.description, which will be a font semi-bold and text to be Excel. And again, paragraph is going to be muted, just like what we've been doing up until this point, right? Just like this. Great. After this, what do we have? We have what our users say, right? Again, this will be very similar to how we have been creating this featured section, right? So I'll just copy this featured section over here again and go down after this section and I'll paste it right here, right? First of all, over here, I'm going to simply say what our users say. And instead of this features, I'm going to be mapping my testimonial, right? So I'll say testimonial I'll take one single testimonial over here. For this card, simply I'll say background is going to be this background color that we have defined, like that Shadcn UI has defined. Now inside this card content, let me just remove everything and write it from scratch. But first of all, let's see if we can see anything over here. Yep, what our users say with 3 cards of our testimonial. Let's just first give this card content just the class name of padding top to be 6. Now inside this card component over here, I'm gonna have a div, and let's plan how we're gonna be building this. So if you see over here, we have this div first, and then we have this div for containing this block code, right? So inside this div, I'm gonna have first div for that one, and then we will have a block code for our code, right? And then inside this div, we're gonna have 2 things. First the image, and then the information about the user, right? So I'll have a div for the image, and then another div for the info about the user. So first of all, for the image, so I'll add a image tag over here, import it from next/image, and inside this, I'm gonna have the src of testimonial.image, width and height of 40, and alt tag of testimonial.author. Let's see. If I go back to our app, okay, so we're using this random user.me over here, right? If you go to the data, we're using this image with random user.me API. So we need to add this to next.config.mjs. We need to tell Next.js that we are using this. So inside this, I'm gonna say images and remote pattern. I'll say protocol HTTPS and hostname to be random user.me. So let's see now. If I refresh this, let's scroll down. Okay, we cannot see the image yet. Yeah, now we can see. Great. Let's add the class name of rounded full object cover, border to be 2, and like border color to be primary, and 20 opacity. So let's see. Yep, like that. Now after this, inside of this div over here, we're gonna have 3 paragraph tags. First one will have testimonial author, testimonial role, and testimonial.company, right? This will be semi-bold. This will be text small, both of them, and this will be muted, and this will be text primary color. So let's see. Yep, that is what we want. And for both of these, for this parent div over here, I'm gonna give the class name of display flex, items to be center, and space x to be 4. Let's see now. Oh, sorry, I had to give this class name over here, not there. And now let's see. Yeah, that's better. For this image div, I'm gonna give the class name of relative, height and width to be 12, and flex shrink to be 0. So yeah, it will take the space available to it. For this parent div right here, I'm gonna give the class name of display flex column, because the block code will be in the bottom of it, right? In like below it, and space y to be 4, like this. Okay. Now you can't see much over here right now. But for this parent div of this testimonial.map, let's see. Okay, I've given grid columns 2, and over here, I think it should be grid columns 3, because we just have 3 items over here, right? So let me just remove it, and let's add gap of 8 between them. And yeah, now we should see them in the middle. Yep, something like that. Okay, so now let's work on this block code. So here, simply, let me just bring in the code real quick. We will just have a paragraph tag, which will say text muted foreground, and it will be italic since this is a quote, right? And position relative. Inside this, we will first add this quote, right? Double inverted commas. So to write that, you can write something like this, and we will just style them. Text 3xl, text primary, and position will be absolute, minus top 4 and minus left to be 2. Similarly for this one as well, minus bottom to be 4. And then we'll simply insert our testimonial quote between them, like which looks something like this, right? So yeah, let's see. Yeah, that's exactly what we wanted in the italics as well. And let's just add some background to this. So what I'll say, background muted to be 50 over here. Okay, yeah, that looks much better. Now I think the only thing remaining is frequently asked questions and this CTA at the bottom. Let's just build it real quick. This will be very easy, just like what we've been doing up until now. Let me just copy this section above it, this how it works section, and let me just paste it right after it. Let me just get rid of everything inside this map, because we will be mapping through the FAQs over here. This won't be a grid. So let me just remove everything over here, like apart from these 2 things. On the top, instead of how it works, I'm going to say frequently asked questions. And instead of this paragraph, I'm going to say find answers to most common questions about our platform. Let's see. Okay, yeah, let's just render the FAQs real quick. So we have created this FAQs data of question and answer over here. So inside this, I'm going to say return, and I'm going to return a accordion actually over here, not accordion item. We will wrap this with the accordion. So let me show you. So if I go back to Shadcn UI, we have this accordion component right here, just like this. And to use it, this is the code. I'm going to take it and paste it right below it. And we will take the accordion item. And first of all, let me just wrap this with the accordion. And over here is what we will be returning, the accordion item. Right, let's go back and see. Accordion is not defined, obviously. We have not imported it. So let's import accordion from /UI folder. Accordion trigger, accordion content. All of this has been imported, I guess. Let's see. Yep. But obviously, we have to provide the key as well, right? And also it takes this value right here. So I'll say key to be index and value to be item and whatever the index of that item is, right? So now we can access every single separately. And instead of this, we will add the dynamic value, that is FAQ.question. And over here as well, FAQ.answer. Let's make it full width. So I'll say class name to be width full. So page crashed. Let me just reload it. FAQ is not defined. Oh, sorry, FAQ over here, not the item. Yep, just like this. This is exactly what we wanted. The most asked questions about our app. And then in the end, we want to have this beautiful CTA, right? Which most of the SaaS companies nowadays have to make the conversion even better. So again, let me just duplicate this section. I'm going to copy it and paste it right here. We won't be needing this accordion now. Let's get rid of this div altogether. For this H2, I'm going to say ready to accelerate your career. And for this paragraph, I'm going to say join thousands of professionals who are advancing their career with AI-powered guidance. Now, obviously, we will be changing these styles a little bit. So instead of this section over here, I'm going to say width to be full. Instead of this div, I'm going to be saying margin horizontal to be auto, padding vertical to be 24, some gradient. So if you remember, we created the gradient Tailwind CSS class, right? So we will be using over here for our background color, and rounded to be large. So let's see. Yep, something like this. We have to enhance a little bit more. For this div over here, I'm going to be saying display flex column, so that we are aligning them from top to bottom. Items to be center, justify center so that they are in the middle. Space Y to be 4 between them. Text to be center, and maximum width is going to be 3 XL, which is around 768 pixel, right? And obviously we want them in the center, so margin horizontal to be auto. For this H2 tag, I'm going to be saying in the smaller screens 3 XL, some font bold and tracking tighter so that texts are closer to each other. Text color to be primary foreground. In the smaller screens, it will be text 4 XL size and medium screen 5 XL. So let's see. Yep, that is what we wanted. Let's do the same for the paragraph tag as well. So margin horizontal to be auto, and max width is going to be 600 pixels. Text primary foreground but with 80% opacity, and in the medium screens, text XL like this. Now in the bottom below this P tag, I'm going to be simply having a link tag which will take us to the /dashboard page, a button with size large, variant secondary, and class name to be height 11, margin top to be 5, and it will bounce, right? This is a native Tailwind class of animate bounce. And I'm going to simply say start your journey today, and I'm going to add a arrow right icon which will come from Lucid React. So link is not defined. Let's import link from next/link. Let's see. Yep, there we go. This is exactly what we wanted. Amazing. So we have successfully completed our landing page. Pat your back. Now let's go on and dive into juicy stuff, that is designing our database, right? Designing the tables inside of our database using Prisma. So first of all, let's just first go on and install Prisma inside of your app. And then what we will do, we will go on and design our database. So I'll say npm install -d Prisma. So let me show you what Prisma is all about. So if you just Google Prisma right here, just open it up. And in the documentation, let's see this example right here of create. Right, like if you were to create something using a SQL query, it will be super long, right? Like insert into this table, blah, 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 blah. It will be a headache. But Prisma makes it super easy. Like you can see Prisma, and let's say if we want to insert into user table, .user.create, and simply providing our data right here. Super easy. So the Prisma has been installed. I'm gonna say npx Prisma init, and it will initialize our project with Prisma over here. So you're gonna notice it has created this Prisma folder with schema.prisma, and this is the place where we will be creating our tables. And you can see it has picked up this database URL that we have added inside of the .env file, and it will use it to connect to our PostgreSQL database. So this is how our database will look like. So first of all, we have a user table where we will be storing all of the information of the user. Now you might be thinking we are already using Clerk for storing the user info, right? But we will also be storing a copy of that information inside of our database along with few more things like industry, bio, experience, skills, etc., right? So that we can access all of these details fast and we can query the other tables along with the user table faster. All right, so as you can see, we'll be storing the ID, like obviously this ID will be generated, but we will be storing the Clerk user ID over here, and the email, the name, the image URL, and the industry. So this industry will be a foreign key to this industry table right here. We'll come back to this. Apart from that, we will obviously have a created at and updated at that we generally do in a database table. Then we will have the bio of the user. So bio, experience, and skills. These are the three questions that we will be asking the user when user is on the onboarding screen, right? So we will also be asking their, industry. So we will have two, categories for this. One, like the first category will be for selecting the industry, like for example tech, finance, etc., etc., and then this sub industry, like for example in tech, are you in data science, front end development, back end development, etc., right? So that is what we will be storing over here in this industry table, and we will be generating the industry insights and storing them right here. And as I already showed you in the intro, that we will be updating this particular information every single week, right? So for example, if there are two users who are in tech and they are front-end developers, this information will be updated for both of them, right? Along with the salary ranges, the growth rate, demand level, what are all the top skills that they can learn, how does the market look like in the future, right? Key trends, what are the recommended skills that they should be learning, right? So this is the whole package that is being provided to the user in terms of the insights when it comes to their industry. Okay, so that's that. Apart from that, the user table is connected to these three things. These three AI tools that we have inside of our app, right? First one, let's start with the resume, right? So we can build our resume. We will store the markdown of the resume over here in the content. If we want, we can generate an ATS score over here. I've just kept this field over here, even though this is not the part of our application, so that if later on we decide to add this feature, we can add this feature right here, right? But right now it's not our priority because we are just generating the resume. And alongside it, we can also provide user the feedback on this, right? So if you want, you can ignore these two fields over here as well, right? The major field over here is this user ID that this belongs to, and the content, that is what is the markdown content inside this resume. And again, the updated at and created at. Now, we will also, user will also be taking the mock interview inside of our application. So we'll be taking, we can configure it. We can ask them 5 questions, 10 questions, etc., right? So we'll be storing information about every single assessment, like what are all the questions that were involved in that particular assignment along with the answers. What category does it belongs to? The score of that particular quiz. If user gave any wrong answers, we can provide them an AI generated improvement tip over here as well. And of course, the user ID as well, right? Apart from that, when it comes to generating a cover letter, we will have the user ID, the content of that cover letter that is generated, right? The job description from which this was generated, the name of the company, the job title. So basically these 3 things are the ones that we will be using to generate our cover letter, right? So yeah, this is the basic structure of our database. Now let's go on back to our code and let's design all of these database models inside of our schema.prisma file right here. So to create a model, we have to say model and the name of that model, like for example, in this case, user, right? So what were the things that we discussed? First of all, it was the ID, which will be generated automatically. So let's say string. And if we want, we can provide it some default value as well, which we will do it over here. So I'll say this is an ID. You can read the description about it, right? Defines a single field ID on the model. And then I'm going to say at default, and we can provide the type of ID this will be. So I'll say UUID. So it generates a global unique identifier based on the UUID spec. Apart from that, we will also have the clerk user ID, as I already showed you, which will be unique. We will have the email, name, the image URL of the user, and name and image URL I'm keeping optional over here. Then I'm gonna have the industry, which will be a string. And as I already showed you, let's say user belong in the tech software engine, like software development industry, right? So we will combine both of them, that user belong from tech, and inside of this, we will have the software development. Then after this, we want to connect this industry to the industry table, right? So we will be creating a industry table over here as well. So I'll say industry insights, and obviously we'll come back to this later. But over here, I'm going to say industry insights is going to be the type of industry insights table. And then we will define the relation between this user table and industry table. So inside the industry table, we have a field called industry, if you remember, this thing right here. And we will be connecting this to the industry field inside of the user table, that is this field right here. Then after that, we will obviously have the created at and updated at fields as well. Okay. Then on the onboarding screen, we will ask user some questions, right? So I'm going to say profile fields, and I'll add bio, which will be type of string, experience, which will be of type integer, and the skills, which will be array of skills, right, or string. Then after that, we will also store the user's resume and the assignments that they have attempted. First of all, the assessments, the resume, and the cover letter. And obviously, these three will be related to the separate table that we will be creating. So let me just create it real quick over here. I'll say model assessment. Let me duplicate it twice. I'll say model resume and model cover letter. So each user can have more than one cover letter and more than one assignment, but a user can only have one single resume. All right. So let's check this assignments or the assignment table, right? So let me just bring it real quick and then I'll explain you what's going on over here. So obviously in the assignments table, we will have the ID, the user ID that this belongs to, and then we will define the relation between both of the table. So since this is a foreign key, I'm going to say inside of this table, we have user ID, fields user ID, which references the ID of this user table, that is this particular ID of the user table, which we are storing right here. Then we will obviously store the quiz score that we got after attempting the quiz, the question. So this basically be a JSON. So it will contain the question, answer, the user's answer, and what is the correct answer, right? So all of these information that we'll be storing over here. We will have the category of that quiz, that is if it's a technical quiz, behavioral quiz, etc. What is the AI generated improvement for that particular quiz, if any? So this is optional, and obviously created at and updated at. And then we are saying that index this table with the user ID so that this remains unique. Then comes resume. Again, very similar to what we have already seen. ID, the user ID, and we are referencing the user table over here. The content, which will contain the markdown of the resume. We can, if you want, you can skip both of these, right? As I already mentioned. I've just kept it so that later on, if I want to update something inside this project, I can add the ATS score feature over here as well. Right, so you can remove that, and then we have created at and updated at over here as well. Right, when it comes to cover letter, we will have the ID, the user ID, again referencing that user table, the content of the markdown content of that cover letter, the job description from which this was created, company name, job title, and obviously created at and updated at. And again, we are indexing this with the user ID. Now let's see the industry insights. This is quite complex. First of all, obviously, we will have two things over here, right? The ID of that particular table and the industry, that the unique industry, like as already gave you the example, tech software development, right? Then we will have the list of all of the users in the industry. So we will write them just like this. Then after this, we will have more things like salary ranges, which we will get in this particular format. We will get the role that this industry has, like for example, data scientist or backend developer, then what is the minimum and the maximum salary, and what is the average salary. So let me show you something like this. So over here, you can see we have multiple different information about that particular industry, right? Mobile app developer, DevOps engineer, backend developer, etc. Then we have the growth rate, demand level, and the top skills, right? So again, you can see the growth rate, the demand level, and the top skills over here, right? This will be an array, so I've added string array. Growth level will be in the float format. Then next, we will have the current market conditions, right? And what are the key trends right now? So this can be positive, neutral, or negative. Key trends can be array of current industry trends. Then we have the array of recommended skills and last updated and the next update that will be happening for this, right? So which will be next weekend. So also you can see we have a lot of these enums over here, right? That this should only have these many values. This should only contain these many values, right? I mean, either of these values. So let's create the enum for this. So for demand level and market outlook, I'm going to say enum demand level and I'll say high, medium, low, and market outlook can be positive, neutral, or negative, right? So I can just take this and provide it right here. And same for market outlook as well over here, right? This is much more better and much more robust. And yeah, I think that should be it. Let's just open our terminal. And I think there's some error over here. So industry insight, I think that should be it, not insights. And now we have to say npx prisma migrate dev, and we have to provide the commit message, which let's say create models, and press enter. So what this will do, it will push all of these schemas to our database, that is our Neon database, and we can see it right there. So let's just open the Neon database. There we go. This is pushed. And now if we go back to this tables tab inside of our database, let's just select Sensei and let's see. Yep, you can see all of these tables have been created successfully. Amazing. So now what I want to do, first thing first, let's just store our user inside of our database, right? So to query Prisma inside of our app, I'll be creating a file over here in this lib folder. I'll say new file and I'll name it prisma.js. And inside of it, I'm going to say export const db equals new Prisma client. And let's import it from @prisma/client. Now, if we were to use this new Prisma client to query our database, every time the Next.js uses hot reloading, that is, it refreshes our app, it will create a brand new Prisma client over here as well. So we don't want that, right? So what we want to do, we want to store it inside of our global variable. So I'm going to say if process.env.node_env is not equals to production, right? So I'm going to say if we are not on production, that is we are on the development, I'm going to say global this.prisma equals db. And every time we export this, I'm going to say global this.prisma. If this exists, then take it, else we will take the new Prisma client. All right, let me just add a small explanation over here for you guys so you can refer it later on. Cool then. So now to store our user inside of our database, I want to run that function every single time my app runs, right? We have to check if the user is added inside of our database or not. So what I'll do, I'll create a new file over here called checkuser.js. I'm going to say export const check user equals async, and this will be an arrow function. And inside of this, now we will first check if the user is logged in or not. So we will take this current user from @clerk/nextjs/server. Make sure to import it from this only, right? So we will take this and then we will check if user is there or not. So I'm going to say if user is not there, then return null. Now we will try to query our database. So I'll have a try catch block over here. Inside this, I'm going to say await db and import that db that we just now created dot user. So we're going inside the user table, and then I'm going to say find unique. We want to find one single database, which we want to find one single entry, which is unique to, particular user's ID. So we have already, we will be storing clerk user ID, right? I've already showed you that. So I'm going to say where the clerk user ID is equals to user.id, the user ID that we got from this object, user object over here, right? And then we will store it inside of the logged in user. So basically we are checking if the user is already stored inside of our database or not. So if it is, if the user is stored here inside of our database, then we will simply return the logged in user and we don't have to do anything, right? But if user is not stored inside of our database, then we do need to store it. So I'm going to say const name equals user.firstname space user.lastname. And then to create this inside of our database, let me just copy this whole thing up and paste it right here. Instead of logged in user, I'm going to say new user, and I'll say db.user.create. Instead of this where, I'm going to provide the data that I'm supposed to store. So data will be clerk user ID, which will be user.id, the name of the user that we just now created, the image URL, which will be user.image URL, and the email, right? So user.email addresses, user can have more than one email in Clerk, but we will just take the first email address and we will store that inside of our database. And then we will simply take this new user and return it. So return new user over here. That's all. And in the console, like in the catch block, I'm gonna say console log and log the error dot message over here. That is all we need to do, right? Now we will just take this check user. We will go to our header component and making sure this is a server component, and let me just get rid of these. Yeah, and this should be an asynchronous function since this is a server component, and I'll say await check user right here. Every single time we land on our app, we will check if the user is part of our database or not. So import this check user, and if they are, it will simply return it from over here, else it will create it. Let's go on and check it out. So now let's go on and sign in, continue with Google, and we are in. This should have pushed the user inside of our database. Let's see. If I refresh this user table over here, there we go. We have the user information inside of our database along with the email, name, image URL, and all of these things. Obviously, the industry is empty right now. And we can also see all the tables that our user table is connected to over here. But we cannot see anything since we don't have any data on them right now. Cool then. Let's go on and create our onboarding page. But before that, I want to explain to you guys how routing works in Next.js. So, as I already told you guys, for every single route that we create, like for example, over here in the auth, we have this layout.js file, right? So we can have a layout.js file and we can also have a page.js file. And page.jsx is what makes a route possible, right? So for example, for the internal routes of our app, we will have the main folder, right? So I'm gonna group them in the main folder. And obviously this is optional. You can do it without this main folder as well. But since we want a consistent layout for our application, we will be creating a layout.js file over here, which will wrap all of the routes inside of our main file, a main folder. Like for example, I'm going to be creating a new folder for onboarding over here. And inside this, we will have a page.jsx file. Let's say RAFCE onboarding page, right? Simple as that. And in the layout.js, I'll say RAFCE. If I want this onboarding to fall under this layout, I want to create it inside of this main folder, right? So I'm going to say main layout, and then I'm going to take the children over here that we'll be rendering. So I'll be rendering these children right here. And then if I want, I can provide them some global styles just for this routes that fall under this main folder, right? So I'll say class name to be a container, MX auto so that they are in the very middle, some margin top to be 24 so that our header does not overlaps them, and some margin bottom to be 20. And also, since all of these are protected routes, right? I'm going to be adding the logic over here so that when the user is already onboarded, we will check if we will land on the onboarding page, and then we will check if the onboarding process already completed, then we don't need to do it again, right? So we will redirect user after onboarding, right? We will come back to this later on. But first, so what are the different types of routes in Next.js? Let's actually go to Next.js's documentation. So I'm going to say nextjs.org. Let's go to docs. And over here, we have this project structure page over here, right? Okay, so let's see. So since we are using app router, we are inside this app folder, right? And there's something called as pages router as well, which is old Next.js, right? So we don't need to worry about that. So if we come down, you can see it is explaining all of the different files that we have inside of our folder. And yeah, this is the main thing. So we have a layout file and the page file. We can also have files like loading, not found page, right? The error page for each and every single route. We can also have the nested routes, right? Like for example, if you have created a onboarding page, like if I show you inside of our deployed app, we have the interview prep, right? So it will be /interview. So this can be a page in itself, but if you click on start new quiz, you can notice it goes to /interview /mock, right? So this will be a nested page. So let me just create it. I'm going to say new folder, interview, and it can also have a new folder, mock, right? So this will be a page now. So I'm going to create a new file, page.jsx. RAFCE. I'm going to say mock interview page, and this should open that. And we can also create a page file inside of this interview folder. So I'll say page.jsx, and let me just copy this whole thing up over here. And simply, instead of mock interview, I'll just say interview page. Notice this is a route on its own, right, with the page.jsx, and this mock is also a separate route, right? Okay. Apart from this, we can have dynamic route segments over here as well, right? So what is a dynamic route? If I go back to the app and let's go to the cover letter. So you can see we have different cover letters over here, right? Like we can have the list of cover letters. So I've created this one cover letter. So this is AI-cover-letter. If I click on this job, like over here in this I button, it will take me to one single cover letter. So you can see this is an ID over here, right? So this is going to be dynamic every single time. So we have to create a dynamic route over here as well. So how do we create a dynamic route? Let's create a route called AI cover letter. And then inside of it, if I want to create a dynamic route, I have to wrap them inside this square brackets and let's say ID, right? So this will be a dynamic route. I can create a new file called page.jsx over here. Let me just add the same code and I'm just going to simply say cover letter. And now inside of it, we can access that particular ID by saying params. And let's just console log params.id over here. Or you know what? I'll just display them right here. I think we need to do a wait params.id and const id equals this. And this should be an asynchronous component if you want to do this. Let's take the ID and I'll say cover letter : ID right here. Right, so this can be a page on its own. We can also create this AI cover letter page. So I'll say page.jsx over here, RAFCE, AI cover letters page. Right, so this can be a separate page on its own. Let's try it out. So if I go back and I'll say AI cover letter, you're going to notice. See, we are on this AI cover letters page. And if I try to go to some gibberish over here and press enter, you will see we will go to that particular cover letter page. So cover letter and the ID that has been entered on this URL right here. Apart from that, we have this catch all route, right? Which, like, for example, if you were to enter, like, let me show you, if I click on it, see, we have /shop, /a, /b, /c, right? We can have multiple different routes after it, but we don't know how many routes are going to be there, right? So that is where we create this catch all route so that it can catch all of the routes after this particular thing, like after whatever this written before this catch all route, right? So we're not going to be needing that. You've already seen the optional catch all route. So this thing right here that we used in Clerk, right? So over here, so this is actually optional. We don't need to provide anything over here and it will still work fine. Then we will have these grouping conventions that I already showed you. We created the auth folder, the main folder, right, for grouping the routes. But in this case, Next.js ignores this and goes inside of it. But if we create a folder with, let's say, underscore folder, right, Next.js will completely ignore this folder and everything inside of it. So the best way to use this is by creating a components folder, right? Like, for example, if we are going to be working on the industry insights, right? So let's say if I create a new folder called dashboard, we will have a page.jsx file over here, like RAFCE. I'm going to say industry insights page. And then if you want to use any components over here, I'm going to create a new folder called _components. And everything inside of it, along with this folder, will be ignored and will not be considered as a route. And then we have more types of routes like parallel and intercepted routes, metafile conventions, right? So we don't need to worry about all of these things. This is the major things that we need to worry about for this particular project, right? Let me show you how you can create a not found page. So currently we have a default not found page, right? Like if I go to some gibberish over here, it will show us not found. Yep, you can see 404 page cannot be found. But if you were to create our own not found page, so over here inside this app folder, you can create a new file called not-found, and it has to be exactly called this notfound.jsx. And you can create anything over here. Let me just give you a quick example. This does not really matter. So I've created this not found page over here with simple h1 of 404, h2 of page not found. And then I've written a message over here. Oops, the page you were looking for does not exist or has been moved. And then I have a return home button over here, which will take me to the home page, right? Simple. And I've given this gradient title. If you remember, we created this some time ago, our custom title. So if I go back now, you can see this looks much more beautiful, right? So it's a custom 404 page. If you don't want to create it, that's fine. Next.js is anyways handling it by a default 404 page. All right, then let's go on and start working on our onboarding page. So if I go to /onboarding, we will just see this onboarding page message over here. So now if I go back over here inside of the main folder, we have this onboarding page.jsx. And over here, first of all, we will check if the user is already onboarded. If they are, we will redirect them to the dashboard page. And I showed you we have added this condition over here in the layout.js, right? So over here, basically, we will say redirect to onboarding. If user is not onboarded, then we will redirect them to onboarding. But if they are already onboarded, then the onboarding page will send them back. So we will come back to this logic. But over here, instead of this div, I'm going to have a main tag. And inside of this, I will be rendering my onboarding form. So I'll say onboarding form. So the reason why I've created a separate component over here is because this is going to be a client component. And client components need to use that use client directive, right? We cannot use hooks inside of this server component. And the reason why I'm not creating this as a client component is because we will be making a API call over here on our server, which will check if user is already onboarded or not. And in that will be much more faster when compared to client component, right? So to this onboarding form, I will send the data of the industries. So we have created this industries data, right? Inside this data folder. Yep, there we go, industries. And now you can see this data. So basically for this data, we have the ID, tech, name, technology, and the sub industries inside of this. And similarly for each and every industries like finance, healthcare, manufacturing, etc., we have created the industries and sub industries over here as well, so that all types of users can use our app. Okay, so let's import this. I'm gonna send this as industry, or you know what, industries equals industries, and make sure to import it from @data/industries. And obviously this onboarding form does not exist yet. So let's just create this component. Just like I showed you, we will be creating a new folder _components, and I'll name this file as onboarding-form.jsx. RAFCE, I'll say onboarding form over here for this particular component. And this will take the prop of the industries that we are sending from right here. Okay. Now, before building the UI of our onboarding form, let's first create the APIs for the onboarding form, right? So the backend part of these things. So where will we be writing our APIs? The older way of writing it is in the API folder over here, but the new Next.js, I think it was from Next.js 13 point something version, that Next.js has introduced server actions. So we have to create a folder over here called actions, and inside this we will be creating the server action. This will be like simple functions which will be running on our server. So let me show you. So if I create a new file over here, let's say user.js, since onboarding has more to do with user, right? And I'm going to create a function over here, export async function update user, right? This will be our server action, and this will take some data, let's say onboarding data, if you will come from the UI, right? And also very important, you have to write use server on top of this so that this runs on our server and our server components as well, right? So before updating our user, we need to check if user is logged in or not, right? So I'm going to say await auth, and this auth will be coming from @clerk/nextjs/server, right? If we get the user ID, then we will check. If user ID does not exist, then obviously the user is not logged in, and we will throw unauthorized. Then we will check if user exists inside of our database or not. So I'll say const user equals await db, just like we have done earlier, db.user.find unique. And I'll say where we will find them using the clerk user ID, right? So clerk user ID is equals to user.id. Pretty straightforward, just like we have done over here. Sorry, not user ID, this user ID over here, not user.id. And again, if user does not exist inside of our database, we will throw the error over here. Cool, then now that we have that out of the way, we can make the connection with our database over here inside the try catch block. So we have the data right here, right? What will this data contain? Let's see inside of our Prisma schema right here. So we will be sending, like, let's see our user table. Yeah, we will be sending the bio, the experience, the skill set, and obviously the details about our industry. Okay, so now after this, we will be performing two operations over here. First of all, we will find if the industry exists, right? If the industry exists, then we won't do anything. But if the industry does not exist, we will create it with the default values for now. But later on, we will add the AI logic to generate the industry insights right away, right? And the third step will be to update the user, right? So we are performing 3 API calls over here. So this can be a time-taking process. So instead of using just normal API calls over here, we will be using something called as transaction that comes from Prisma, right? So I'll say const result equals await db dot, and I'll say $ transaction. Right. So now what is the use of transaction? So transaction basically makes sure that all of these three completes. If any of these fails, the transaction will fail as well, and this will give us the error. Right. So first of all, we will take a callback over here, the asynchronous callback. And the second thing that we can provide it is the timeout value. Now this is optional. By default, it is 5 seconds, but we are providing 10 seconds over here because later on we will be adding this AI logic, right? So let me just take this first of all and add it inside of this callback. So yeah, this is the callback. We are providing it 10 seconds to complete this operation to generate all of the AI insights regarding that industry. And then in the end, we will return the result.user. That's all. In the catch block, I'm going to say console.error, error updating user and industry, and we'll provide the error.message, and we will throw a new error that failed to update profile. That's all. Let's dive into this now. So to perform a transaction, we will take a TX over here for one single transaction, and we will have 3 transactions over here, right? So first for this step, I'm going to say const industry insights, or let's just say let over here because we will be overlapping this value. So industry insights equals await TX dot industry insight dot find unique. We will try to find if that particular industry already exists, right? Like for example, front-end developer. And I'll say where data dot industry. So we'll be getting this industry from this data object that we'll be getting over here, right? So I'll check if this already exists. And now, if the industry does not exist, we will create it with the default value. So let me show you. I'm going to say if the industry does not exist, the industry insights, I think it should be industry insight, does not exist, we will simply say await tx.industryinsight.create, and we will create all the default value that we are supposed to have inside of our database, right? So you've already seen this schema.prisma file over here, this industry insight, right? So we are providing all of these values as default. So you can see the industry, the salary range, the empty array, growth rate 0, demand level medium, top skills, market outlook, blah blah blah. And this is a temporary thing for now, right? Again, when we later on understand the AI stuff, we will be adding the AI generated industry insights right here. Cool. Then after this, we will update the user. So I'll say const updated user equals await tx dot user dot update. We will update the user object that is already inside of our database, right? So first of all, we will try to find that user using the user.id, and then we'll provide the values that we are getting, that is industry, experience, bio, and the skills, right? All these 4 values right here. Then in the end, let's return this updated user and this industry insights. Notice I have overlapped this industry insights variable over here. So after this, I'm going to say return the updated user and the industry insight. That's all. That is all we needed to do to create this update user server action over here. Okay. And then after this, let's just create another server action for fetching the onboarding status, right? So I'll just copy it and paste it right here and rename it to be get user onboarding status. We won't be needing any data. We are just going to be first checking if the user is logged in or not. So I'll just take all of these things that we've already written and I'll just paste it over here first. And then I'll say try catch block, try catch. And this will be fairly simple, right? First of all, I'll fetch the user. So I'll say const user equals await db.user.find unique. And inside this, I'm going to say where clerk user ID is this ID, or you can, also search using this ID equals user.id as well from this our database, but this will also work. And then I'm going to say select the industry as well, because when we get the user object, the industry object might not be populated. We just get the ID. So we want to populate the industry as well. And then in the end, we will simply return is onboarded flag. And I'll check if the user industry exists, then obviously this will be true, else this will be false. And in the catch block, we will simply say console.error, error checking onboarding status, and provide the error.message. And throw new error, failed to check onboarding status. That is all. Cool then. These are the two API that we will be using right here, right? So let's go back to our onboarding form and let's start building this. But you know what, since we have already created this get user onboarding status API, why not we just go on and add it to our page.jsx over here, right? We have this condition. So I'm going to say const, and actually I will say first await get user onboarding status. Let's take it from over here at action/user. And over here, I'm going to say const. This will provide us is onboarded. You can see it is suggesting this is onboarded. And this will be an asynchronous function since this is a server component. And if the user is already onboarded, we will route them to the dashboard page, right? That's all. Let me just copy it and go to our dashboard page.jsx, and I'll add it right here as well. And let's make it an asynchronous component. And I'm going to say if user is not onboarded, then we will push it to onboarding page, right? And yeah, that should do it. Let's just import this and import the redirect. And now if we try to go to dashboard, yeah, you can see we are in the, let's do this again. If we go to dashboard, we are directed to the onboarding form. Great. So now if the user is not onboarded, we will be redirected to the /dashboard page. Let's go back to this onboarding form over here. And now we will be creating the form for basically onboarding the user. So for that, we will be using two very popular libraries, React Hook Form and Zod. So I'm going to say npm install React Hook Form space Zod and at hook form /resolvers. So this library is for making sure that these two work fine with each other. So I'll press enter. There we go. It has successfully installed. And now since this is going to be a client component, I'm going to be adding a use client flag over here. So inside this onboarding form, I'm going to say use form, and use form comes from React Hook Form over here, right? So it's a hook that we'll be using. And for creating our form, we will also be creating the schemas, right? So schemas that will monitor our form if the user has entered the correct information or not, right? So to create the schemas, I'm actually going to be creating a new folder over here called lib. And inside of it, I'm going to be adding a new file called schema.js. And here we'll be creating all of our schema, right? So let's see, how do we create a schema using Zod? And by the way, if you want to get more information about React Hook Form and Zod, I've created a completely separate video on this topic as well. So you can check it out from link in the description down below. So I'll export const onboarding schema equals z, and this will be imported from Zod, z.object, and this will take an object inside of it. Right, so first of all, the industry. I'll say industry and z.string, it will be a string, and if it is not a string, we will provide an error to the user, right? So I'll say required error, and I'll say please select an industry. Similarly for sub-industry as well, if the user has not selected it, I'll say please select a specialization. Similarly for our bio, we'll say this will be a string and max 500 characters, and this will be optional. Then we will be adding the, inputting the user experience, right? So experience will be z.string, but we will add some conditions over here. Not conditions actually, we will transform it. So we will be inputting the experience in the number of years, right? So it just will be provided to us as a string, let's say 4 or 5, right? So we will transform it into the integer value before storing it inside of our database. So we will use this transform over here and parse int function. Then after this, we will add these conditions over here. Then minimum, it can be 0 or 50 years of experience max. Then we are going to be having skills from the users, right? So z.string, and user will be inputting this in form of the comma separated values, right? So I'll transform this into an array over here. So I'll say value.split, split it with the comma, and I'll map through each and every one of these, trim any space around them, and I'll say filter out if there's any, empty spaces over there. So we will have the array of strings over here. Cool then. So we will just simply take this onboarding schema, go back, and inside of this use form over here, we will have an object, and we will say resolver. And inside this, we will import the Zod resolver. So this Zod resolver will come from the, this library that we installed, the hook form resolvers. So make sure to import it right here, Zod resolver from hook form /resolvers/Zod, right? And this will take our onboarding schema, which will come from that schema file that we just created right here. All right. So now this use form will return us a few things, right? First of all, register, and this will be very important to connect our form with the logic, right? I'll show you in just a moment. It will provide us the handle submit for submitting our form, the form state, which will contain things like errors or is dirty, is loading, is submitted, etc. Right? For now, we will just take the errors. Then we will take the set value and watch to watch any particular field if it changes, right? Like if we are going to be selecting the industry, only after that we are going to be displaying the select box for our specializations, right? Okay. Apart from this, we are also going to be having a use state. So use state hook, which will be storing our selected industry, and this will be null by default. We will also be having a hook called use router, which will be coming from next/navigation. Make sure to import it from this only. And this will help us to navigate to some other page. So I'll say router equals use router. That's all. Let's go on and create our UI over here. So I'll wrap this whole form inside of a card, right? So card comes from Shadcn UI. So let's go back to the docs over here and card right here. So I'll just take this card code from here and paste it over here. Let's import the card header, card title, card description. We'll need the card count, like content, and we won't be needing the card footer. So let me just remove it. Let's see if it's working fine. Yep, we can see it all over here. For this parent div, let me just provide some class names. So display flex items are going to be in a center, and justify center as well, so that we have the onboarding form in the center of the screen. Background will be of this background color defined by Shadcn UI. So let's see. Yep, like that. For the card component over here, I'll say class name width to be full and max width is going to be large, which is around 512 pixels. Margin top is going to be 10 and margin horizontal is going to be 2, like this. For the card title, I'll say complete your profile, and card description, I'm going to say select your industry to get personalized career insights and recommendations. Let's just provide the gradient title to this card title. So I'll say class name to be gradient title and text to be 4XL. Okay, let's see. Yep, that's more like it. Now inside the card content is where we will be creating our form. So let's remove this, and I'll have a form tag over here. Inside this form tag, first of all, we will have the industry and then the specialization select box. So we're going to be using a select tag. So let's go back to Shadcn UI and let's use this select. Yep, this is the select one. Let's see the code for this. This is going to be the code. So I'll just copy it and paste it right here. Let me just import all of these from at component/UI. Select trigger, select value, select content, and select item. Let's see how this looks. Okay, yeah, something like that. Let's wrap this select inside of a div, and we will also be having a label right here. So I'll just say label from Shadcn UI. Inside this, I'll say industry. Label will have HTML for the industry. That is this particular select tag. Let's map all of the industries. So we are getting this industries over here, right? Industries array. So let me get rid of 2 of these, and over here I'm going to say industries.map, and let's have a callback over here, and I'll move this inside of it. Return. Let's take one single industry, and right here I'll say industry.name, and in the value industry.id, and the key will be industry.id as well. Let's see. Label is not defined. Okay, let's import the label. Oops, not from over here. Make sure to import it from /components. So let's see. Okay, yeah, that looks good. Why is this theme over here? Instead of this, let's keep select an industry, and in the trigger, I'm going to say ID equals industry for this HTML for, right? So let's see. Yep, that's more like it. If I select anything, I'm able to select it. Great. For this div, let's have class name of space y to 2 so that we have some spacing between both of these. Oops, not here actually. I want to keep it on the div. Yep, something like this. Now on our select tag, I'll say on value change, I'm going to say set value, and we'll change the value of this industry, right? So we have taken this set value from over here, if you remember, right? So I'm saying set value and take the current value that is selected and provide it inside of our form. And then we will have this selected industry updated, right? So I'll update the set selected industries and I'll find the particular industry and provide it inside of it so that we can, display the specialization select box over here. And I'll say set value to be sub industry to be empty, right? So we will now display the sub industry form. But before that, if user has, not selected the industry and just press on the submit form button, then I'm going to display the error. So we have taken this error from over here, right? So I'll say error.industry. If it exists, I'll display a paragraph tag with text small and text at 500 and display the errors.industry.message over here. All right, pretty cool. Let's just take this div and I'm going to duplicate it right below it to display our sub-industries. But first, okay, I have some mistake over here. Let's just fix it. Okay, this will be labeled for sub-industry, ID sub-industry. Here, the value change will be pretty simple. On value change will just be set value to set the sub-industry's value. Instead of this industries, I'm going to say sub-industry dot sub-industry. So sub-industry is our state, if you remember. Value can be, so we don't need to add the ID over here. This will just be a simple name, right? So we can just put IND on all of these three places. So let's see. Let's select anything. Let's select technology. And yep, now we're able to see it, but we should not be able to see it right away. So what I'll do first of all, instead of this industry, I'll say specialization and I'll put it inside of a curly braces, and also over here, and instead of industry, it should be sub-industry, right? Now we'll watch this field if it's selected or not, and then add the condition there. So before return, I'm going to say const watch industry equals watch this industry field over here. If it's selected, only then we will show it. So I'll say watch industry and over here, right? So let's see. If I just refresh my page now, we can just see this. If I select technology, only then we are able to select the specialization. Let's provide some gap between these. So in the form, I'm going to say class name to be space y, and I'll also say on submit, I'll call the handle submit function that is provided to us by that use form hook. And this actually takes another callback over here. So let me just create a dummy on submit. So const on submit like this. Let's keep it asynchronous, and this will provide us the values. So let me just take it and just provide it for now. We don't need to worry about it for now, right? So, okay. So we have this select industries and specialization done. Now we need to ask user how many years of experience do they have. So I'll just copy this div, and right below it, let's get rid of this select tag. And over here, this will be for the experience, right? So I'll say years of experience over here. And after this, I'll have the input tag. So input, which just will be coming from /components, that is Shadcn UI. I'll say ID equals experience. Type is going to be number. It can be minimum 0, maximum 50, and placeholder can be enter years of experience, right? And now, if you remember, we have taken this register from our use form hook, right? So we'll be using this now over here. So I'm gonna say in the curly braces dot register, and then provide where, like, which field does this belong to. So if you press double quotes over here, I'll say experience, yep, something like this. Let's take this experience and replace it over here in the errors as well. Cool. Similarly, we will do the same thing for our skills. So I'll just copy this div and paste it right here. I'll replace with the skills over here. I'll say skills as well with the capital S. Over here, I'll just have two things, the ID skills, and placeholder can, denote some skills like Python, JavaScript, etc. And over here as well, I'll say skills. Here as well, instead of experience, I'll say skills, right? And let's just give users some message below it that they should only enter it in comma separated values, right? So I'll say separate multiple skills with commas, and this will be a small text with muted foreground. So let's see. Yep, something like this. Let's copy this up and again paste it right here. Now we will add the professional bio field. So I'll say bio this ID as well, bio. Placeholder can be tell us about your professional background. Let's have a height of 32. So this will not be the input actually. This will be text area from Shadcn UI. So import that. Instead of skills, I'll say bio over here. Let's get rid of this paragraph tag. Instead of skills, again, I'll say bio over here. And I think that is all we needed to do. Let's see our form. Yep, that looks more like it. Let's add the submit button on the bottom. So I'm going to say button, which will be imported from Shadcn UI, type submit, and class name will be widthful, and I'll say complete profile, right? So let's see. Yep, that's more like it. And now let's try to submit our form, right? So let's see over here in the on submit. Let me just console log this simply for now. So I'll say values. Let's see if I go to inspect in the console. Let's try to select the industry. Sub-industry can be software development, years of experience, let's say 4, skills, let's say JavaScript, React, etc., etc. Professional bio can be anything, right? Let's click on complete profile, and yep, there we go. We are getting this object right here. Let's not provide the years of experience, and you can see we are saying expected number received nan. If I click on complete profile, it won't allow us to complete our profile now. If I just refresh it and just click on complete profile, you can see we are getting these errors over here. If I just select this, we are getting the error, please select a specialization, right? So this is made possible by using Zod. So now we are getting all of these values over here, right? In this values object. How do we make the API call to our backend? So we have to call this update user API, right? This is not a server component, so we cannot just use the await and call it directly. To use it inside of our client component, we have to use the traditional way of, using something like fetch, right? Fetch or Axio or something like that. And to manage that, we would have to manage some separate states like loading, error, and maintain data state, etc., right? We have to use that again and again. So what if we created a custom hook that will manage all of this for us? So what you can do, you can create a hooks folder over here. Inside this, I'm going to create a new file called usefetch.js, right? So this is the custom hook that we will be creating. JS or JSX, whatever you want to call it. And if you don't know about what hooks are, these are basically just like a normal functions, but with superpower of React, right? And they are written by using use keyword in the beginning. So let's say for this one, I'll say const use fetch equals whatever this is, right? This is basically a normal function, and I'm going to take a callback inside of it, which is going to be basically a API call, in this case, our create project call. So what will this contain? It will contain the 3 states that I just discussed: data, loading, and error, right? All of these 3 states, which we create again and again when we have to do an API call. Let's create a fn function over here, and this is going to be an asynchronous function, which is the only thing that we would be needing to call in the end when we have to trigger an API call, and we will write all of our logic inside of it, which we are going to reuse again and again. Right, and in the end, I'm going to return data, loading, error, and this function right here. And also, if we want to, manipulate this data from outside, I'm just going to send this set data as well. And I'll say export default use fetch. What's going on over here? Let me just import use state just like this. Okay. Now, inside of this function over here, first of all, before fetching our API, we're going to say set loading to true and set error to null, right? Oops, sorry, it is export default, not export delete. Yeah, so set loading and set error. By default values, this will be true and this will be null. Then inside of this, I'm going to have a try catch block for handling our errors and all. Inside the try block, I'm going to say const response equals await callback, whatever this callback is. And let's say if you want to provide it with some extra arguments, I'm going to take this args from over here and provide it inside of this args. Then I'll say set data to whatever the response that we get from it. So I'll say response and set error to be null. But what if we do get any error over here? Then I'll say set error to be error. Now after this set error, I'm going to be displaying a toast as well to the user, right? And how do we do that? So I'll go to Shadcn UI docs, and we have something called a sonar that we installed. So if I click on show toast, you can see we are able to show these toasts. So this is exactly what we will be using. So to configure it, we have to first, add this toaster to the code. So inside of our app in the layout.js, right below main, I'm going to add this toaster, import it from Sonar, and this also takes rich color, I believe, yeah, rich colors, which will display different colors for different types of toasts, right? Warning, success, etc., etc. And now simply over here, I'll say toast, import it from Sonar dot error, and I'll say error dot message. And then in the end, finally, I'm going to say set loading to false. That's all. Now let's take this use fetch hook and go back to our onboarding form. And let's say right before it, I'm going to say use fetch. Use fetch and import it. And this will take our server action, that is update user, and will provide us a couple of things, like 3 things, right? Data, function, loading, and error. So error we won't be needing. I'll just say loading and rename it to update loading, function, rename it to update user function, data, update it to update result, right? These 3 things are the ones that we are going to be needing. And let's call this update user function inside of our onSubmit function over here. So simply I'll have a try catch block over here. First of all, we will get 2 things inside of, we will get multiple things out of this values, right? So if I show you, see, we are getting the industry and sub-industry. So what I'll do, I'll combine them to form the ID. So what I'll say, const formatted industry is equals to value.industry dash value.subindustry, and I'll take the sub-industry, convert it into the lowercase, and replace the space with the dash. So it would look something like this. So tech dash software dash development, something like this. Let's remove this. And then after that, I'm going to call that function. So I'll say await whatever the values that we are providing and the industry key with this formatted industry variable. And in the catch, I'll throw the error of onboarding error, this error. We actually don't need to handle catch over here since we are already doing it inside of use fetch, but again, it depends on you, right? So cool then, that's that. After we have submitted the form, I'll run a use effect hook. So use effect, which will run when the component is loaded, but will run when something inside this dependency array changes. So I'll put the update result and update loading, these 2 things inside of it, so that it will only run when these 2 things change, right? So first of all, I'll say if update result dot success is true or update loading is false, right? That is, it has fetched and we are no longer loading, right? Then what will we do? First of all, we will show profile updated successfully, and let's import this toast from Sonar. Then we will use this router over here, and I'll say router.push it to dashboard and router.refresh, right? We will refresh the page. And yeah, I think that this should do it. Let's just try it out. I'll come back to this and let's say industry technology, specialization, software development, years of experience 4. Let's select the industries, or let's enter the skills over here, professional bio. I am the best. Complete profile. Oh, we have to add that loading indicator over here as well, right? And anyways, this failed right here. Good thing. Now let's just add the loading indicator to our button. So this button in the bottom, whenever this is loading, I'll first of all disable it, right? So I'll say disabled update loading. And over here, instead of this complete profile, I'm going to say if update loading is true, show this loader right here, imported from Lucid React, and I'll spin this loader and show saving. Else I'll say complete profile. Okay, let's see what the error was. Go to terminal. By the way, server components will display their errors in this over here, and the client components will display in the inspect. So of course, this is a client component. So let's just go to our use form hook, use fetch hook, and so we are displaying error.message over here. I think we are not properly handling the errors. So in the actions user.js, in the update user, I'll say fail to update user profile, and I'll also add this error.message plus error.message. Let's see, now it should give us the exact reason of failure. So if I click on complete profile, okay, what is it? Invalid value of argument demand level expected. So are we not sending the demand level? Let's see over here, demand level is being provided. It is medium over here instead of, I think it should be capital medium instead of small medium, and it should be neutral, something like this, probably with respect to our enum. Also, one thing I made a mistake over here, I realized. So we're returning result.user. Should not be this. We should be returning success to be true. And apart from that, whatever the result is, right? So now let's see. Let's select the industry, technology, specialization, software development. Let me just open that network tab over here as well. Years of experience for skills to be these, professional bio, and yeah, let's just click on complete profile. Let's see if it works. Okay, profile completed successfully, and now we are routed to /dashboard page. Amazing. Let's go back to our database and refresh on this industry insights table. Yep, we can see the industry insights have been added. Those default values have been added for now. In the user, we can see in the industry, we have this tech software developer, and this is connected to the user table we can see in the end, right? Over here. Amazing. So we have successfully created our onboarding flow. Awesome. Let's go on and generate all of these industries insights using AI, and we will be displaying them right here, just like this, right? Cool then. Let's go. First of all, we would be needing the Gemini API key. So just Google Gemini API key and select this first link. And you will land on this page. Let's click on get a Gemini key in Gemini Studio. So, yep. So click on this create API key, and over here, just select this Gemini API and click on create API key in existing project. And by the way, this is free to use. So you can see over here, I've been provided my API key. I'll just click on copy over here, and I'll go back to my project in this .env file, and I will add Gemini _API _key right over here. Great. Let's close this .env now. And don't worry about the pricing and stuff, because they have a very generous free plan as well. If you want to see, I think you go to ai.google.dev/pricing, and you can find the pricing for all of these models over here. We will be using Gemini 1.5 Flash. So this has 1 million token per minute limit over here. Let's go on and create our APIs first over here. So I'm going to create a new file called dashboard.js to create our user insights API over here to generate the AI insights. So let's first of all create the server action to get the industry insights from our database, right? So I'll say use server, just like we did earlier, since we're making a server action. And I'm going to say export async function get industry insights. All right. Similar to before, we will first check if the user is logged in or not. So simply, I'm going to copy this thing and paste it right here. Let's import auth from clerk/next/server and also DB as well. Now, after it, I'm going to check if the industry insights exists inside of this or not. So basically this thing right here, what we have done over here, right? Let me just copy it up and paste it right here. Oops, I'll paste it right here. But this will not be as easy as this, right? So I'm going to remove everything inside of this, and I'll say if user.industry insight does not exist, now we are going to be generating them using AI, right? So let's just create a function on top of it. Export const generate AI insights equals, and this will be an asynchronous arrow function. This will take the industry as an input, and this will generate the AI insights for it. So I'm going to take this and I'll come back over here. I'll say const insights, and we will say await generate AI insights, and we will provide user.industry over here, for which we are supposed to generate the AI insights. And after that, simply what we have done earlier over here, we have done this industry insight.create, right? So that is what we will do over here. I'm going to say const industry insight equals await db dot industry insight dot create, and here we will provide it with the data which we will be receiving from right here, right? So first of all, I'm going to say whatever the user's industry is. So I'll say industry is equals to user industry. I'll take this insights and I'll spread these over here, and then I'll tell the user when the next update is going to be happening over here, right? So I'll say next update equals new date dot now, and I'll add 1 week time to it, right? So after 1 week, we will be having a next update for this thing. Cool then. After this, we will simply return the industry insight. But if let's say we already had the industry insight over here, then we don't need to do anything. We will return the user.industry insight over here. Also, we will be getting this generate AI insight, right? So this is exactly what we will be using over here as well. We will replace this code with this code right here very soon. So inside of it, let's see, how do we make a generative AI call? Right, first of all, we need to install a package to use Gemini API, right? So I'll say npm install at google/generative-ai and press enter. There we go, it has installed. Now on the top, I'm going to say new Google generative AI and make sure to import it from at google/generative-ai. And this will take our API key. So I'll say process.env.gemini_API_key. I'll say const gen AI equals this. Okay, now that we have this instance of this generative AI class, I'm going to say const model. I'll define what model I'm going to be using over here. So I'll say gen.get generative model. And inside of this will take an object. I'll say model. And we can choose the model that we're supposed to use over here. So I'm going to say Gemini-1.5-Flash. So I'll be using Gemini 1.5 Flash. Cool then. We will take this model object over here and we will go inside of this function and we will prompt it, right? So first of all, let me just write my prompt over here real quick, just like this. And I know it's way too big. So if you want, you can go on and you can copy it up from my GitHub repo. You can simply go to this dashboard.js and I've written the complete prompt right here. Right. So what is this prompt all about? So I'm saying that analyze the current state of this industry that we have over here and provide insights in only the following JSON format, right? This is the JSON format that we want without any additional notes or explanation. So for the salary ranges, I've already showed you, right, what all the types of these things is. So I've just provided over here this for this one enum of high, medium, low, positive, neutral, negative, etc., right? And in the end, we have again mentioned return only the JSON, no additional text, notes, or markdown formatting. We're supposed to include at least 5 roles for the salary ranges, and the growth rate has to be in the percentage. Include at least 5 skills and trend. Awesome. Now, how do we make use of this prompt? So after this, I'm going to say const result equals await model dot generate content, right? This will allow us to prompt the model. So I'll say prompt. I'll provide the prompt over here, and this will return us some response. So I'll say response equals result dot response. Okay, now that we have the response, we need to fetch the text from inside of it. So let me show you how the response will be. So there we go. I've opened the documentation for the Gemini, and here we go in the response body. This is how you will get the response after the code that we have written. And if we just want the text, like for example over here, you can see we have the text string over here, right? If we want this, we have to do something like this. So over here, if I go to the top, see, they've mentioned response dot text. This function is what we will have to use, right? So if I go back, I'm going to say response dot text, and I'll call this function right here. And this should give us the text response provided by this API. Now, this is actually a little bit weird. So it provides us a response in the following format. Like for example, in starting, it will add something like this, right? And in the end as well, it will add something on the JSON. So we need to clean this response, right? So what I'll do, I'll say const cleaned text equals text dot replace. We'll take this text and replace it. Whatever these things are over here in the JSON and everything, that is additional things that are written over here, I will remove all of them with nothing, right? And just keep the normal response, normal text response over here, and I'll trim it if there's any spaces around it as well, right? That's all. So then we should get some object like this. Now all we have to do is to parse it and convert it back to an object. You know, right now it's a string. So I'll just say return json.parse and clean text. There we go. And I believe that is all we need to do over here. And this function should now work. This get industry insights function should now work. All right. So what I'll do, I'll go back to this dashboard page.jsx. And actually first we need to create a layout file over here as well to show the loading indicator and stuff. So I'll say layout.js. So I'm going to say RAFCE layout. Let's take the children over here, and I'll render them right here. Okay. But before them, I'm going to have a div over here, which will render a h1 tag, which will simply say industry insights. Let's give it some horizontal padding. And this div, the class name of display flex, items to be center, justify center, and margin bottom to be 2. So this is on the very middle of the screen, right? And for this h1 tag, I'm going to say text to be 6XL, font bold, and gradient title. So that is displayed in our gradient format, right? And regarding these children over here, right, we will be making an API call inside of page.jsx. So that will be fetched on our server, right? So we have to use something called as suspense. That is, until that is fetched, we want to show some loading indicator, right? We will put the children inside of it. Let's import suspense from React, and I'm gonna say fallback. And over here, we can show some fallback UI, which can probably be a loader, right? So let's import let's install a library over here, npm install react-spinners, right? So this will install a bar loader as well, which I want to use over here. Let me show you. Yep, this thing is what I want. We have more types of loaders over here. If you want, you can use some other loader. That's fine. Let's close this. And if I go back, it's installed. And over here, I'm going to say bar loader. Let's import it from React Spinners. And I'm going to give it some props, like class name to be margin top of 4, width to be 100%, and color is going to be gray. Cool then. Okay, so the default export is not a React component in dashboard/page. Let's see what's wrong. So in page.jsx, it is a React component. What's going on? Let me refresh this. There we go. It's working. We can see the industry insights heading over here. Great. Also, I forgot to do one thing. If we go back to this user.js, I mentioned that we will be replacing this with the AI generation later on, right? So I'll just remove this for now. And what I'll do, I'll go back to my dashboard.js. So we're doing this over here, right? So let me just copy it and paste it right here. And instead of const, I'll just remove the const from here. And yeah, that is all we need to do. And this will fetch our AI insights. Let's just import it. And now what I'll do, let's go back and delete the industry insights, the empty industry insights that we kept over here, right? So let me just go on and delete one record. And now go back to our app, refresh it. This should take us to our onboarding page. Yep, like this. So now let's select technology. I will choose software development, years of experience, let's say 4. I'll choose the same thing, and professional bio. Okay. Let's click on complete profile and let's see if this fetches the AI insights or not. Okay, looks like something failed. Argument industry might not be null. Let's check. Okay, so over here, instead of user.industry, we're supposed to provide this data.industry, right? Because that is where our industry exists for now. So make sure to replace on both of these places. And now let's try it again. I'll click on complete profile. There we go. Profile completed successfully. And now let's go back to our database and refresh this page. Let's see if we have the AI generated insights or not. There we go. Amazing. We can see all of these salary ranges over here for different roles. If I go back forward, you can see growth rate, demand level high, top skills. Let's click on this. Yep, we have some top skills, market outlook positive, and other things have been populated as well. Amazing. So yep, this is how easy it is to generate stuff using AI APIs like Gemini. Let's continue to build this page. Now I'll go back to my code inside of this. Where is it? Yeah, page.jsx. Now over here, first of all, I'm supposed to fetch the industry insights, right? So apart from this, I'm going to say const insights equals await get industry insights. This is the server action that we just now created. If I go to it, you can see it takes us to the dashboard.js page, right? So this is where we will get all of the insights over here. Inside this div, I'm going to be creating a component called dashboard view. So again, we're creating this separate component because we want this to be a client component, and this right here is a server component. So I'll say dashboard view insights equals insights. Okay, this obviously does not exist. First of all, I'll just give this some class name of container and margin horizontal to be auto so that they are in the middle. Okay, let's get this dashboard view component. So inside of this components right here, I'll say new file dashboard view.jsx RAFCE dashboard view, and this will take the insights. All right. Also, here we will be using, we will be displaying charts and stuff as well, right? So if I go to our deployed app like this, right? So for this thing, we will be using something called as recharts library, right? So also, I think we have some error over here. Let's make this component use client first, and then we'll come back to that error. Also, we need to install the recharts library, right? npm install recharts. Press enter. Let's go back and see. I think that error was temporary. No, it still exists. So it's saying that unique constraint failed on fields industry. What's wrong? Let's see. I think this error is over here in the dashboard.js file. So while fetching the user from our DB, we're supposed to include the industry insight as well, right? So I'm going to say where this and include industry insight to be true. Now this should work. This should fetch if the industry insight is there or not. Okay, yeah, now it's a separate error. Dashboard view is not defined. So dashboard view, let's import it. So let's go back to the page.jsx and over here, I'll import dashboard view component. Now let's go back. There we go. It is rendered. Great. Now let's prepare our data that we are supposed to display right over here like this, like market, outlook, industry growth, demand level, top scale, categorizing, salaries by the role, all of these key trends and recommended skills, right? So I'll go back to the dashboard view component, and inside of it, first of all, for the salary data. So let's see how we structured it. So it looks something like this, right? Role, minimum, maximum for each, role, and the location as well. So I'll simply over here, I'll say const salary data is equals to insights dot salary ranges dot map, and I'll map through each and every one of them, and I'll categorize them in name, min, max, and medium. Right, so the reason why I'm structuring them in this way, so that recharts is able to render them. Let me show you. So if I go to recharts library, and over here we would need this simple bar chart. So over here, simple bar chart, you can see this is kind of similar to our example. It's just our example has 3 values. So you can see name, and it has 1 value, second value, and the amount, right? This thing amount over here. So yeah, we will come back to this, but let's prepare our other data as well. So apart from salary data, let's structure the demand level. So what about the demand level? So it can be high, medium, or low, right? So I'm going to create a get demand level color function over here, which will take the level and we'll have a switch case. First of all, we'll convert it into the lower case, right? So I'll say if it's high, it's green, medium, yellow, low, red. By default, it will be gray 500. Okay. Then after it, for our market outlook, it can be positive, neutral, or negative. I'm going to create a similar function over here. If it's positive, it will have the trending up icon from Lucid React. For neutral, it will have line chart, else it will have the trending down, right? And respective colors for each and every one of them. Okay. And since market outlook will just have one single value, so let's just, calculate the icon and color right below it. So I'm going to say outlook icon is equals to, and I'll take this function over here, and I'll provide the insights.market outlook to it. Same with the color as well, and I'll take the icon and the color respectively. Now we want to format the date because we are also supposed to display this thing over here. So if I go to deployed website, we're supposed to display this last updated, right? And it's optional if you want to add the next updated or not. I'm simply rendering it right here. Next update in these many days, right? Okay. So for last updated, I'm going to say something like this. I'll use the format function, which will come from date-fns library, which is an awesome library if you want to manage dates inside of your application. So I'm going to say npm install date-fns. Press enter. I would highly recommend you to, read more about it from their documentation. So they have a few functions that we will be needing inside of this project. First of all, the format, which will be used for formatting our dates, right? We have provided this date of last updated, and I'm saying format it in this format right here. Next, to calculate the distance between the today's date and the date when this will be next updated, I'm going to say something like this. Const next update distance is equals to format distance to now. So we will also be taking it from date-fns, and I'll provide it with the first date, that is the next update date, and it will calculate the distance from now to this particular date, right? So let's just import both of these. So on the top, I'm going to say import format and format distance to now from date-fns. Great. And also this add suffix basically adds this x ago or x days remaining, something like that in our local language, right? That's why we need add suffix over here. Cool then. So I guess we have prepared our whole data. Let's start rendering them right over here, right? So inside of it, first of all, you can see we have to render this last updated badge. So we have already installed badge from Shadcn UI. If you want to see this, you can go right over here in the badge, and this is how you use it, right? So let me just copy it up. And inside this div, I'm going to have another div with the badge, which will simply render last updated to be this last updated date. Let's just give this the class name of displayFlex, justify between, and items to be center. And I'll provide this parent div as well, some space y of 6 between everything inside of it, right? So let's see how this looks. Okay, I have not imported badge. So import badge from /components folder. Yep, something like this. Let's add those cards over here for our market overview. And for cards, obviously we'll be getting cards from Shadcn UI. So in the Shadcn UI docs, I'll go to card and I'll copy this thing up. Copy it up, coming back. And below this div, I'm gonna have our div which will contain all of them. So let's paste the first card, and we are not going to be needing the footer. Let's import the header, the title, not gonna be needing the description. Let's import this card content. And yeah, let's see how does this look. Yeah, pretty cool. For this one, the title will be Market Outlook, and let's display the icon below it. So it will be this Outlook icon, and I'll make it this Outlook color as well. So I'll say Outlook icon, and class name will be h1 like height to be 4, width to be 4, and I'll give this the color that is according to the market outlook. So let's see. Yep, something like that. And inside of the card content, I'm going to be adding two things. First, the div, which will say how the market is, right? Like positive, negative, etc. And the next update. So next update distance is in 7 days. And you can see it was last updated today. So it shows this thing right here. Okay. For this card header, I'm going to say displayFlex, items to be center, justify between so that they are in the very center, space y to be 0 between them, and padding bottom to be 2. So let's see. Yep, something like that. And for the card title, I'll say text to be small and font to be medium. And actually I'll say flex row over here so that this is in one single row. Okay, yeah, that looks good. Let's make space for 4 different divs over here, right? So I'm gonna give this display grid for the parent div, and grid columns 1 for the smaller screens. In the medium screens, I'll say grid columns to be 2, but in the larger screens, so I'll say grid columns to be 4, and some gap of 4 between them. So now you will see, yep, we have one single card and we have space for 4 more cards over here. Let's just duplicate this card 3 more times. So 1, 2, 3. Let's see. Yep, something like this. Now let's start updating each card one by one. Let me just put some gap between them so that it's easier to differentiate. So for the second card, I'm going to render the industry growth. And this will have the trending up icon, right? To demonstrate the industry growth. And I'll render over here the percentage at which the industry is growing. So I'm going to say insights.growthrate.toFix, and I'll add the percentage over here. All of these things are already provided to us using the AI insights, right? And then after this, we will render the progress component. So if you go back to Shadcn UI's documentation over here, we have a progress somewhere around here. Yep, this one. So this is what we will be rendering. So let's take this and I'll paste it over here. Make sure to import it from /components, and value will be this thing, insights.growthrate. So I'll copy and paste it over here, and simply I'll say class name to be margin top to 2. Yep, something like this. Let's see how it looks like. If I come over here, yep, this looks good. After this, for the third card, I will render the demand level. And simply over here, I'll say insights.demand level. And after this, instead of this p tag, I'm going to have a div over here, which will just display the demand level. So let me just bring in real quick. So over here, I'm going to say a div with the class name of height 2, width full, rounded full, and margin top to be 2. So we are just going to be showing over here a color, right? So we are using this get demand level color. Now, if you want, you can also use over here this progress bar, right? You just have to keep the value to 100% and change the color. So it would look something like this, right? And let's change this icon over here as well. Instead of this Outlook icon, I'm going to say briefcase icon with the text muted foreground. Let's see. I have not imported it. So import it and let's see. Yep, something like this. Then for the fourth card, let's display the top skills over here. So instead of market outlook, I'll say top skills. And here I'm going to render the brain icon from Lucid React. And then right here, I'll just get rid of it, and we will have our div. And inside this div, I will render all of the skills, right? So I'll say insights.topskills.map, and I will render a badge icon over here, simply like a badge over here with the skill, and variant is going to be secondary. And instead of this class, I'm going to say display flex to be wrap, so that they can go to next line, and gap to be 1 between them. Let's see. Yep, something like this. This looks pretty good so far. Now below this, we are supposed to render the chart, right? The graph over here. So let me just take this card and duplicate it one more time. And we are not going to be needing these class names over here. Now let's get rid of this. Inside the card header, simply we will have two things, right? The card title, salary ranges by role, and the card description, let's import it, displaying minimum, median, and maximum salaries in thousands, right? In obviously dollars. Let's remove everything inside of this card content over here. Let's see how this looks. Okay, there we go. We are supposed to display the chart below it. So let's go to the recharts library, and over here, this is what we will be getting, this responsive container, right? So I'll just copy this whole thing up till this point, and inside this, I'll have a div, which will have a class name of height to be 400 pixels. And to give it in pixels, you have to wrap it in this square bracket, and now paste it right here, right? So import responsive container, this bar chart from recharts, this Cartesian grid, x-axis, y-axis, import the tooltip. We don't need the legend, but we would be needing these bar component over here, right? So import the bar component, and obviously I'll come to these one by one. So let's see from the beginning. So this responsive container is basically to make sure that it is responsive in the smaller screens as well. The chart is responsive in smaller screens, right? So this would need some data over here, the bar chart. So we will provide it this data of salary that we have created earlier. So salary data, if you remember this salary data right here, we'll provide it in the data field, and that's all. Let's remove this width, height, and margin from over here. Then in the Cartesian grid, we will leave it as it is. X-axis data key will be the name. Y-axis, we will leave it as it is. In the tooltip, yep. So over here, if you go back to our deployed app, we have this in the tooltip, right? The name of the role, minimum salary, median salary, and the max salary, right? So this tooltip actually takes something called as, inside this, we can have a callback function. So something like this. And we can take things from our data inside of it, which are active, payload, and label. So what is active? Active is basically if we are hovering on any one of the bar charts, it is true, right? And if it's false, then tooltip is not displayed. Okay. What is payload? Payload contains basically all of the data that is inside of over here in the salary data. And the label will basically be the name. So this thing right here. So this name right here, right? Cool, then let's go back inside of this callback, and simply I'm going to check if we are hovering on this, that this is active and payload has something and payload.length has something, right? Then we'll do something inside of it. What will we do? I'm going to say return a div over here with the label, and then after that we have the payload, right? So in the payload, we have three things: the minimum salary, the maximum salary, and the median salary. So I'll render them one by one. The name, like the median, max, etc., and the value, right? In K, like in these many K dollars, $1,000, right? If not, I'm going to return null in the very end. And obviously we're going to provide them some styles. Again, you are free to customize them as you want. I've just provided some background color and some shadow to it and some font medium to this p tag. Let's see how it looks. So if I come over here, okay, it's saying page not found. I believe we have to do more over here. Rectangle is not defined. Okay, yeah, of course, we have not configured this bar at the bottom. So let me show you quickly what will we do over here. So it takes three things: data, fill, and active bar. So each bar represents like min, max, or median. So over here, I'm going to display this. So first will be data key min. Fill, you can provide any color. I've provided a shade of gray over here. All of these are the shades of gray, and the name min salary to be this thing. Data key is min over here. It's important that it is what you have written right here, right? Min, max, and median. So now this should render, yep, something like this. You can see, and when we are hovering on these, we can see the label over here as well. This looks beautiful. Now, after this, inside of our deployed website, we can see we're supposed to render the industry trends and recommended skills. This will be easy, right? Let's go back to our code. Below this card, I'm gonna actually duplicate this card again, and let's remove everything inside of the card content. And for the title and description, I'm simply going to say key industry trends and current trends shaping the industry. And also, we will have two cards over here. Let me just duplicate it and put both of these cards inside of a div so that we can, create a grid of these two cards. So I'll give this the class name of display grid. Grid columns 1 in smaller screens. Above median screens, it will be 2 columns and gap of 4 between them. Let's see. If we come down, yep, something like this. Now we have the key trends. So we should be displaying them in points just like this, right? So we'll be using a UL and LI tag. So inside of the card content, I'll say UL tag. Let's give this the class name of space y to be 4. And inside this UL tag, I'm going to say insights.keytrends.map. We will take each and every trend and we'll render inside of a list item, right? With display flex items start and space x to be 2 between like both of these things, right? First, it's going to be a dot over here and then a span. We've added this dot because by default Shadcn UI, removes all of these styles from CSS. So yeah, we will render the trend, and if I go back, yeah, this is our app. So you can see it has been rendered right here. For the next recommended skills, right? So I'll just provide the title and description over here and skills to consider while developing. Inside this card content, again, we will render the recommended skills array as well. Everything is like absolutely the same, right? At this point, we're just repeating stuff. So we're just rendering all of the badge just like we did earlier for this thing right here, top skills. So yeah, you can see recommended skills has been rendered. And yeah, with this, we have completed this industry insights page. Now, one very crucial thing remaining over here, and that is we need to make sure that we fetch it every single week, right? So now we have to come back to ingest and we have to configure our background job for this. So what I'll do, I'll go to let's just compress it and go to this lib folder inside the ingest and client.js. And actually functions.js, not client.js. And here we will be creating our function, which will be making the use of Gemini API and fetching the industry insights. So here I'm going to be creating a new function. So I'll say export const generate industry insights equals ingest dot create function. Just like we did earlier, similar to this, we will be creating a new ingest function. And you know what? Let's just go on and run our ingest client. So npx ingest CLI at latest dev, right? So press enter. Okay, let's open this localhost link. And there we go. If you go to the apps, you can see it shows no functions registered. So never mind, we'll come back to this. So over here, inside of this create function, as I told you, the first object takes multiple things like ID, name, etc., right? So I'll just provide the name, which will be generate industry insights. Then we will have another object over here where we will be creating our cron job. Now, what is a cron job? So cron expressions look something like this, right? Now you might be confused. What is this all about? So this basically means that this function will run every single Sunday at midnight. Now, how do you know what cron to write over here? First of all, each and every one of these means something, right? So if I show you, I've opened Claude AI over here and I've simply asked it to explain what cron is, right? So this will be more easier for you to understand. So each and every one of these means something. Like first one means the minute, then the hour, then the day of the month, then the month and the day of the week, right? It can be 0 to 6. Like if we want to run it on Sunday, we would put 0 over here, right? Just like they've given this example over here. We can define exactly on that particular day what minute this will run. So I'll put 0. What hour? I'll put 0. That is midnight. Day of the month, I will put star. That means every single day of the month. And which month? That means I put a star over here. That means every single month of the year, right? So this is how you write cron expressions. And again, if you want to, write cron for anything, simply come over here to Claude or, ChatGPT and ask it to generate a cron expression to you. That is much more easier, right? So coming back to this, after this, we will have a callback function, right? So I'll take the callback function. This will be an asynchronous callback function. And again, we will take the steps over here. So as I already showed you earlier, we have different steps for a particular job, right? So first of all, we will fetch all of the industries over here. So we want to refetch all of the data for the industries, right? So we want to uniquely fetch the industries. So I'm going to say const industries equals await step dot run. So this is the first step that we are running, and this is called as fetch industries. And inside this, we have provided this callback. What it's doing over here, it's taking this DB. Let me just import DB over here. It's saying db.industryinsights.find many, and we are selecting all of these industries right over here. Okay, so inside this industries, we will get all the industries. Cool. Then we will loop through all, like each and every one of them. So I'll say for const industry of industries, right? So basically we are taking out this industry from each and every object of these industries, right? Inside this for loop. Now again, we will be running that API call over here. So Inngest actually provides some functions right out of the box for making the API calls. So let me show you in their documentation. Yep, over here in the AI inference, you can see they have this step.ai.wrap and step.ai.infer, these two types of functions. What we will be using is step.ai.wrap over here. If we further scroll down, you can see, not this one. If we further scroll down, you can see this is an example of step.ai.infer. Simply, we are providing this a name, and then we're saying step.ai.models. This is an example of OpenAI model, but if you want to use Gemini, it also supports Gemini, right? And we can provide the exact model name for it, and then we can provide the prompt. And you might be thinking, what is the benefit of using these, right? Wrap or infer. So basically, these functions provide us additional information about our API, right? Like metrics, data sets, and adds the monitorings to our calls, right? So it is much more easier to monitor and get the information from these APIs. So this is what we will be using. So first of all, we will be providing it any name. You can name it whatever, right? Then we'll be providing it a callback function. We'll be fetching the content and then the prompt, right? So if I go back now, let's bring our prompt back. So we had written it over here in the dashboard. Yep. Let's take this prompt from over here and I'll paste it right here. After this, we'll be making use of ai.wrap, right? So I'll say const response equals await step.ai.wrap, and you can read more information about it over here as well. Now, what should we call it? Let's call it Gemini. Then let's have a callback function over here. Let's make it an asynchronous since we'll be fetching the API data. Then the third thing will be our prompt. Right, so how do we get the prompt inside of this function? We'll get it from right over here. And inside of this, simply we will be using the same thing, this await model.generate content. So I'll paste it right here. Instead of prompt, I'll provide p over here and I'll say return. Cool. So this should give us the response that we need. Now from inside of it, we are supposed to fetch our text, right? So after this, I'm going to say const text equals res.response.candidates. You might remember earlier in the video, I showed you what response Gemini API provides us. So candidates 0th index, we'll take the content, we'll take the parts 0th index, and then we will get the text. If you want to get more information about it, you can just, simply console log and you will realize it's this thing, right? Okay, if this is not there, we'll just take it as an empty string. And then obviously we're supposed to clean it as well, just like we did earlier over here, clean text. So I'll paste it right here. Const clean text equals text.replace this and trim. And yeah, that's all. After this, we will do json.parse and provide it with this clean text. Cool. Then now all we need to do is need to update our database, right? So I'll say await step.run. In this step, we will be updating our database. So I'll say update. Let's keep it inside of backticks actually. Update this particular industry. So industry insights. And then we will provide the callback after it. So it will be an asynchronous callback. It will be a simple API call to our database, just like we have done over here. This thing right here. I'll just copy it up and paste it right here. So db.industryinsight.update. And I'll say where industry is this. And the data can be, I'll say insights, and I'll update the next update. So whatever the date.now is, and I'll add 1 week to it. And I'll add the last updated as well, which is going to be the current date, which I think will automatically be generated by our DB as well, right? So yeah, I think that should do it. The only thing remaining over here is this: how do we provide the API key to ingest, right? So we have to basically go to our client.js, and over here after the name, I'm gonna provide credentials. Inside of the credentials, it will take Gemini and the API key, which is our Gemini API key. Yep, that is all. Let's go and try it out. So I'll go back to my ingest. Oh, sorry, I have not provided it to our API, right? Our ingest API. So inside of our app, the API route.js. Yep, let's provide this function over here. Generate industry insights. And now if we go back and refresh it, you can see one function found. Let's go to the functions. Yep, there we go. Let's click on invoke and invoke function. And let's see how this is running. Okay, it has fetched the industries, but something went wrong with Gemini. Let's see what went wrong. Model is not defined. Okay, let me just cancel this job and see what's the error. So model, yep, this one. We need to have the model, right? Just like we did over here. Yep, we need to copy it up. And I realize this will get the Gemini API key from here as well. But that credentials that I showed you that we added, that can work in, cases when we are using AI.infer, right? Which uses the model like this, right? In this case, we don't need to create models separately. It's just taking it directly from step.ai.models, right? So yeah, let's just copy it up and paste it right over here on the top. Let's import Google Generative AI over here. And now we should be good to go. Let's rerun it. Let's close this one and open this. Okay, fetch industries, it worked. Let's see if Gemini works or not. Okay, looks like Gemini has fetched the data, and you can see this is the exact content that we get in the response. And see, this is what we were trying to clean from our response. And if we go further, yep, we have updated all of the industries as well. Amazing. So you see how easy it was to set up a background cron job. You might have thought, I'm pretty sure that this would be something very difficult, but see, it was a piece of cake, I would say. With the help of Inngest, creating a background function is super easy. And I have actually, discussed Inngest in one of my previous videos of finance platform as well. So, after you have done following this project, you can go and follow that project as well. All right then. So we have successfully created our industry insights feature. Now, this is my most favorite feature, that is the interview prep. We are going to be creating the interview prep page, which will be this /interview page right here. So first of all, I'll go to this actions folder and create the APIs for generating the quiz and saving the results of the quiz. So I'm going to say interview.js. Inside of this, I'm going to be creating a function called generate quiz, the server action, and I'll also use the use server at the top. This is very important, don't forget it. Now inside of this, what will we do? First of all, obviously we need to check if the user is logged in or not. So let me just take it from right here. Let me just take it from this server action and just paste it. Make sure to import auth from clerk/next/server. And I'll also import db from the Prisma file. Okay, now after it, we're gonna have to write the prompt for generating our quiz. So let me show you how I'll do it. So here it is. I'm gonna say generate 10 technical interview questions for a user.industry, like whatever the user industry is. I'm gonna say generate 10 interview questions for this. And since we already have the user skills, right, then we will say if the user skills are there, I'm gonna say with expertise in whatever the user skills are, right? Else we will give empty string. And then I'm gonna say each question should be multiple choice with 4 options. And we have to return the response in the JSON format only, no additional text. And the format will be this, like the question, like the array of questions with the question, options, correct answer, and the explanation of that answer, right? So yeah, pretty straightforward. If you don't want to write it over here, just you can go to my GitHub repo and open this interview.js file and copy this prompt from there. After this, we will write the same thing that we have done earlier over here, I believe in the dashboard.js, right? Yep, to structure the response, I'm just gonna copy this up and paste it right here. So result will be model.generateContent, and obviously we need this model as well, right? So I'll take it from right here and put it on the top right over here. And let's import the Google Generative AI from @Google/generative AI. And then over here, I'm going to say model.generateContent with this prompt. Response will be result.response. And obviously we are supposed to clean the response as well, right? So I'll just copy both of these just like this. Instead of returning this, I'm going to say const quiz equals json.parse clean text. And then in the end, we would get the array of all of the questions, right? So I'll simply say return quiz.questions. And I think we should keep it in a try catch block. So let's keep it in a try catch block. I'll move this part, I'll cut it and move it right after the return. And inside of the catch, I'm going to say console.error, error generating quiz, and throw new error, failed to generate quiz questions. Okay. Now, after we have attempted the quiz, right, we also want to save the results of the quiz, right? So I'm going to be creating a new server action called save quiz result, which will take all of the questions, that is this array that was provided to us, all of the answers by the user, and the final score of the user, right? We will calculate these things in the front end and then send it to this save quiz result server action. Again, same thing, we will check the user authentication first. So I'm just going to copy it and paste it right over here. Now, we first of all need to structure what we are going to be sending to our DB, right? If we refer back to our schema, so right here, schema.prisma, we have this assignment, right? So inside this, we will be storing it inside of this questions, like array of questions, answer, user answers, and what is the correct answer, and also the quiz result. So if I go back, I'm going to say const question results, and I'll take each and every question, like questions dot map, and we will return an object from inside of it. I will take each and every question over here and the index of that question, and this array that we will be forming will contain first of all the question, right? So I'll say question equals q dot question, then the answer, the correct answer, that is not the user's answer. So I'll say q dot correct answer. Then I will take the user's answer, right? So we have the user's answers array over here. So we'll simply use the index. So I'll say user answer equals answers and this index right here. If it's the correct answer or not, so we will compare both of them. So I'll say q dot correct answer. If it's equals to answers index, then this will be true or false accordingly. This will help us to, render our UI even better with less calculations, and obviously the explanation for each and every question. And yeah, this is what we will be storing inside of our database. But first of all, for each and every quiz, if you might remember, we have this improvement tip as well, right? So improvement tip will obviously be based on the questions that are answered incorrectly by the user, right? So we would fetch all of the answers that are being, all of the wrong answers. So over here, what I'll do, I'm going to say const wrong answers equals questions, question results dot filter, and whatever question is not correct, that is not q dot is correct, we will take it from this particular array, right? And now we will take this wrong answers and we will feed it to Gemini API. So I'm going to say if wrong answers dot length is more than 0, only then we will generate the improvement tip. So let's fetch all of the text from inside of this array. So I'll say const wrong questions text equals wrong answers dot map, and for each and every child I'll form a text, right? It will be question, whatever the question is, the correct answer, and the user's answer, right? 3 things. And this is what we will be providing for each and every question. We will be providing for the AI, the Gemini AI, and then we will join all of them. So after this, simply I'm gonna form my prompt. And again, if you want, you can get this prompt from my GitHub repo as well, or you can just watch this video and copy from over here. So the improvement prompt, the user got the following, whatever the industry is, let's say software development industry, technical interview questions wrong. And then we will provide this thing that we generated right here, right? And then I'm going to say, based on these mistakes, provide a concise, specific improvement tip. Focus on the knowledge gap revealed by this wrong answer and keep the response under 2 sentences, right? We don't want to keep it longer so that our UI breaks. Don't explicitly mention the mistakes. Instead, focus on what to learn and practice. Cool then. I think this will help the user a lot. Then simply I'm going to have the try catch block and we will make the call to Gemini API. So I'll just go up here and just take this, just like we've been doing up until this point, and I'll come back and paste it right here. So result, await model, generate content, and let's take this improvement prompt and provide it to it. And actually, since this is not going to be a JSON, so we won't be needing this cleaned text over here, and neither this JSON.parse. Let's just simply trim what we get after it, right? And let's see, we should take a variable over here for the improvement tip as well, right? So before this, I'm going to take let improvement tip equals null. and I'll update it after it, like after we've got this. So instead of this text, I'm gonna say improvement tip equals response.text.trim. And yeah, that's all. If there's any error, we will just console log the error. And then outside of it, let's store all of this inside of our database, right? So I'll have another try catch block. And obviously this thing is optional since it depends on the wrong answers. If wrong answers are there, only then we will make this Gemini API call. So now simply over here, we will feed it to our assessment table. So I'm going to say const assessment equals await db.assessment.create. And we'll provide the data from over here. That is user ID, quiz score, questions result. So if you remember this array that we created, questions result, the category and the improvement tip, right? Cool. Then after this, we will simply return the assessment. And in the catch, I'm going to provide the console error, that error saving quiz result and failed to save quiz result. And yeah, that should do it. Let's go on and build the UI for it. So I'll go to the interview and over here in this route, let's just create a layout.js file. So I'll simply go to dashboard layout page probably and just copy it up and paste it right here. Let's just get rid of this div on the top. And yeah, that should be it. This will be more useful when we fetch all of the results and the stats in the interview page. But let's go on and build this mock interview page now. So over here, first of all, I'm going to have a div which will contain the link to go back, right? So I'm going to have a link tag inside of it, which will say href, and this will take me back to the interview page. And then I'm going to have a button inside of it with variant link. Let's import this button from components, and this will have some class name of gap2 and padding left to be 0 because we will have an arrow left and back to interview questions text over here. So let's see. So default export is not a React component. Let me just refresh it. Yep, there we go. Let's go to /interview/mock over here. And then you'll see that link. Arrow left is not defined. Obviously, we have not imported this icon right here. And also, let's just add some class name of display flex to be column, space y to be 2 and margin x to be 2 because right below this link, we will be adding our heading over here as well. So let's see. Yep, there we go. Something like this, back to interview preparation. Cool then. So below it, I'm going to have a div over here, which will contain an h1 tag and a paragraph tag, just like we've been doing up until this point. H1 tag will be text 6 XL, font bold, and the gradient title class that we created. History specific questions, and this will be a text muted foreground. So let's save it. Yep, something like this. Sorry, below this div is where we'll be rendering our quiz interview question. Components folder over here, quiz. Okay, let's see. Oh, we have not imported, I believe. So let's just import it over here as well. And yeah, we can see this quiz right here. All right, so this is, let's go inside this quiz.jsx. For each and every quiz, let me just firstly, let's just have a look at the deployed app and go to the interview prep section. Let's start a new quiz. So over here, you can see we have a box saying ready to test your knowledge. And as soon as we click on start quiz, it will obviously make the call to Gemini and will generate 5 or 10 questions, whatever, for us. There we go. Now notice for each and every question, how many states would be required? First of all, when we are selecting it, we need a state to store the answer, right? Another state for storing whatever the current question is, and also these explanation with respect to each and every question, right? Not exactly the explanation actually. If you're supposed to show the explanation over here or not, right? If it will be a true or false state. So if I go back, I'm going to take 3 states over here. And obviously, since we're using states, we need to make this a client component. So use client. Let's import useState from React. And yeah, you can see I've taken a current question, all of the answers array, and the show explanation boolean. Okay. Now we would need to fetch the data, right? So again, we have already created that use fetch hook. So I'm going to be using the use fetch hook. Let's just import it. And this generate quiz server action that we created, and we will take the loading, rename it to generate quiz, generating quiz, and function, rename it to generate quiz function, and data to quiz data, right? And we will use this function right here to call this and generate all the questions using AI. Let's just first create that UI where we will show that box to the user so that they can click on start quiz button and start the quiz. So I'm going to say if no quiz data is present, then I'm going to return a card over here, right? So let's just get the card from Shadcn UI from over here. Let me just copy it and paste it over here. We won't be needing the card description For the title, let's say ready to test your knowledge. Inside the card content, I'm gonna say this quiz contains 10 questions, blah blah blah. You've already seen this, right? Text muted foreground. And in the card footer, let's just display a button saying start quiz, and this will be width full. So let's see. Card is not defined. Obviously, we have not imported all of these things. So card header, card title, card content, card footer, and is button there? No. Let's import the button as well and let's see. Yep, something like this. Let's create some gap between them, or actually on the sides. So I'll say mx to be 2. That is margin horizontal to be 2. And for the page.jsx, let me just give some class name over here, which will be container. Margin horizontal to be auto, some space between these, and some padding vertical to be 6. So now you'll see, yep, we have some spacing between them. Cool. So let me just close this. Now, when we click on this button, start quiz button, we want to call a function, right? So I'll say on click, generate quiz function, which you already know comes from right here. Cool. So when we click on it, this will generate the quiz. Let's just show the loader as well. I'm going to say if the quiz is being generated, like if generating quiz, then return bar loader. Let's import this bar loader and same things that we have already given it earlier. And also, as soon as the quiz is generated, what I'll do, I'm going to say inside of the use effect, let's just import the use effect from React. I'm going to say if the quiz data changes, then set all of the answers in this set answers array. Cool then. So let's just work on the UI. So first of all, you can see the current question is 0 by default, right? So that is where we will be starting our quiz from the 0th index. So after this, I'm going to say const question equals quiz data and whatever the current question is, it's on the 0. So that will be our current question. So inside of this div is where we will be writing our UI. And instead of this div, actually, I will just take this card and paste it right here. Yep, and let's update it. So for the card title, I'm going to say question, whatever the question is, 0 plus 1. So obviously we're going to start from 0. So 0 plus 1 of whatever the total length of the questions is. Inside the card content, I'm going to render my question. So I'm going to say question.question and it will be text large and font medium. Let's remove this button from card footer. We will come back to this card footer. And after rendering this question, we will render all of the 4 options over here as well, right? So for that, we will be using radio group that we have installed. So let's see, we have this radio group over here. Yep, something like this. So let's just copy this code from over here and paste it right after this. So inside this, let me just remove both of these options over here. And yeah, so inside of the radio group, we will render the options from inside of our question. So I'll have question.options.map. Over here, let's take the callback inside of it. We will take each and every option and the index of that option. Let's move this div inside of over here and I'll say return. Let's give this the class name of space y to be 2. And since we're using the map, let's just give this the key of index. Now for this radio group item, we're taking each and every option, right? So I'm going to say value will be option and the ID will be option and whatever the current index is. Similarly for this label as well, I'm going to say HTML for and whatever the ID of this radio group is. So when we click on this, it selects the radio group, right? When we click on the label. Let me just import all of these one by one. So make sure to import from /components only. Radio group item from /components and radio group as well. Let's see how this looks like. So I'll go back to our app and click on start quiz. So it is loading the quiz, I believe. And let's see. And there we go. Our quiz is loaded successfully. Amazing. Now we just have to work on this UI right now, right? So let's focus on that. Let's add the logic for selecting a particular option. Now for this radio group, I'm going to say on value change and I'll call this handle answer, which we will just go on and create in just a moment. And the value will be answers of the current question. So if you remember, this is an array populated with null. So on value change, we will provide the user's answer to this handle answer, function. So let's just go on right below this use effect. I'm going to say const handle answer equals whatever the user's answer is. I'm going to take that and notice inside of it. First of all, I'll just make a shallow copy of the state of the answers, right? So I'm going to say new answers equals whatever the existing answers is. Then I'll take this copy. And for that particular question, for like whatever the index is, right, I'll update the user's answer and then I will update the array back, right, this state back to this. Simple enough. Then after this, I'm going to be adding the logic for, displaying the explanation as well. So after the radio group, actually, I'm going to say show explanation. So if the show explanation is true, only then we will be showing the explanation. So let's take a div over here. Inside this, I'm going to have a p tag, which will say explanation, and then another p tag, which will show the question dot explanation. Oops, explanation. Let's keep it font medium. And for the explanation, I'll keep the color as muted foreground. For the div containing this, I'm going to say margin top to be 4, padding 4, background muted and rounded large. So let's just make it true so that you can see what are we getting over here. Oh, sorry. I think I lost the UI. You know what? Let's just do it again. Let's click on start quiz. Yep, you can see we have the explanation right here. Let's give some spacing between both of these. So I'll go to this card content and I'm going to provide the class name of space y to be 4. Okay. Now in the footer, and by the way, let's just revert it back to show explanation. Now in this card footer right here, we will display the button for triggering the show explanation only if the user has selected any option, and also the ability to go to the next question. So pretty simple UI. If the show explanation is not true, I'm going to display a button over here with on click set show explanation to true. When we click on it, it will be true. Variant will be outline. And if that particular question has not been answered, I will disable this button, right? And after this, I'm going to have a button for going to the next question. So I'm just going to copy this button and paste it right here. So it's going to say if the current question is less than the last question, right? If we are not on the last question, we will show the next question, else we will show the finish quiz. And this will also be disabled if the question has not been answered. Let's keep the class name to be margin left auto, and on click, I will trigger a function called handle next. We'll create this function as well. So I'll go over here below, let's say handle answer. I'm gonna say const handle next. Let's create a arrow function. And now notice inside of it, I'm gonna say if the current question is less than the quiz data dot length -1. That is, it is not the last question, right? Then simply I'm going to say set current question to current question +1, and also I'll make this shed explanation to false so that we don't see the explanation for the next question right away. Else we will trigger the finish quiz function, which obviously does not exist yet. So let me just create a dummy function for now, finish quiz, something like this. And we will basically be calculating our score inside of this finish quiz function. And then we will make the API call for saving the result of our quiz. So you know what, let's just take the other server action as well. Let me just import that right here. Save quiz result. Let me just import it from /action/interview. So over here, we'll take loading function data and set data. Now this set data, as I already explained you, can be manually used for setting the data of our quiz. So basically, when our quiz is done, we can take this set data and set it to null after the new quiz is started, so that our result data state is empty. All right, so let's take this save quiz result function and let's go inside of this finish quiz. Now, first of all, before making this API call, we have to also calculate the score of the user. So I'll say const score. Let's just keep it 0 by default for now. And I'll have a try catch block. And inside this, I'll say await, call this save quiz result function. And we will send the quiz data. We will send the answers, the user's answers, and obviously the score. Then we will show the success toast. So I'll say toast.success and make sure to import toast from Sonar. And inside the catch block, I'll say toast.error if anything fails over here. Now let's calculate this score. So for calculating this score, let's just have a function called calculate score. And this will be a pretty straightforward function. Let me show you. So if I put it right here. So yeah, calculate score, we will start with 0, right? The correct answers are 0 so far. And then we will loop through all of the user's answers. We'll go inside of it. I'll say if the answer is equals to the actual correct answer, right? Whatever the user has answered, I'm gonna go inside of the user data dot of index and take the correct answer. We'll compare it. If it is equals to it, then I'll say correct ++, and then in the end, I will return the number of correct answers divided by total answers into 100. That is, we are calculating the percentage over here, and that is what we will be sending to our backend to be displayed. All right, so also let's make use of this saving result over here, this loading indicator. So I'm going to go to the very bottom where we had our button, and I'm going to say this will be disabled when we are saving our result. And also let's just display a bar loader over here when we are saving our result. Right. Cool. Then let's go on and try it out. What I'll do, I'll just for now, I'll just console log this result data over here just to see what do we get inside of it. So result data. Okay. Let's go back to our website. I'll click on Start Quiz and I'll open my inspect over here as well. Console, and let's see. So I'll just randomly answer all of the questions over here. And let me just do this real quick. Okay, there we go. I'm in the 9th. So now after this, it should display a finish quiz. And let's just randomly choose something and click on finish quiz. And now it's not displaying the loading indicator. We'll check what's wrong over here. Let's see what happens. Okay, quiz completed. And there we go. We get something over here. We get all the questions, the quiz score. 10. Did I answer everything correctly? And I don't think so. That would be the case. But let's see. What do we get over here? Okay, this is correct false. This is correct false over here. Okay, yeah, you can see it has created the complete structure for every single thing, like what is the correct question was, what user answer was, right? But it shouldn't have displayed the quiz score to be 10. Probably I did something wrong over here. Let's check. Probably we will check it later on. Let's just first render all of the results and then we can check it. So also apart from this bar loader, let's just display this loader 2 from Lucid React. I think this will be better in showing the loading indicator, right? And also let's just check if this has been entered inside of our database or not. So I'll go to the assessment table and there we go. I think we have something over here, but this is wrong. Most probably quiz score to be 10. This shouldn't be that the case. So let's do one thing. I'll go back to the code and above this return and above this not quiz data, I'm going to say if the result data is there, I'm going to return a div with the quiz result component, and this component does not exist. We will build it right now. We will send it the result data in the result, and also we will send it a prop on start new where we will trigger this start new quiz function, and this will be pretty simple. We will just null everything inside of this function. So I'll just say const start new quiz equals set correct question to 0, set answers to empty, set show explanation to false. We're going to generate a new quiz when we trigger it, and set result data to null, right? We're just resetting every single thing over here. Let's just create this component first of all. So I'm going to go inside the components, get a new file called quiz result.jsx. RAFCE quiz result. Let's import this component right over here. So I actually tried it out once again, and looks like this is working now. Now the quiz score is not being generated fully. I'm not sure what went wrong earlier. I tried generating it with just 3 interview questions. Let's just put it back to 10. Maybe some bug, but it's working fine now. So yeah, we're good. So yeah, let's start working on this quiz result component. So this quiz result component, we'll be using in multiple places, right? Over here in this quiz component as well, and also on the page of the interview page, like where we'll be displaying all of the stats and stuff as well, right? So there we don't want to show the start new quiz button. So I'm going to say I'll have a result. I'll have hide start new flag over here as well. We won't be using it right here, but we'll be using it somewhere else. And an on start new function over here as well. Okay, so first of all, I'm going to say if the result is not present, obviously return null. But if it is present, then first of all, I'm going to say quiz result as the title, and I'll display the trophy icon from Lucid React. And simply, I'm just going to say display flex, items to be center, some gap to be 2 between both of these, text to be 3XL, and gradient title. Then after it, let's just take a card content component from Shadcn UI. And inside of this, we can render the quiz result, right? So first of all, the overview of the score, I'm going to have a div with the h3 of result.quizscore and whatever the percentage is, right? This will be in the percentage. So I'll say 2 fixed 1 and percentage. And we will also render the progress component just like we've done in the insights page as well. Similar to that, we'll be rendering result.quizscore over here. After that, we would have also gotten the improvement tip generated by AI, So if you see, in these results, you can see the improvement tip, focus on mastering, blah, blah, blah. We cannot see it fully right now. Yeah, you can see this tip was generated using AI. So we will render this now. So after this, I'm going to say result.improvement tip. If that is present, then inside of a div, I'm going to be rendering a p tag with the improvement tip title and the result.improvement tip. And obviously we will say text muted foreground for this and font medium size for this. Then after this, we will display question wise, explanation like what went wrong and what went right. So I'm going to have a div over here with the h3 tag, which will say question review. Then below this, I'll take the result and map through it. So result dot questions actually dot map. So we will map through each and every question and we'll render them over here. Let's give this div some space y of 4 and the h3 of font medium. And also this parent div, I'll just give this margin horizontal of auto so that this is in the very middle. And now over here, we will have a div. Inside of this, we're gonna have another div which will display the question and if that question is correct or not. So I'm gonna have a p tag which will display the question, so q.question, and if it's correct, then we will show the check circle, so it will look something like this. And if it's not correct, I'll show the X circle, which will look something like this. And both of them will be imported from Lucid React. And for this one, I'll put the text green of 500 and this one text shade of 500 at some generic styles of height 5, width 5, and flex shrink of 0. This div is going to be having a class name of display flex, item start, justify between, and some gap of 2 between them. And this parent div will have the class name of some border, rounded large, and padding to be 4, space y to be 2. Because after this div right here, we will be just displaying more things, right? Like our answers, the correct, like your answer and the explanation of the answer. So first of all, I'm going to say your answer is this. And if it was not correct, only then we will display the correct answer over here. And also we will display the explanation after it, regardless of the fact the answer was correct or not. So I'll have a div and I'm going to say explanation and just render the explanation just like we've done earlier, right? And yeah, after this div, actually after this card content, I'm going to say if hide start new is not true, then we will display this start new quiz button over here. So I'll say a button on click on start new that we are getting from right here. And yeah, I think this should do it. This should display all of the results. So let's go back and how about we attempt a new quiz over here. So I'll click on start quiz and it's loading it and there we go. So we have 10 questions over here. Let's just randomly answer all of these one by one. There we go. We are on the last question now. Let's click on finish quiz. It is loading it and let's see. Progress is not defined. Oh man. Okay, let's just import the progress over here. Let's see if there's something else that we have not imported. I believe I have imported this. How about card footer? Let's import card footer. Button, let's import button. Card content must be already imported. Trophy, is this imported? Yeah, this is imported. Let's try it out again. And you know what, let me just put this to 3 questions now instead of 10 questions every single time. This will be easier for me to test it out. So again, let's randomly answer them one by one. And also let's just click on show explanation. And yeah, this is working fine. And okay, let's finish the quiz and hopefully nothing goes wrong now. Q is not defined. Wow, where is this coming from? So quiz result. So we're mapping it and obviously we have not taken the Q over here and also the index, which we will be using as a key. So key equals index. And hopefully that should be it. Let me just try it out again. Let's click on finish quiz. And there we go. We are getting the quiz results just like this. Amazing. So you can see we have the improvement tip on the top. I believe this would need some spacing between these. So for this card content, I'm going to put this class name space y to 6. I'm not going to save this right now because this will, refresh the page. So apart from that, let's see the question review. Yep, we can see we have answered all of them incorrectly. And we have the option to start a new quiz over here as well. Great. So let's just click on start new quiz and let's try to actually attempt the quiz this time. And there we go. Looks like I have answered all of the questions correctly now. Great. If you want, you can wrap this quiz results into a card component over here as well instead of this div. So if I just say card and if I go back now, yeah, I think div was much better. So I'll revert it back to the div. And cool then. Next, what I'll do, we can click on back to interview preparation, and this is the page where we can render all of the stats related to the assessment that user has attempted and all of the quizzes that user has attempted in the past. So let's build this. So I'll go to this interview.js again, and let's create this server action for this. So it's going to be pretty straightforward. I'll say export async function get assessment. And inside this, first of all, let's check for the user authentication. Sorry, not authentication, authorization. I'll just copy this and I'll paste it right here to check if user is found or not. Then I'll have a try catch block over here. And here, let's fetch all of the assessments. So I'm going to say const assessments equals await db.assessment.find many. And I'll say where user ID is this, whatever the current user logged in is, and sort them in the ascending order with respect to the created at, and return the assessments in the end. And in the catch, I'll again handle the console error fetching assessments. Cool then. Let's go to our page.jsx and start building it. So let's plan this interview page first. So what are the three things that we will be having over here? Let's go and check inside of our deployed website right here. So first of all, we will have these cards which will show us the statistics, then our performance trend graph, and then after it, we will render all of these quizzes. And when we click on it, we will just reuse that, quiz results component that we created earlier. Okay, so I'll go back. First of all, over here, let's just display a h1 tag. So I'm going to have a div. Inside of this, I'm going to display the h1 tag just like we've been doing up until now. Text XXL, gradient title, and font bold. And also, let's just give it some margin bottom of 5 over here. Let's save this and check it out. Yep, this is what we want. Now, below this, I'm going to have a div, and we will display 3 components over here that we already saw, right? So let's just create a new component for each and every one of them. So I'll say stats card. And by the way, we just now created this API endpoint like server action, right? So let's get all of the assessments over here. So I'm going to say const assessments equals await get assessments. Let's import it. And also let's make this an asynchronous component since this is a server component. And I'll take these assessments and I'll provide it to these stats card over here like that. Similarly, I'll create 2 more components and they will also take the assessments. One will be for displaying the performance chart. Another will be for displaying the quiz list. Simple enough. Let's go on and make these components. So inside of the components folder, I'm going to say stats cards.jsx RAFCE stats cards. Second one will be performance chart.jsx. Let's paste the same code over here and I'm going to rename it. So performance chart. And then the third one will be quiz list. Quiz list.jsx. I'll rename it to quiz list. Okay, cool. Let's just import all these 3 over here. Stats cards, performance chart, and quiz list. Cool. Let's just see if it's fine. Yep, we can see all these 3 over here. Let's first work on this stats cards. So since we have to display 3 cards over here inside of it, right? So let's just use display grid over here. So I'm going to say class name to grid, gap to be 4 between them. And if the screen size is more than medium, I'll say grid columns to be 3. Let's take the assessments over here from the props. And now let's see what are all the types of assessments that we'll be displaying. We'll be displaying the average score, the questions that we have practiced up until this point, and the latest score that we got in the last quiz, right? In the most recent quiz. So for calculating the average score, it's going to be very simple. We'll be taking all of the assessments over here, right? First of all, we'll check if we have any assessments or not. If we don't, we'll just simply return 0. But if we do, I'm going to say assessments.reduce. I'll take each and every assessment and the sum, like this is an accumulator and this is the each and every value. If you know about reduce, I've created an in-depth video on map filter reduce. If you want to check it out, you can, go and search my channel. So I'm going to take an accumulator and the assessment. So by default, sum will be 0 and we will be adding assessment.quiz score to it. So we will get all of the total. And then we can simply say total divide by assessments.length and we will get the percentage for it. Now, if you want to get the details of the latest assessment, simply I'll just say if assessment.length, first of all, we'll check if it's there or not. Else we will just return assessment of 0th index and we will get the latest assessment. Then how do we get the total number of questions? I'm going to say const get total questions, and inside of it, again, we will have the check for it, and I'm going to say assessments dot reduce. This time, instead of this quiz score, I'm going to say questions dot length, right? So we will take each and every quiz and add the questions length inside of it, right? So cool, then we got all of these three stats right here. Now inside this div, I'm going to be using 3 cards. So we have already created similar cards, right? If we go back to our industry insights, see, we have created similar cards over here as well, right? So these are very similar to what we will be building over here. So what I'll do, I'll just go back to dashboard right here, and let's go over here, dashboard view, and let's just take this first card and let's copy it up. Let's go back and I'll paste it right here. Let's just import all of these things. Card, card header, card title. Instead of Outlook icon, I'll just say trophy icon, card content. And yeah, let's work on this. I'm going to say, instead of market outlook, I'm going to say average score. And instead of this, I'll have simply H4, width 4, and text muted foreground. And here we can display the average score, right? So this thing, get average score. So I'll just take this and put it right here, call this function and put a percentage after it. And on this line, I'm going to say across all assessments. So let's see if this looks good. I'm going to go to the interview prep page. Yep, that is exactly what we want. Let's see if the UI is similar to this. Yep, it's exactly the similar to this one. And these other 2 cards will also be same. So let me just duplicate this card right here 2 times. In the second one, we want to display the questions practiced. So instead of average score, I'll say questions practiced. Instead of trophy, I'll have brain as the icon. Let's render the total questions over here. So I'll say get total questions, and below it, total questions. Okay. For the third one, I'll display the latest score. So instead of average, let's say latest score. Here, instead of get average score, I'm going to say get latest assessment, and I'll take out the quiz score from it, fixed to 1 decimal point, and I'll say percentage. Instead of across all assessment, I'm going to say most recent quiz, right? Let's check it out. Yep, there we go. Looks good. Let's start working on this performance chart now. So I'll go to this, and this will be using, like, making the use of recharts, right? So let's see what chart we'll be building over here. So it must be a line chart, right? So let's see. I'll go to the recharts documentation and open this simple line chart component. So you can see this is how we will be using it. Let's come back to this. First, let's prepare our data for rendering the chart. It will be very similar to how we did earlier. So first of all, let's just create a state over here, and also we need to input the assessment, right? So I'll say assessments, and let's create a use state for chart data and set chart data. And now after it, I'm going to say use effect, and I'll run this use effect as soon as we render this component, right? So as soon as the assessments changes, we're going to write the logic inside of it. So I'll say if assessments has anything inside of it, I'll say const formatted data equals assessments dot map, and I'll take each and every assessment and go inside of it, and I'll format it. So we want 2 things. We want the date and we want the score for that particular quiz, right? So that's what we'll write over here. So instead of this curly braces, actually, I'll have a round bracket or parenthesis, and then inside of it, I'm going to create an object like this, and I'll have a date, and I'll format it. So for formatting it, we will be importing format from date-fns, just like we did earlier, and we'll provide the date of when that assessment was created. And we will provide this formatting, right? Month and date, like for example, January 2 or something like that, right? And the score for that particular quiz. And that is how we will get this formatted data. And let's just set this data after it. So I'll say set chart data to formatted data. Cool. Let's just take the card component from Shadcn UI to render this. What's going on? Oh, sorry. This is a client component, right? So I have to use client over here directive so that it does not break. Let's go to Shadcn UI, and I'll take the card component, this one. Let's copy it up and paste it right over here. We don't need this div over here. Get rid of it. In the card title, I'm going to say performance trend. And let's make this a gradient title, right? Just like we've been doing up until now. So I'm going to say class name is going to be gradient title, text 3XL, and in the larger screens, text is going to be 4XL. Let's see how this looks. Card is not defined, of course. We have not imported all of these things. So card header, card title, card description, card content, and no need for the card footer. Let's see now. Yep, that is what we want. Let's provide the description to it, and that will simply be your quiz scores over time. Okay, so now instead of this p tag over here, let's just take that chart from recharts. So simple line chart, and let's just copy this responsive container from over here till right here. Let's provide a div over here first of all, and I'll give the class name of height to be 300 pixels. And then inside of it, I'm going to paste that responsive chart. Let's make sure to import all of these things. Line chart from recharts. Make sure to import it from recharts only. Cartesian grid, x-axis, y-axis, tooltip from recharts as well. We won't be needing the legend, and we will just have one line, right? So I'll get rid of this one. I'll just have this line right here. Okay, let's see. I think currently it will be breaking since we have not provided the data. Yep, we have not provided the data. So let's see. Over here in the line chart, let's get rid of this and this. Instead of this data right here, I'm going to say chart data, right? Then for this Cartesian grid, let's keep it as it is. Data key will be the date. So we have date and the score, right? You can see date and the score. So on the x-axis, I'm going to keep the date. And on the y-axis, it will go from 0 to 100, right? So I'm going to say domain. It goes from 0 to 100. And it will map the scores over here. Now for this tooltip, if you remember, let me show you. So yeah, you can see it is starting to show up. See, we have this tooltip over here with score 80%, etc. Right? We did this earlier when we were working on the insights. So it takes something called as content. Content. Inside this, we will have a callback function. And this callback function will take active and payload. These are the two things that we will be needing right now. So I'll say if it's active, that is we are hovering on it. Active, and payload has something inside of it. So payload.length. Let me just put a optional chaining over here so that it doesn't break. And inside of this, I'm going to return a very simple div, which will contain the score and the date. So I'll have two paragraphs, score, payload, dot value, percentage, right? And the date of from inside of that payload. And let's provide it some background as well. So I'm going to say BG background, border, rounded large, padding to be 2, and shadow to be medium. Let's check it out how this looks like if I go back to my app. Okay, yeah, again, we have not rendered the line over here, right? So yeah, we have to configure this. So line will display the score, right? So data key can be score. Stroke, I'm going to provide the primary color from Shadcn UI. If you want, you can provide it some other color as well. And instead of this active dot over here, I'm going to say stroke width, and let's provide it to be 2. Let's check it out now. There we go. It looks awesome with all the tooltip and everything, right? We can see over the time how we have performed in the quiz. We can see the questions practiced, latest score, and the average score as well. Awesome. Let's render the list of the quiz right here, and also let's provide some gap between these. So I'll go to the page.jsx, and in this div right here, I'm going to say class name space y to be 6, and let's see. Yep, we can see the spaces between them. All right, let's work on the quiz list. So let's take the assessments over here, and this will be pretty straightforward. We will render the card for each and every quiz. And then when we click on it, we have to display a dialog box for the results, and also have the option to start new quiz, right? So for routing to mock interview page, let's just have a use router hook over here, import it from next/navigation. We will be using it in just a moment. And we will also create a state over here for the selected quiz, right? The one that we want to open the dialog for. So let's import use state as well from React. Let's take the card component right here. So let me just have a fragment, and inside of it, we'll have the card component. So let me just take it from Shadcn UI again and paste it right here. Let's import the card header, card title, card description, card content, and again, we won't be needing the card footer over here. Now, I've used these React fragments over here because this is where we will be having a dialog for our results, right? So we will come back to this. First, let's build this card For the card title and description, I'm going to say recent quizzes, and let's provide it gradient title, text 3XL, and in the larger screen, text 4XL. And the description will be review your past quiz performances. Let's see how this looks. What's wrong? Oh, we are using hooks over here. So this should be a use client component. And now let's see. Okay, yeah, recent quizzes, review your past quiz performances. And also what we want to display over here is a button to start new quiz, right? So I'll have a div and wrap both of these in this div. And I'll have a button after it. And then button will simply say start new quiz, and on click we will say router.push and push it to /interview/mock. Let's see. Button is not defined, obviously. Let's import it from Shadcn UI and see. Okay, so we want it to be this side right here, right? So over here in the card header, I'm going to say display flex, items to be center and justify between so that they are on far ends. Okay, I think we need to do flex row over here as well. Yep, something like that. Start over here in the card content, we will be rendering all of our assessments. So instead of this paragraph tag, I'm going to have a div with the class name of space y to be 4. And here I'll take the assessments dot map. And over here, I'm going to render each and every assessment. I'll take the assessment and the index. And here I'll say return, and let's just take a card component over here again. So I'll just copy the card component and paste it right here. Let's get rid of the footer again. In the card title, I'm going to say quiz, whatever the number of the quiz is, right? I+1. In the description, let's just have two things. First thing will be the score of that quiz and when that quiz was conducted, right? So I'm going to say another div with the format from date-fns and new date, whatever the date is, and I'll format it in this format right here, right? Let's see. Yep, we can see all of our quizzes being rendered right here. Cool. Over here in the card description, I'm going to say display flex, justify between and width to be full so that these dates are right over here. Inside the card content, simply let's just display our improvement tip, right? So that this is easily accessible. So I'll say assessment.improvement tip with text small and text muted foreground. So yeah, this looks good. We can easily see these right here. And now let's add the logic for having the dialog. So first of all, let me just add some hover effect on it. So on the card, on each card, I'll say cursor pointer. On hover, we'll say background muted to be 50 opacity and transition will be added on the color. So yeah, something like that. On click, we want to select that particular quiz on inside of this state right here, right? So I'm going to say on click, set selected quiz to be that particular assessment. And obviously we need to provide the key over here as well since we're doing the map, right? So I'll say key equals assessment.id. Okay, so let's see now, how does the dialogues work in Shadcn UI? So I'll go over here in the dialog, and if you click on edit profile, you can see it's like a modal pops up just like this. So let's copy this dialog up and I'll go back, and right here, I'm gonna paste this dialog code. So we have this dialog header and a trigger, which, opens the dialogues. I guess we won't be needing a trigger because our triggers are right here. And we will make sure to open the dialog when we have something inside of this selected quiz, right? And if we close this, then we will remove everything inside of the selected quiz. So I'll say on open change, set selected quiz to null. Simple as that. Let's try it out. So obviously we need to import this dialog as well. So make sure to import from /components, dialog header, dialog title. We won't be needing the description, so let's get rid of it. And let's see how it looks. I have not imported alert dialog header. Okay, let's import that as well. And now check. If I click on this quiz, yep, you can see we are rendering it over here. Let's, instead of this alert dialog header, let's just take the simple dialog header, right? Let's import it from Shadcn UI and remove this alert dialog header. So we actually accidentally imported from another component, and we won't be needing any title over here actually. And this is important to keep this tag over here because Shadcn UI might throw us some errors if we don't provide it of the accessibility, right? So now we will just simply, we would need the quiz result component because that is what we're supposed to render over here, right? And here we will give the result, which is selected quiz. On start new, we will push it to /interview/mock, and we will also provide the hide start new. So you might remember we added this flag over here, right? So it was for this place. hide start new, and now we won't be seeing start new quiz button over there. So if I click on any of these, yep, this is breaking for some reason. I think we need to add some styling over here in the dialog content. I think it's because of this. So I'll simply say max width to be 3XL, max height to be 90 VH, and overflow Y to be auto, so that we can see the complete result on this screen itself. So if I click on it now, yep, looks beautiful. And you see how awesome this feature is. The complete end-to-end feature. I mean, this feature in itself is a whole app, right? But this is a part of our complete Sensei app. So great then. Let's move on to the next big feature, which is to build our resume. We will start by creating the server actions for it. So I'm going to come to this actions folder over here, and I'm going to create a new file called resume.js. And see, most of the things in this are going to be performed in the front end part, because we will be building a resume builder and all of those things are going to be on the client, right? But after we have built the resume, we want to save that resume, right? So we will create this server action, export async function, save resume, and we will provide it with the markdown content to save the resume. So cool. Let's start with simply user authorization, right? If user is logged in or not. I'm going to import the auth from clerk/next/server, and I'm going to import this DB from Prisma file. Now, after this, there can be a possibility that a resume already exists inside of our database, right? For that particular user. So we'll be using a function called upsert. So let me show you. So I'm going to say const resume equals await db.resume.upsert. So basically this means update or insert, right? Whatever's suitable. First of all, I want to search the resume for that user. So I'm going to say where user ID is user.id. If resume already exists, we are going to update it with this content. Just update the content. And if it does not exist, we will create for that particular user ID and we will insert the content. Simple enough. And then we will refetch all of the data inside of the /resume path. So I'm going to say revalidate data. Let me just import it from next/cache. And then in the cache, I'm going to throw the error saving resume with error.message. Now similarly, we will create a function to get a resume if a resume is already created, right? So it will be a very simple function. So let me just bring it real quick. We will just first check if user is logged in or not. And then I'm going to simply say await db.resume.findUnique where user ID is it. Simple enough, right? Now, for the third thing, let me show you. If I go back to the deployed app, and you can see I'm in this resume builder feature and I have my resume right here. If I go to form, and let's say if I want to add a work experience over here, right? I'm going to say front end developer, organization can be, let's say, Google, date, and whatever that you can set these on your own. And then if I want to add the description, let's say if I worked on creating a Chrome extension, right? Or let's say basically a Chrome browser. I worked on Chrome browser in Google, right? So now we are blank, right? What do we write in your resume? So we can add this feature of improving with AI. So if I click on this button, see, it has improved this description with respect to the, the little description that we have provided it. So this is an awesome feature. Let's try to build this, right? So I'll go back to my app and I'm going to create a new server action over here called improve with AI. Now in our current application, I have added this feature just for this description right here, right? Improve with AI. And I've left this professional summary, like this can also be improved with AI, right? So professional summary, or if you want, you can add it in the skills as well. So I would highly encourage you guys to follow the similar patterns to implement it over here as well, right? So, but it's pretty simple. Let me show you how you can do that. So first of all, obviously we need to check if user is logged in. After that, we want to write the prompt for it. So you know what, instead of writing it out over here, let me just go back into my GitHub repository and let me copy this whole prompt. If you want, you can also copy it from right here. Or of course, you can also add your own variation to it. So yeah, this is the prompt. As an expert resume writer, improve the following. We're going to provide the type, like if it's for the experience, if it's for the project, if it's for the education, right? This feature is on all of these three places. So over here, education, projects, all of these have the improve with AI. So we'll provide the type for the description for a user who is in this industry, which let's say, for example, software engineering or front-end developer, etc., right? Make it more impactful, quantifiable, and aligned with the industry standards. And then we will provide the current content that user has provided. Then The requirements are following: use action verbs, include metrics, highlight relevant technicals. It's just like we should be writing a resume description, right? So this will help us a lot in building our resume. And format the response as a single paragraph without any additional text or explanation. Simple enough. And then after this, let's make an API call to Gemini, right? So let me just do one thing. Let me bring in my import for the Gemini. Yep, these two things. And I'm gonna put them on the top right here, right? Let's import this Google Generative AI over here. And then I'm gonna use this model variable to call it. So inside the try, I'm gonna actually just go back and simply do what we have already done, right? So yeah, this thing right here, let me just copy it up and I'll paste it right here. So const result equals model.generate content, then result.response, and then I'll get the text, and actually I'll just say dot trim if there's any spacing outside of it. Let's call it improved content, and I'll say return improved content. All right, and in the catch block, simply I'm gonna throw the error improving content if there is any error that's gonna happen. Right, so yeah, these three are my server actions. Now let's go to inside of this app folder, main, and yeah, we have not created for resume. So I'll say resume, and I'm going to create a page.jsx right here. Inside of it, I'm going to say RAFCE. Let's call it resume page. And now over here, if there's any resume pre-existing, I'm going to fetch it. So I'll say const resume equals await get resume. So this function that we just now created, server action, make sure to make it an asynchronous component since this is a server component. And yeah, we will get the info right here. Obviously there is no resume right now. So what I'll do, instead of this resume page, I'm gonna go inside of it and create a component called resume builder. Again, this will be a client component so that we can use the hooks and stuff inside of it. Let's get a new folder over here, _components. And I'm gonna create a new file, resume builder.jsx. Now this is a very logic heavy component, so I need you guys to focus properly. We will be sending this the initial content, so I'll say initial content. Content. Inside this, I'll say resume dot content. Right, I'll put a optional chaining over here just in case if our resume does not exist, which currently it obviously does not exist. For this div, I'm going to simply give the class name container, margin horizontal to auto, and padding vertical to 6. Also, since we are loading the resume right here, I would recommend you guys to add a layout file just like we have added right here. Or it's pretty simple, right? You can just copy it and paste it right here inside of it, right? Simple enough. And now it will show a bar loader whenever this resume is being loaded right here. Let's import this resume builder component. Am I not exporting? Oh, sorry, RFCE resume builder. And I'll take the initial content right here. Cool, let's just import it right over here like this and go back and see. Yep, we can see the resume builder right here. Okay, let's go inside of our resume builder component and start building our resume builder. First of all, this will be a client component. So I'm going to say use client directive over here. So first of all, inside of this div, I'm going to have another div which will contain our h1 resume builder. Just like we've been doing up until now, I'm going to give this the class name, font bold, gradient title, text to be 5 XL in smaller screens. In the medium screens, it's going to be 6 XL. Below this, I'll have a div which will contain our buttons like saving the resume or downloading the PDF, etc. So I'll say button imported from Shadcn UI. This will be save. And I'm going to have an icon before it, save icon from Lucid React. Let's see how it looks. Yep, something like this. Let's give it the variant of destructive so that it's red color. Let me just duplicate this button right here. And this one will be for downloading the PDF. And let's import this download button from Lucid React, something like this. And I don't want this to have a destructive variant. This div can have a class name of space X to be 2. And this parent div for both heading and buttons can have display flex column. But in the larger screens, it's going to be flex row that is on one single row. Justify between so that there are far ends, item center, and gap to be 2. So they would look something like this. Parent div can be class name space Y to be 4. Now below this div right here, we will have 2 tabs. So you may have already seen over here, we have 2 tabs, one for form, one for Markdown. So we have already installed the tabs component from Shadcn UI. So it looks something like this. Let me just copy it up and paste it right here. So basically what's going on over here is we have this tabs parent tag imported from components. And then we have tabs list, one for account, one for password. For an example over here, when we click on account, this value account matches this value of tabs content and it renders this component. Else it will render the other component. Let me show you. Let me just import all of these from /components folder, tabs content. And yeah, I think all of them are imported now. Let's see. Yep, you can see account, password. Looks good. Instead of these two, I'm going to have form and markdown. And default value can be form. Or you know what? We don't want a default value because that will differ, right? If we already have a resume, we will show the markdown tab, else we will show the form tab. Let me get rid of this class name over here as well. And let's just create a separate state for the active tab, right? So I'll just put this active tab state over here. Let's import use state. And by default, I'm going to put it to be edit. And right here, I'm going to say the value is going to be active tab. On value change, we will use this set active tab. So this one can be edit and this one can be preview. Let's check it out. Form and markdown. Okay. So now let's first go on and build this form tab, right? So for forms, obviously we are using React hook form and sort. So I'm going to import the use form hook over here. And for this, we will need to create the schema as well, right? So I'm going to go to this lib schema.js file. And inside of this, let's see first what are all the different things that our form will contain. So we will have this contact information, then professional summary, skills, and for each and every one of these will be an array, right? We can add a work experience, then we can add it, then we can add another work experience, right? Something like that. So this has to be an array. So I'll create a separate schema for this, separate schema for this, and then I'll combine them in one single schema. So first of all, for contact schema, I'm going to say export const contact schema z.object, and we will keep 4 things over here. Let's just keep email as required only and other things as optional. So z.string email, and if it's not provided, I'm going to say invalid email address. And for mobile, LinkedIn, and Twitter, all of these 3 will be optional. Now let's understand the entry schema. We can call it like these ones, right? Let's build these. So export const entry schema dot object, and inside this we'll take an object. What are the different things that we are going to be having inside of it? Title, organization, start date, end date. We can have a checkbox for current experience, and we can add the check to see if this is selected, we won't be requiring this, or if this is added, no need to enter this, right? So, and also description, right? So we would need all of these things. So it would look something like this. Title, it can be a string, minimum 1 character, else title is required. Same for organization. Start date is going to be minimum 1 characters as the start date is required. End date can be optional. Description and the current, right? Which will be a boolean. Now let's add the check. So I'm going to say refine over here, and refine will help us to add some, checks over here if it's working properly or not. So inside this callback, I'm going to take the data that we have received, and simply I'm going to say if data.current is not present and data.endDate is also not present, then we will return false. That is, we will throw the error. Else, if either of one is present, I'm going to say return true. And how do we throw the error after it? So I'll say comma, and inside of an object, I'm going to say message, end date is required unless this is your current position, right? And we will throw the error on the end date, like below end date, if none of these are selected. Yeah, and then in the end, let's combine this one and both of these schema into one single schema. So I'll say resume schema equals z.object. First, I'll add the contact info, contact schema, then summary, skills, experience. All of these will be z.array, and we'll provide this entry schema that we have created just over here, right? Simple enough. Let's take this resume schema, go back to our resume builder. Inside of use form, I'm going to say resolver equals to Zod resolver, import it from this hook form /resolver/Zod. And inside of this, I'm going to give this resume schema. Make sure to import this as well. And then we can provide some default values to our form, which I'm going to say contact info to be empty empty object, summary to be empty, skills to be empty, and all of these to be empty arrays. Yep. And just like before, we will take out a few things from inside of it, like control, register. So control we did not, took out earlier. So I'll explain you what this is all about. So register handle submit to submit the form, watch to watch a particular field inside of our form or multiple fields as well. And from the form state, we will take out the errors to display the errors. Now, this control basically helps us to essentially take the control of the whole form, and we can manipulate it using this variable right here. And I'll show you how we are going to be using it. And now, while we are at it, let me just take our API over here as well. So I'm going to say use fetch, import use fetch. I'll take the save resume as well, which will enable us to save the resume when we submit the form. And we will take out loading, function, data, and errors and rename all of them one by one. Cool. Now, as we are going to be, writing inside of our form, right? We'll be entering some data over here, right? Like something like this. We will be updating our Markdown in real time, right? So for that, we need to watch all of the form fields. So what I'll say const form values equals watch. Right now, we will make use of it very soon. And also, if there has been the initial content provided to us, right? If our resume already exists, then we can say we'll have a use effect over here. Make sure to import it from React. I'm going to say if initial content is there, then the set active tab will be preview, right? That means we will go to Markdown tab directly without going to the form. Okay. And obviously I'll put it in the dependency area because if it changes, then this changes as well. All right. Now let's go on and first start building our form. So I'll go down inside of this tab content value edit, and I'll say form over here. Inside this, first of all, we will be taking the contact information. So let's create the div for that. I'll say h3 to be contact information. Then after this, I'll have our div, which will contain 4 different things, like 4 different inputs. So the first one will be label email, and the input, let's import input from Shadcn UI. We will use register over here, obviously, to tie it up with the contact info schema. So contact inside of the contact info schema, I'm going to go and tie it up with the email, right? And I'm going to say type email, some placeholder over here, and error equals errors.contactinfo.email. If you remember, this error object comes from right here, right? And after this, let's display our errors as well, just like we've done earlier. So errors.contactinfo.email, if it exists, then we'll show inside of a p tag this exact error message with the text at 500 and text small. Let's provide some gap in between of those. So I'll say space y to be 2. And since there are going to be 4 such divs over here, so actually we should be wrapping them in another div over here. So I'll have a div. I'll wrap this whole thing in another div. And for this div right here, I'm going to say class name to be display grid. In the smaller screens, we'll show 1 single column. In the medium screens, 2 column. Gap to be 4 between them. Some padding 4 around them. Some border. Rounded corners are going to be large, like border radius. Background is going to be muted with 50 opacity. Right, let's see how this looks currently inside of our app. Server only cannot be imported. Okay, so I believe we have not added use server directive over here. So I'll say use server and save it. Now we should not see the error. Yep, something like this. Cool, let's build the other contact information. So I'll actually duplicate this one 3 times. 1, 2, 3. Okay, let me provide some gap between these. And for the second one, this will be for mobile number, right? So I'm going to simply say mobile number in the label, and in the input, this will be contact info.mobile with the type of telephone and some placeholder over here. In the errors, instead of email, I'm going to say mobile. Then next, this one will be for LinkedIn URL. Again, same contact info.linkedin, and change this error over here as well. Then the last one will be for the Twitter account. So I'll say Twitter or X profile. I'll say contact info.twitter, and I'll provide some placeholder and the errors as well. Cool, then after this div, we will have the professional summary. And again, it would look exactly the same. So I'll just quickly import it. It's just a div with the h3 of professional summary. And now over here, this is something that you need to understand. So when it comes to React Hook forms or React Hook form, it works fine with the native HTML tags, right? But when it comes to such third-party components like text area, which is provided by, Shadcn UI, or probably like select component or something like that, we need to wrap it inside of this controller component, which comes from React Hook form, right? So we will name it summary with respect to what it was in our schema. Then we need to provide it the control, like this control. If you remember, we took it from right here from our form, right? So this will help it to get the control of the form. Then in the render, this is where we can render the component. In our case, this is text area for writing the professional summary. And this gives us this field over here, which we need to spread over here. So this takes the control of this text area. Then we can simply give some class name, placeholder, and error to be errors.summary, and simply render the errors in the end. Let's see how it looks. Text area is not defined. Obviously, we need to import it as well. Yep, something like that. Let's just give the parent div some class so that we have some gap between them. So this one, I'm going to say class name to be space y to be 4, and our form to have space y to be 8. And also we will have an on submit over here, right? Which we will give it handle submit. And for this, we will provide the on submit form, on submit function, which does not exist. So let me just create a dummy function for now, just like this. Let's make it an asynchronous function, which will get all of the form data. Okay. So now after, professional summary, we need to add the skills, but let's see how it looks currently. Yep, something like that. This looks much better. So that one will also be a text area. So what I'll do, I'll just copy it and paste it right here. Instead of professional summary, it will be skills. Name is going to be skills. Over here, we can say list your key skills. And in the error as well, instead of summary, I'm going to say errors.skills. Now after this, we will render the experience, projects, and education part, right? Where we can add multiple experiences or skills, etc. Sorry, not skills, I mean projects, etc. So simply, it will be just like what we have done over here as well. So I'm just going to copy it and paste it right here, and notice what I'll do. So we won't be rendering text area, of course. We will be rendering a custom component over here. So first of all, this will be called as work experience. Let's say experience, and then in the errors as well, I'm going to say experience. After this, we will be doing the same thing for the education and the projects as well. So let me just duplicate it multiple times. So I'll paste it right here and then gap paste it right here. Obviously, this will give us error since we don't have anything over here. So the second one can be education over here as well, and over here as well. For the third one, instead of this, I'll say projects, and over here as well. Okay. So what do we put inside this render? We will be creating a separate component, a new component called entry form, where we will be writing the logic for this thing. Right, so let's just create a component right here. I'm going to create a new file, entry-form.jsx, RAFCE, entry form. And then inside this, we will take three things: the type, all of the entries that we have, and on change, what happens, right? So we will be controlling this component, obviously, using use form as well. And also, we will be using that improve with AI logic inside of this entry form as well. Now, over here, first of all, let's create our use form just like we did earlier. So I'll import use form from React hook form, Zord resolver, and obviously entry schema that we have created separately right here, right? Then we will provide some default values to title, organization, start date, end date, etc., right? And we will take out the register, handle submit, form state, reset, watch, set value, and all that over here as well. And I'll rename this handle submit to handle validation, because simply this will help us in validation only, right? Not submitting the form. That's why this makes more sense. And I'll also watch this current field so that we can disable the end date field. Let's import this right here. So first for the work experience, I'm going to say entry form, type experience, entries field.value, and on change field.on change. Same for the education, just type education. And for the project as well, with the type project. Okay, let's go back to the entry form. And let me just first see if there's any error or not. So yeah, we can see all these three right here. So first thing first, we need to have a button over here, which will be responsible for adding the, whatever experience and stuff. And we need to have a state as well, which will tell us that if a new experience or project or education is being added currently. So what I'll do, I'm going to say is adding, and let's use state from here, and let's make it a client component. So I'll say use client. And now I'm going to say if is adding is not true, then only we will show this button. And on click, we will say set is adding to true, right? Now above it, we can add the form. When is adding is true, we can display that form, right? So now above this button, I'm going to say if is adding is true, then we will, let's add a card component over here. So let's just take the card from Shadcn UI. Yep, over here, and paste it right here. Let me import the card header. We're not going to be needing the card description, card content, and also import card footer as well. Okay. So card title can be add and the type, like whatever it fits, experience, project, etc. In the card content, we can create our form. So this can have a class name of space y to be 4. Instead of it, I'm going to have a div which will contain it, and then separate divs for things like title, organization, etc., etc. So instead of it, I'm going to have a div. First of all, for the input of title/position, we will register it with our hook form with the title in the schema, right? So error will be errors.title, and then errors.title, if it's there an error, then we're going to display the error right here. Then below it, I'm going to have another div similarly for organization as well, and I'm going to register it along with the errors. And these both will be inside of one single div right here. So I'm going to say class name, display grid columns to be 2, and some gap of 4 between them. So let's see how it looks. Button is not defined. Okay, let's import this button from over here. Plus circle is not defined. Okay, yeah, I have not imported this. Let's click on add experience now, and yep, we can see title, position, organization, company, etc., etc. Okay, now below this div, we will have another similar div, but that one will be for our start date and end date. So again, similar class name. So I'll just take this grid class name and I'll put it right here, and I'll put it right here. Then inside this div, first of all, I'm going to have a div for type month, input type month, and register with the start date. And similarly, I'll have another div. I'll just duplicate it below it, and I'm going to have this for end date. But this one will be disabled if the current is enabled. So if you remember, this current is watching this current checkbox, right? If this checkbox is ticked, then end date will be disabled. And we will be creating that checkbox right below it. So I'm going to have a div, an input inside of it of type checkbox. ID is going to be current, register current. On change, we will set the value, like manually setting the value inside the hook form for the current field to be e.target.checked. And if it is checked, then I'll say set value of end date to be empty, right? Then we don't want to have an end date over here. And of course, we're going to have a label called current besides the checkbox. Let's see how this looks so far. If I click on over here, yep, you can see this is disabled. Now we cannot select it. Now below it, we need a description as well. Again, exactly the same, just like what we've done until now. We're going to have a div with text area, placeholder, description of your whatever, experience or project, etc. Class name, height 32, register with the description, error, errors.description. And we will render the errors over here as well. Let's see. Text area is not defined. If I click on add experience, yep, we can see. If I click on add education, we can see all of the things related to education. Let's add a button for, improving with AI. But actually before that, let's just import that API right here that we created, improve with AI API or server action, whatever you want to call it. So I'll take the use fetch hook and improve with AI. So this will have loading, function, data, and error. Let's also have a function for handle delete, which we will come back to very soon, which will enable us to delete, the experiences or the projects or education. We will also have a function for improving our description with AI. So I'll say handle improve description, and another function for handle add as well, right? To add the experience, education, or projects. And while we are at it, let's just write this handle improve description function right away. So it will be very simple. It will be an asynchronous function. And inside of this, I'm going to simply say, take the description, like I'm going to watch the description's value. We will have the description's value inside of it. And then I'm going to say, if description does not exist, I'll say toast error, please enter a description first, before trying to improve it with AI. Then after that, I'm going to say await improve with AI FN, this thing right here. I'm going to call it with two things. First of all, the current description, right, in the current field, and what the type is, right? That is experience, education, or project. Let's render the button now. So I'll go right over here. Yep, text area. And right below the text area div, I'm going to have a button of type button. Sorry, we don't submit anything, like not submit the form over here in the resume builder. Variant is going to be ghost. Size is going to be small. On click, we will call that handle improve description that we just now wrote. It will be disabled when the description is being improved. So is improving is like loading is going on, or we are or we don't have the description over here. And we will display the loading indicator when it's loading using the loader too. So make sure to import it from Lucid React. And we will also import this sparkles icon to improve with AI. Let's try it out if it's working or not. So let's just say same thing, Google SDE, even though these two things does not matter. Let's say I worked on Chrome browser. Let's click on improve with AI. Okay, improving. And this should generate a description for us, which it did not. Let's see. Let's open the network tab and try again. Improve with AI. It did something. Yeah, you can see we are getting the, it should be in the preview, developed and implement. Oh yeah, we are getting the response, but we are not able to see it right here. I think I have missed something. Oh yeah, I have to add a use effect over here. Inside of this, we will take the data from the API, right? Improved content. So inside of the use effect, I'm going to say if we get this improved content right here, first of all, over here in the dependency area, we need to add a few things like improved content, only then this will run, or improve error, or is improving, or set. We don't need actually this one. So yeah, these three things. If any of these three things changes, then we will say if improved content has something and it is not loading anymore, then we will set the value of the description and I'll show the toast.success. Otherwise, if there's any error, I'll show toast.error failed to improve description. Let's check it out now. Let's just say I worked on Chrome browser. If you want, you can also, supply the name of the company as well. I think that would be much helpful. Okay, toast is not defined. Import the toast. One more time. Let's click on improve with AI. And now it should work. Yep, just like that. Awesome. And again, I would recommend you guys to send this company name to the API as well. You just have to, send it from over here and make changes in this API inside of this right here. You have to take this param over here and provide it to the prompt. Very simple. I believe you guys can do it on your own. All right. Now, how do we add this to our form? Add this particular item for the experience and all. Let's add two buttons inside of this card footer. First one will be for canceling. So when we click on cancel, we will reset the form and set is adding to false. This will be of type variant outline and type button. Then another one, we will have the add entry button, which will trigger this handle add function that we have created but not added any logic inside of it. And we will say add entry. Let's import this. Yeah, plus circle is already imported. So let's check it out. Yep, something like this. Let's give this some class name to be displayed at the very end. So I'll say display flex, justify end and space x to be 2. So this will appear right here. Now, when we click on add entry, we want to add it, right? So let's go to handle add function over here. And first of all, we want to format the data. So I'm going to say, and by the way, since we are submitting this, right? So let's wrap this in handle validation or this handle submit function that we took right here, right? So that we get the date, access to the data of the form. Then I'm going to say const formatted entry. And inside this, we're going to have the object, which will take the data. And then let's format the date, right? The start date and the end date. So for that, I'm going to create a function right here, a helper function. So I'll say const format display date. This will be a function, obviously, which will take a date string. And inside of this, first of all, I'll check if date string does not exist, return empty. But if it does, I'm going to take this parse from date-fns and parse this date string in this format right here. And then return, I'll import this format from date-fns and return it in this month and whatever 2024, etc. Okay, let's go back to this formatted entry. And here simply I'll take the start date and end date and I'll use this format display date and provide it with the data.start date. And obviously if the current is true, then we won't be needing the end date, right? Else we will provide the end date as well. After this, we would get this onChange function over here, right? So if you remember, if I go back, we get this onChange field.onChange, which will enable us to add this to our main form, which is inside this resume builder. So after this, I'm going to say onChange, whatever the entries are already, I'll provide it. And then after that, formatted entry and then reset the form. Set is adding to be false. After this, after handling the addition, we need to render all of these fields over here as well, right? So above this, I'm going to map through all of the entries. So let's just have our div over here. And for this parent div, I'm going to say class name space y to be 4 and this div as well, space y to be 4. And inside of it, we will simply just, map through all of the entries that we have inside of it. So I'll say entries dot map, and here inside of this callback, we will just have a card component. So again, let's go back to Shadcn UI and take this card component, and I'll paste it over here. Make sure to add return over here. I'll say key to be index. Obviously, we need to take the index from here, and also each and every entry, so or each and every item. So item and index. For the card title, I'm gonna say this title of the user at the organization, whatever companies or whatever the project that they're building for, right? Let's remove this description and the footer. Let's import all of these things. I think they are already imported since we have used them in other places. Below this, I will have the option to delete them, right? So I'll have a button, variant outline, size icon, type button, and on click, we will trigger this handle delete function, which we will come back to this very soon. And let's import this X icon from Lucid React. Then inside the card content, simply, we will just render item.current. If this is true, that is, if this is their current organization, then I will render the date from start date to present, else will render from start date to end date. And obviously, the description that they've written for that particular experience, education, or project. For this header, let's give this some class name of display flex. Flex to be row so that there are one single line. Items to be center, justify between so that they are on far ends. Space to be 0 and padding bottom to be 2 between them so that we have some gap. And I think this should render it. Let's just quickly go over here in handle delete and write the logic. So this will simply take the index, right? So if you see, we are taking the index over here, right? And it will take the index and it will say const new entries, and it will simply filter out that particular index, right? If index is not equals to this index, only then return, else remove it. And on change, we will add these new entries. Let's check it out. I'm gonna add, let's say XYZ, 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 description, XYZ org. Let's just say I'm gonna select any random month, current experience, and click on add entry. Okay, there we go. It has been added. If I click on X, yep, it is removed from over here as well. Awesome. So we have successfully built this form right here. Now let's render this form and this markdown and add the logic to save our resume inside of our database as well in the markdown format. So for doing that, we will be using this package right here, React MD editor, and this will allow us to, render in markdown format and also allow us different views to, edit the markdown directly as well if you don't want to edit the form. So cool. All we have to do is just copy this up, npm install, and I'm going to go to my terminal and paste it right here. npm install at uiw/reactmd editor and press enter. We will also be using this another library called HTML to PDF to save our markdown resume as a PDF file. So copy this up as well and paste it right here. And actually, I don't think we need to add the version. So yeah, this should install it now. So now let's go inside of this other tab. Where is it? Sorry, not here. In the resume builder component over here in the tab content value to be preview. So inside of it, we want to first display a button over here so that we can add the ability to directly edit the markdown. So if you see in our deployed application, we have this button called edit resume. When we click on it, see, we are able to directly edit the markdown. And we also show this warning that if we, edit the markdown and then go on to edit the form again, we will lose all of the, progress over here after editing the markdown. So, okay, we only want to show this button right here if we are on the preview, right? So I'm going to be adding this button right here, which will say variant link, type button, and class name to be margin bottom to be 2. And we will have this edit icon over here. Let's import it from Lucid React and let's see how this looks inside of our application. If you go to markdown, yep, we can see this edit resume. So let's create a state right here on the top, which will check if the resume mode is on preview or not. If it's on preview, we will show the preview, else we will show the edit markdown state. And then right here, if we are on the resume mode preview, we will show edit resume, else we will show preview. And on click, whenever we click on it, I'm going to say set resume mode. If it's on preview, set it to edit, else we will say preview. Okay, let's see. Oh, monitor icon is not being imported. So let's see if I go over here. Yep, this is working fine. Now below it is where we will be rendering our markdown editor. But before that, like if we are on the edit mode, we want to show that warning as well, right? So I'm going to say here If resume mode is not equals to preview, that is we are on the edit mode, then I'll have a div which will show this alert triangle and a message called you will lose edited markdown if you update the form data. And by the way, I've created this custom over here, but you can also take this alert from Shadcn UI. So alert, yeah, you can see it provides you with pre-built components similar to this, but this also works fine, right? So again, let's go on and check it out. Yeah, something like this. Now below it, we can render the MD editor. So how do we do it? So let's go and check in the docs. We simply have to take this component MD editor, and we need to provide the value of what we want to render, and on change, whatever the function is, we want to trigger it, right? So let's create a state for it. I'm gonna say preview content, right? This is where we will have our markdown content. We'll provide it the initial content right here, if there's already some content inside of our database. Now let's just create a function over here to get the, to basically convert the form data inside to the markdown format. So below this use effect right here, I'm going to create a new function called get combined content. And inside of this is where we will be creating our markdown content. Now, our markdown content contain multiple different things, right? So let me just take out the things from form values. So it'll be summary, skills, experience, education, etc., etc. So I'm going to say return, and it's going to be an array. And first of all, we need to combine the contact information, right? And then we will add summary, skills, and then the experience, education, and project. So first of all, for creating the contact, I'm going to have a function over here, get contact markdown. And I will have one more function. So let me just, create a separate helper file for it. So helper.js over here. And inside this, I'll be creating entries to markdown function, which will take the array of, experiences or projects, etc. And it will convert them into the markdown format, right? So these two functions are what we will be building. And then inside this return, I'm going to use them something like this. So first of all, get markdown content, it should create the contact markdown summary. I'll render the summary in this format. So this hashes and two hashes are what, represent the headings. I would recommend you guys to learn more about Markdown. It's basically a format on how you can create a particular document or something, right? Just the way you create your README files on GitHub, right? So I'll say this professional summary heading, and then I'll say /n for changing the line, and then add this summary. Similarly for skills, and this entries to Markdown will take the experiences, education, and projects, and will structure them accordingly. Let's first see this get contact Markdown. Also, let me just import it. Yeah. So first of all, for get contact Markdown, we will take the contact info from the form values. And this has 4 parts, right? Email, mobile, LinkedIn, or Twitter, right? So I'm going to say const parts. I'll take an empty array. I'm going to say if email is there, then parts.push with this emoji and contact info email. Same with mobile, same with LinkedIn, and same with Twitter as well. And then in the end, I'm going to combine all those 4 parts by saying parts.length if it's more than 0. If we have something inside of it, then we will take a div, and we want to render it in the very center, right? So I'm going to say align center, some inline styling, user.fullname on the top. And then after this, the contact information, that is parts.join with this thing right here, right? Simple enough. And then we will render it right here. What about entries to Markdown? First of all, we will check if entries has anything inside of it. So if it does not have anything, return empty. But if it does, then return this. So I'm going to say, first of all, what is the type, right? So let's say if it's experience. So I'm going to render experience, then change the line. Plus, for each and every experience, we will do the following. We'll take each and every experience over here, and we will render the date from this. Like if the current is present, then from start date to present, else from start date to end date. And then after that, we will render things like what is the title, the organization, how much time we have worked there, and the description. Let me show you how this will look like. So if I go to my deployed app, see something like this. Title, add the organization, and then the date, and then the description, right? After obviously this heading of work experience or education, etc. All right, let's go back. And now we have this get combined content function. And now I want to render it in the Markdown, right? So let's just before this, I'm going to create a use effect hook over here. Inside of this, whenever our form values changes, so inside of this array, I'm going to say form values. If this changes or the active tab changes, then we will update the markdown content with whatever we have inside of the form, right? So I'm going to say if active tab is equals to edit, then I'm going to take the content from this get combined content over here. And then I'm going to set preview content. If we have anything inside this new content, then we will set it. Else we will take whatever the initial content was being provided to us. So if you remember this state that we just now created, set preview content. Okay, now we will take that preview content and then render our markdown right over here inside of the other tab content, right, in the preview. So below this. So just like we saw in the docs, let me just have a div over here with the class name of border and rounded large. And inside of it, I'm gonna import MD editor and provide it with the value preview content and on change set preview content. And I'm gonna say height to be 800. And inside of the preview, we'll provide this resume mode. So if you remember, we created this state, right? If it's preview, we will show the preview. If it's edit, we'll show the edit. So let me just check it out inside of our app right here. What is the error? Maximum update depth increased. Okay, let me just refresh this. I think something is wrong over here. It is updating this again and again. So it's right here. Let me check. I think I know what's causing that error. We have this return over here, right? After this, we need to say dot filter boolean. Like if we don't have anything in any of these, we need to filter it out and then join them with the /n so that they are on the separate lines. Now let's see. Let's see if I add anything over here. User is not defined. Okay. Yep. We are taking user over here, right? In the contact markdown. So I need to take the user from Clerk. So I'll say use user and I'll take out the user info over here. So I'll say user. Now it should work. Let's add something and go to markdown. Yep, something like that. Let's add some gibberish over here, some skills, right? And let's see. Yep, we are starting to, form it. Let's add some gibberish in the experience. Let's say it's a current experience, add entry. It should have been added now. Awesome. You see how beautiful this looks. We are able to add our resume right here. How do we get the PDF generated out of it? Let's see. So what I'll do, right below this one, this MD editor, I'm going to have another div and I'm going to be rendering just the markdown. We will give it the class name of hidden so that we cannot see it. But since we will have the HTML inside of our DOM, we will just take it and convert it into the PDF, right? So that's why I've given this ID resume PDF over here because we will be using this thing, HTML to PDF library to convert it, right? So how does it work? Let's go and see. First of all, we need to add the button for downloading PDF, which I believe we have already added, right? So it should be right here. Yep. Let's create a state for it while the PDF is generating, right? So I'm gonna have a use state over here is generating and set is generating. Okay. Then in this button, download PDF, I'm going to say if is generating is true, then display the loader, import it from Lucid React and show generating PDF, else show the download button with download PDF. Right now over here in the button, I'm going to call a function right here called generate PDF and it will be disabled when the PDF is being generated. So let's create this generate PDF function. Let's create it right here. Just generate PDF. This will be an asynchronous function. And first of all, I'm going to say is generating to true. Then I will have a try catch block over here. Inside of the try block, first of all, we will get that particular element from which we will be generating the PDF. So I'll say const element equals document.get element by ID resume-PDF. Okay. After it, how does it work? HTML to PDF. First of all, let me just import it. So HTML to PDF, import it like this. Let's see if it has been imported. Yep. I think this might cause some issues because, while I was developing this project, this is how it allowed me to use it, right? So make sure that you also import this HTML to PDF like this. I'm not sure if it has been fixed or not, but let's see. We will try it out and check if it's been fixed. So this will be a wait call HTML to PDF dot, and I will set some options over here. So let's see what options. So I'll say const options equals inside of an object. I'm going to provide it few things like there will be margin 1515. File name is going to be resume.pdf. Image type JPEG and we'll provide the quality. We will use HTML to canvas. So basically these are some of the things that I've taken from their documentation and we will provide some PDF configuration over here as well, right? Like in the format of A4 and orientation will be portrait, etc. Then I'm going to say these are the options and from this particular element. So I'm say from element and then save it in the end. After this, for the catch, I'm gonna say console.error, PDF generation error if there's any error, and finally I'm gonna say set is generating to false, and this should give us our PDF. Let's try it out. So yep, over here. So let's just write anything. Let me just have this contact information and try to download this. So if I click on download PDF, okay, generated is okay. Let's see. Oh yeah, amazing. It has generated this file for us. We can select all this text and all as well. This is clickable. You can see at the bottom, you can see mail to this email address, right? So this is fully interactive resume over here as well. If you want to add some, links and all to this experience description over here, they will continue to work. Awesome. Now the only thing remaining over here is to be able to save this resume inside of our database. And by the way, one more thing, if we want to edit this directly, we can click on edit resume and we can edit it right over here. If I want to, let's say, remove Agarwal and click on show preview. Yep. You can see this is editable in real time. Awesome. Let's go back to the code, and we have already created this on submit function. Let's see what do we get when we submit it, right? So I'm just gonna console log the data for now and go back, open inspect console, click on save. Doesn't do anything. Let's see on submit, and this form should have that button for submitting it. So I don't think we are calling that function. So let's see. Yeah, we have this save. Oh yeah, we are not calling it right here. So I'm gonna say on click, call this handle submit on submit, and this won't be useful over here. So we can remove it from here. Yeah, so handle submit, and we'll call this on submit right here, and it will be disabled when this is being saved. And let's just use this loading indicator over here as well. So I'm going to say if it's saving, show the loader to icon and saving, else show the save button. Okay, what else do we need to do? Let's try it out first. If I click on save, still doesn't work. What's wrong? Oh, I believe it because we have not filled this professional summary over here. So let me just write anything right here. Can I save it now? Oh yeah, email address. Let me just open the inspect, click on save. Okay, it's asking for the skills. Again, let me just add in gibberish over here. Click on save again. Yes, now we are getting something over here. Okay, cool then. But I don't think we would be making use of this data anyways. So it's not useful for us. So you know what? When I'm clicking on that button over here, we can choose to remove this handle submit from over here, right? Like this. So inside of this on submit, I'm just simply going to have a try catch block, and I'll say await save resume function and provide the preview content that we earlier had. Save resume function, this one. And obviously we won't be making use of this data now. And inside of the catch, just simply say console error and whatever the save error is, if there's any error, right? And yeah, we need to have a use effect as well, which will trigger our toast, right? So I'm gonna say if save result changes, save error changes, or is saving changes, then trigger this, and I'll go inside of it, I'll check. If save result has something and it's not saving right now, then display this toast. Make sure to import it from Sonar. Resume saved successfully, else if there's an error, show the error message right here, right? That is all. I think this should work now. Let's see. Let me just add a bunch of gibberish again over here. So this is a random number. Don't try calling it. It's not my number. So let's just say XYZ, XYZ. Let's add some work experience, XYZ, XYZ. From this to this, add entry, and let's go to Markdown. Yep, we can see some resume over here. Let's click on save, and it should save it. Yeah, resume saved successfully. If I refresh it now, we should still see that resume being fetched. Yep, we can see our resume being fetched from the DB. Let's go and check it out inside of our NeonDB. There we go. This is the content, the Markdown content that you can see is being stored, and which user does it belong to. And yeah, that's pretty much it for the resume, right? Awesome. So you have just built a production grade feature, right? This is a, I would say, pretty engineering heavy feature. If you have not built something like this up until now, right? We are rendering stuff in Markdown format. We are downloading this as a PDF. This feature alone in itself, trust me, is such an impressive thing to be added inside of your resume, right? Building a resume, add it to your resume. So yeah, definitely I would recommend you guys to showcase this in your interviews whenever you're applying to a company and all, right? Now, the next feature is building the cover letter. So let me first go to my deployed website and check how this feature works. So you can see we have all of our cover letters over here. If you click on create new, we would enter the company name, the job title, and the description over here, and click on generate cover letter. And what this will essentially do, and you can see over here, we have used Zord validation here as well, right? And this will basically provide it to the Gemini API and generate a cover letter for us. Very, very simple, very straightforward feature. And I want you guys to build this feature. Because let's be honest, if you have followed this tutorial up until this point, and if you're not able to, build a feature like this, because I would say this is probably the simplest of features. And don't worry, I'll tell you as well how you can build this. If you're not able to still build a feature like this, then there's something wrong with your learning, trust me. So I don't want to spoon feed you guys by building every single aspect. So this is an assignment for you guys. If you want me to make a separate video on this, I will make a separate video on this. Let me know in the comments down below. But let me explain you how you're going to be building this. And I already have the code for the whole thing inside of my GitHub repo. So if you get stuck, you can go over here. So first of all, you will have to build the server actions, right? And again, if you don't want to see this part, you can skip this part and go directly to the deployment, right? You can check from the chapters below the video. I have mentioned where the deployment starts. So if you want to get an idea how you can build this feature, see, we will create this function, very simple, generate cover letter, right? And we will send it the data of the title, company description, and the job title, right? And we will write this prompt over here. We'll provide the user industry, years of experience, the skills from what user has entered in the top, like at the beginning, in the onboarding screen, right? So that is the information that we will be using to craft this cover letter. And we will enter the requirements on how we want it. We would want it in the Markdown format as well. Keep that in mind. So if you go back and see the one that I've already generated, if I click on over here in the I button, see, this is in the Markdown format. So yeah, this is pretty straightforward to store it. And then you can create a server action to get all of the cover letters. If you want to get one single cover letter for one single page, right? That is what you can do as well. And if you want to delete, you can write this delete. All of these things we have already covered in this course. And now you need to take action from your side and build this feature, right? And the UI, which is, I would say in this case is pretty simple, is inside of over here in the main folder, AI cover letter, right? I have a separate component for cover letter generator, list, preview, and obviously the page over here as well, the dynamic ID page, and obviously for creating the new cover letter as well, right? So definitely try it out yourself. If you're not able to do it, let me know in the comments down below. For now, if you want to host this project, let's go on and host it on Vercel, right? And then maybe later on, you can continue building this cover letter feature. Awesome. So first thing first, we need to push our project to a GitHub repository. So let's open GitHub and click on over here to create a new repository. Let's name this Sensei. Let's keep it a public repository, create repository. All right, now let's push all of our code to it. So I'm gonna go to the terminal and I'll say, first of all, git init, press enter. And also, by the way, we need to add inside of package.json a script over here called post install, which will run Prisma generate, generate all of our schemas after deployment. All right, now I'm gonna say git add dot to add all the files, and then I'll commit the changes. So I'll say git commit -m. Oops, one thing. I don't want to add the .env, so let me just check if I have not accidentally pushed it, or let's see. I don't think we have. Make sure in the .gitignore we have .env over here. Yes, we do. So no issues. So now I'm gonna say git commit -m and provide the message. Let's say preparing for deployment, press enter. There we go. Now I'm going to say git push origin master, and this should push it. We have not added the origin. So make sure to copy this line and paste it over here first, git remote add origin, and then git push origin master. There we go. It is pushed. So if I refresh this page now, we should see our code right here. Awesome. So now let's go to Vercel. Vercel.com, and we want to deploy our website right here. So click on add new project over here. Let's click on import, and this will import our Git repository. And by the way, we need to configure Inngest as well. So I'll go to inngest.com/docs, and inside of this, we want to find the deployment. So over here in the deployment, go to overview, deploy with Vercel. Okay. So we are using app router. Yes. Installing Inngest's official Vercel integrations. Click on over here. Yep, right here we need to connect our Vercel account. So click on connect account, and let's select the team, connect account. Okay, and then after this, we need to select that Vercel project, right? So right now, let's just first log into Vercel. I'm gonna, sorry, not Vercel, I mean Inngest. We will log into Inngest right here. It's gonna show me all of these projects. So this is not the project. This is actually my previous deployment. So never mind, let me just close it for now. Let's just first go to Vercel and deploy it. So let's add the environment variables first of all over here. So I'll go to my code, go to .env. Let's take these one by one and add it right over here. The key and the value. Let me just add them quickly and come back. There we go. I have added all of these values over here. And now I think we are good to go. Let's click on deploy and let's see. So it has started deploying right here. And first of all, it's installing all the dependencies. Okay, creating an optimized production build. Hopefully no error will occur. Okay, it is generating static pages now, and this is a good sign. I think our deployment is about to be completed. Amazing! Our website is successfully deployed. Awesome. Let's click on over here and see. And yeah, we need to do one more thing. We need to connect Inngest as well, right? So click on connect account now in the same page that we opened earlier. And now we need to choose over here that Sensei website. Yep, this one, right? And click on save configuration. Continue to ingest Vercel dashboard. Let's click on configure. And yeah, we should be taken to right over here and we should see, yep, our Sensei website over here. So if I click on configure, our project status enabled. Vercel deployment protection might be block syncing. Okay, yeah, we need to change this actually. So one thing that you need to change, let's click on continue to dashboard in Vercel. Go to settings and we need to disable the deployment protection over here. So turn it off and save it. And now if I refresh this up, yep, now it's working fine. So if I go back, I should see over here, I don't think we have over here. Let's click on sync new app. And we need to get the URL for our app. So our URL is sensei-1.vercel app. So let me just copy it up, paste it over here and add /API/ingest after it and click on sync app. And there we go. Our app is synced successfully. If it does not work for the first time, try doing it again. Sometimes it fails. Right, so you can see we have our ingest functions over here as well. And we can see how many times they've been replayed. Obviously, right now we've deployed, so they have not been replayed. But we can manually trigger it from over here, invoke it from over here, right? So this is awesome. Let's go on and test out our app. I'm going to click on sign in. And let's sign in with Google. Okay, we are signed in. Let's click on get started. And there we go. We are inside of our dashboard. If I go to build resume, okay. This was the resume that we built earlier, right? Great. We have a form and everything over here. Amazing. So you have successfully created this awesome project to your resume. Now, the next step for you guys is to start applying for interviews. And if you want to prepare for interview, you already know, you can check the link in the description down below for my front-end interview preparation course and enter the coupon CAREER for the maximum discount.